The grade 3 Akak, where Warriors charge, looks to use his speed from the inside post and dictate tempo from the outset. All that, much more, coming up on this Saturday edition of America's Day at the Races. It's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Good to have you with us here on our program on a big weekend here where we will punch a ticket to the Breeders' Cup Sprint. Greg Wolf alongside champion jockey Richard Migliore. Good to have you here in our grade 2 Vosburg. We have a horse in Engage who has not been on the racetrack since last year's Breeders' Cup Sprint. We have Firenze Fire, who didn't fire last time out, but he had an excuse. He's never liked an off track. And we have the emerging Funny Guy for John Terranova.
Funny Guy is taking his game to a whole nother level. As a 4-year-old, we see that huge jump from him from 3 to 4, kind of like a college athlete heading into the pros, if you will. I find it interesting, though, that we're talking about Firenze Fire, and me and you were looking at the sheets before this, and I'm getting a better understanding, thanks to you, about patterns and things you look for. Firenze Fire at Belmont Park is huge. And not only did he catch a wet track last time, he caught an absolute river. It was a deluge in Saratoga that day. Put a line through it, go back to his other Belmont races. He becomes much more attractive on paper.
Yeah, that's looking at those thoroughgraphs. As for Funny Guy, he has really become a different horse as a 4-year-old. It's our ABR Race of the Week, grade 2 Vosburg. 6-furlong sprint coming up, and this is not really a distance that Funny Guy has ever tackled in his career. Connections were originally thinking the Kelso for him. When Volatile got injured, went to the sidelines, a lot of different horses started thinking about this race, including Funny Guy.
Yeah, and Funny Guy had done nothing wrong this year. 2 terrific runs against restricted company, against New York breds. His race in the Forego was very good. He had a steady at the half-mile pole, and he didn't give it up, and he was getting killed with all that mud and water flying. He showed to me a determination that I really hadn't seen as much as a 3-year-old, but I've seen it in 2 starts this year as a 4-year-old. His comeback when he rallied up the rail, and this one when he had to overcome some adversity.
Yeah, people might say, oh, they look at his 2 wins this year against State Bred Company. He ran huge races in both of those. It beat some very tough New York breds.
Yeah, and you know, when we talk about New York breds, it's not New York breds from the 80s. We got New York breds that can compete all over the world. We got one right now, Tiz the Law, who's holding his own in open company.
No question. Our racing action today is brought to you by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. The entire card from Belmont and from Churchill Downs. Run this first hour, of course, on Fox Sports 1. And then the rest of the way, we're going to bring you over on Fox Sports 2, starting at 1:30 Eastern Time. You can play all the races we're showing you each and every day with NYRA Bets. Get signed up and started. New members can earn up to a $200 deposit match and sign up. Use the promo code MATCH200 to take advantage of that offer and bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Go to NYRABets.com. You can also download the NYRA Bets app to get involved. You can also test your handicapping skills without betting any money at all, and you're competing for real prizes with our Showdown contest. It's free to enter. Go to NYRA.com/showdown to get involved, and at the end of the program, bragging rights, will show you that leaderboard and show you who did best. First live race of the afternoon is going to come up from Churchill Downs here. 6 furlongs, $30,000 maiden claiming events. And right now, bold article, Saffie Joseph, Tyler Gaffalione, slight choice at 8-5. Blue Paint taking money on the outside as well for Kenny McPeak. We'll talk more about this opening field from Louisville when we come back. Just getting started here on Fox Sports 1 on America's Day at the Races on this Saturday afternoon. Stay with us.
Flatter, this prolific son of A.P. Indy, has sired 6 millionaires, including Eclipse champion West Coast. He's adding even more stakes winners to his outstanding record, including Sovereign Award winner Avies Flatter. His yearlings have topped the Fasig-Tipton July sale 2 years in a row and sold up to $900,000 at Keeneland September. Success on the track, success in the ring. Flatter, standing at Claiborne Farm.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
Back on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 1, our program brought to you in part by this one-of-a-kind sprinter, the champion Run Happy. Never lost in his career while sprinting, did it all while racing medication-free. He now stands at legendary Claiborne Farm for $25,000. Had another winner as well out at Mountaineer. We get set for our first at Churchill $30,000 maiden claiming race. It is a 6-furlong sprint. And here comes our post parade. We're going to start things off with Springfield Dusty as they're just coming out onto the track in here. And Springfield Dusty, a couple of horses in this race, Mig, who are dropping from straight maiden races, but on turf at Ellis, and this horse is one of them.
Yeah, she did show good speed at Ellis on the turf. Still, like, she was still a little bit green as she hooked up with the pony there. You can kind of see she's not the most comfortable with it. You would think in her second start she would have learned more. But she did have speed, and speed's always a good thing. Will that translate to the dirt?
She's 5-1 right now. Rafael Bejarano will be aboard for start number 2 in the dirt debut. Meanwhile, first-time starter next door, looking at Lucky Filly, looking at Sweetie.
Yeah, out of a mare that has 2 foals to race that were winners, but took them a couple of races to kind of get the hang of things, and she's taking no money on the board, usually an indication that they haven't worked out that well.
Another filly who debuted in a maiden special on turf at Ellis. She was a big price that day. What's her face?
Yeah, and she drops, ran a little bit of faster figure than the other filly and was a little bit off the pace.
Another first-time starter. This one sent out by Buff Bradley, War Ensign.
And this one's taking a little bit more money, 6-1 here. But it feels like it's more like the battle of the drop-downs to me.
Bold article, morning line favorite and current favorite. She was second in her only dirt start at Saratoga for 50 maiden claiming.
And this is a much easier field. I thought she ran well that day. They've been trying the turf with her, but I think she's back to what she really wants to do, and she'll be very tough to beat.
And then, yeah, Blue Paint outside. She went long on the turf last start, so it's back to the dirt where she sprinted twice down in South Florida. She hit the board both times.
Hit the board both times, like the way she's galloping off, conducting herself very professionally. And another one, meaningful drop in class. Maiden 30 here with a good outside draw, getting the race the right way. And she has the benefit of 3 races, so she has foundation.
She made a nice appearance on the track.
Yeah, she really did. I love when they see them gallop off and really frame themselves up, use themselves properly, bow their head. And she certainly checked the boxes there.
Wow. Twin Spires offer you up to $20 back if the horse that you bet finishes second, and up to $10 back if the horse that you bet finishes third. It's available in every single race all weekend long from Churchill Downs. It ends on Sunday at the end of that Sunday card. To get involved, take advantage of this offer, download the Twin Spires app. You can also go to twinspires.com to opt in. Well, I agree with the public in here. It looks like off that one start on dirt, she's had 2 turf starts, bold article, there's 5 in here, but the dirt start warrants favoritism here at 3-2.
Yeah, I think so. And it came at Saratoga. Saratoga is the marquee racing in the summer in North America. It was maiden 50. This is maiden 30. Safi Joseph wins at a high percentage. I think this horse makes a tremendous amount of sense. I think the race goes through the 2 outside horses unless one of these first-time starters can really run. And they're not taking the kind of money that's indicative of them wowing anybody in the mornings.
Yeah, we say it all the time. Let this board be your guide, especially in 2-year-old races, to see who's taking money in here. The way the 6 looked on the racetrack, this one looks like she's going to run a big race today.
Yeah, you really have to like when you see that, especially with a 2-year-old. They kind of show that they're very focused. You know, they're not distracted by other things. She kind of put her head down, bowed her head, took a good hold of Brian Hernandez, her rider, but not in a rank way. Just like, I'm all here, tell me what you want to do, and I like when you see that.
And what is it about sometimes you see horses get on a different surface and then go back in this turf to dirt move here that can wake them up a little bit?
Well, I think, you know, with young horses, you're experimenting, trying to find what exactly is going to suit them the most. Now, like in Blue Paint's circumstance here, she wasn't at Saratoga where Kenny McPeak had some horses and they could work out on a turf course. She was down at Gulfstream where she couldn't work out on a turf course. So you may see something from a physical perspective and say, well, I think this horse might like turf. Got a big, wide, flat foot, or, you know, kind of longer in the pasterns, or something in their pedigree that clues you in. You think, turf, let's try it. Well, they tried it. It wasn't bad. She ran well. I think she's just probably as good on the dirt, and you've got to be better to win on the turf than you do on the dirt. Meaning, if you have a $30,000 horse, going to have to run faster against $30,000 horse on the turf than if you have a $30,000 horse running against horses on the dirt.
Meanwhile, of the the two that ran on turf, here's one of them, the three, but we talked about the inside horse as well, the one. She showed that speed on dirt. Now, a lot of times you see dirt horses that are very quick, and that speed doesn't really translate to turf. The opposite true a lot as well?
Oh, absolutely. But, kind of interesting, I thought that the one-horse Springfield Dusty, who did show that speed, probably has a bit more of a dirt pedigree. And if you look at her dirt works, they're always just a little bit quicker. And I like that 5-furlong dirt work on September 12th. A lot of good turf horses will work well for half a mile, and then they kind of start to dissipate. The fact that she worked a good 5 furlongs tells me she probably handles the dirt okay.
She's 6-1 right now, and she's intriguing. Gets the inside post. If she does show that speed, breaks well. Could break everyone's spirit here in this opening race coming up. We're also just about 17 minutes away from the first at Belmont. We'll get you out to Elmont, New York to set the stage for their opening race on this card today. $20,000 claiming race, mile and a 16th coming up in New York. Meanwhile, that's Tyler Gaffalione on the 5, the favorite. Bold Article, and he is leading the way right now in Louisville. 17 wins, 6 up on Ricardo Santana Jr.
Terrifically talented young guy. He's got a great work ethic, great demeanor, really understands the game. His father was a rider actually I rode with. He's got a terrific agent in Matt Musiker. Now, he's talking about riders and the depth of the colony here, Saratoga, even now here at Belmont, and I left Tyler Gaffalione's name out of that conversation just as an oversight, because he is certainly one of the core of the young guys that are just so talented. And I said this, I can't ever remember this many top young riders pretty much in their prime. If these kids stay healthy, the things they're going to accomplish is mind-boggling.
Had his big breakthrough, of course, last year with a classic victory, War of Will in the Preakness, who's become Grade 1 winner on the turf as well since that time. Why is it, do you think, we're seeing so many young riders having so much success and getting to such a high level early? Are they getting more help from guys that are willing to share all that knowledge? Is that part of it?
Yeah, I think it is part of it. I mean, the culture of being a jockey, the way the jockey's room is a lot more of a friendly atmosphere than it was, let's say, when I came around, where guys would help you because they wanted to keep it as safe as possible out there, but they didn't want to help you enough that they were going to kind of tip their hand that you could learn things to beat them. And it was very competitive. The purses were smaller, and it was, I think, just a bit more cutthroat, if you will. But that being said, I think there's a number of reasons for it, and I think that, it's so hard to become a jockey that the ones that are making it to this level have that bit extra, that what it takes to be successful at whatever they want to do in life. They're willing to work a little bit harder. They're willing to do the homework. They're willing to get up earlier. One thing you can't control as a rider is when you get an opportunity. You can only control being ready for that opportunity and having the work ethic that it takes. My thing was, I know I'm not the best rider. No one was ever going to outwork me.
And you, too, you have some of these that weren't around probably in your day and before that certainly as well, some of these really good jockey schools around the country. Chris McCarron with one of them that really lay a strong foundation.
Well, and you go to the Puerto Rican jockey school and look at the product they've put out in successive years. Irad Ortiz, Jose Ortiz, Manny Franco. I mean, whoever's teaching in these schools, they're laying such a great foundation for a career, not just to come out and have a good apprentice year, but definitely the foundation to go out and have a long, successful career.
Leading rider at the meet, Tyler Gaffalione. He'll be aboard the 5, who is down to even money right now. Bold Article getting back on the dirt for just the second time. Daughter of Constitution, same sire as Belmont Stakes and Run Happy Travers winner. 'Tis the Law, there's the 5. And then Blue Paint, major contender on the outside as well for Kenny McPeak. Travis Stone with the call to kick off our Saturday card here in Louisville.
Riders off, Springfield Dusty. They're in the gate. And they're off. Springfield Dusty An alert start for that inside post, racing for the lead. Bold Article up to be second. What's Her Face comes away third. Blue Paint is fourth. War Ensign comes away fifth. And looking at Sweetie, out sprinted in sixth. 8 lengths off the lead with 5 furlongs to go. Springfield Dusty out there setting the pace. Leads by a length. Here's Bold Article, keyed up in second, getting closer outside. What's Her Face tucked away toward the rail, racing third, 4 furlongs out. A margin of 3 from there, back to Blue Paint in fourth. The opening quarter goes in 22 and 2/5 seconds. They're on the far turn. Springfield Dusty with Bold Article hounding outside in second. And here's Blue Paint now, coming on with a 3-wide bid from third. What's Her Face in behind fourth. War Ensign winding up with a wide rally from fifth and 5 lengths back to looking at Sweetie. Top of the stretch. Blue Paint coming after Bold Article. They're off the turn together. War Ensign bearing down from third. Racing for the mid-stretch marker. Blue Paint short lead. Bold Article battles on inside. Bold Article resurgent again. Comes back on third to put a nose in front. Blue Paint has to respond and does so. These two nip tuck down to the wire. Bold Article inside. Blue Paint downside's going to be close. Here's the finish. Bold Article won it. Bold Article, a hard-fought win it was. Blue Paint game but second. War Ensign third. What's Her Face fourth?
Oh, this is a good battle down to the finish between the 5 Bold Article, the 6 Blue Paint who was on the outside. Let's look at it again.
Yeah, good horse race. Bold Article was very game to fight back. I thought the 6-horse Blue Paint had enough momentum, and Brian Hernandez was riding very confidently, but he was hand-riding, and maybe he had a chance to throw the knockout punch because he had momentum. He almost got, a half a length in front. Maybe if he had just gone all in at the top of the stretch and put a length on her, it would have broke her spirit. But the fact that she kind of lingered there made her fight back.
And you see that break. That's why, and you talking about it a lot with first-time starters, the outside could be detrimental, breaking open space. This happened with a horse who's already started 3 times.
Yeah, well, young horses in general, when they see empty space, they tend to run towards empty space, even with that experience. And that was a clear example of that.
That could have been the difference in this race.
No doubt, because, you have to correct her. You lose some ground, some position. Listen, I'm probably splitting hairs here, and the 5 was very game under a very strong ride by Tyler Gaffalione. But I think sometimes when you have a chance to really discourage another horse, you have to go all in, particularly when it's the horse to beat.
Well, in the end, it's the short price favorite who gets the win, 5-6-4 finish. Let's get to Belmont and set the stage for their first race on this Saturday card with the Noble Damsel and the Vosburg to come later on this afternoon. This is a $20,000 claiming event. 1 turn, mile and a 16th, and heavy roller. Rob Atras, Manny Franco, rider of Tis the Law, coming off a 3rd at this level, beat a length, beat by Super Dude that day. There's heavy roller. 9-5 favorite currently. We'll talk more about this race when we come back. Short timeout. We'll be back here on Fox Sports 1.
Set for the start of the Vanderbilt. And they're off. And Volatil is right on the lead. Volatil with the lead as they come down for the 8th pole. Volatil in front by 2. Whitmore is down at the rail. Forense Fire and Mind Control. It's Volatil in front as they pass the 16th pole. Volatil victorious in the Vanderbilt. 1 by 2 lengths.
It only takes 20 cents to take down an Empire. The Empire 6 is the jackpot 20-cent pick 6 bet that's offered every day at Belmont Park. One unique winning ticket earns the entire net pool, plus the jackpot carryover. Without a unique ticket, 75% is distributed to winners with 25% added to the jackpot. Win big with the Empire 6. For details on the Empire 6 and mandatory payout dates, visit nyra.com/Empire6.
He was a horse that everybody's familiar with. His tremendous ability and amazing athlete, amazing horse. And did anybody see his race at Keeneland? Did anybody even think about what that horse did? That's a racehorse that, we haven't seen in a while. And in my opinion, in any business, especially the racehorse business, patience is a virtue. Run Happy will come up with a runner, and he'll make you happy.
Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm. For 3 generations, the Bond Racing Stable has held to a simple philosophy. If you take care of the horses, they will take care of you. That guiding principle drives every aspect of operations at the family's Songhill Farm and Racing Stables. From breeding to breaking, racing and retiring, our commitment to our horses is reflected in everything we do. Now you can join our Grade 1 winning team with racing partnerships starting as low as $3,000. Bond Racing Stables, 3 generations of thoroughbred excellence.
Back here on America's Day at the Races for this Saturday card at both Belmont and Churchill, a program brought to you by Claiborne Farm, 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. First at Belmont coming up in a moment, but back at Churchill, Bold Article, blue paint, the 6 on the outside, throwing down to the wire, and in the end, it's the favorite, the 5 Bold Article, leading rider Tyler Gaffalione with another win.
Padding that lead, and Bold Article, very game. Trainer Safi Joseph wins at a high percentage. And when you see a 2-year-old filly battle like this, you got to really like that. You show that kind of courage.
Goes off at even money. Top 2 choices on the board, run 1-2. 5-6 for finish. We'll get to their second race in a little bit. It's back to New York right now, post-parade for their opener. Again, 20 claimer, mile and a 16th, and here's Shalako with Kendrick Carmouche.
Shalako dropping slightly in class to basically where he won at 2 starts ago, has never run particularly well at Belmont Park.
Control group, the Orlando Nota Barn just continuing to roll. Horses running better than you would expect. This horse 13 for 36 lifetime.
Yeah, winning at a high percentage, control group. I'll put a line through the sloppy race. The only thing is I think his best races have come around 2 turns.
Yeah, had back-to-back wins at a mile and an 1/8, those 2 turns at Saratoga. Here's the big fundamental, Tim Duncan fans. Todd Pletcher, John Velasquez.
This horse owned and trained by Todd Pletcher and his father, Jake Pletcher. I think it's a very realistic spot, and I think his best races have been around 1 turn.
Heavy roller. Rob Atras and Manny Franco, favored still.
Yeah, Rob Atras does a terrific job. This horse projects to get the right kind of trip.
Flowers for Lisa used to be very good. 7-year-old now. She's won close to $500,000.
Yeah, and this is a horse when he runs his best, shows high speed. I think he's another horse that's probably better around 2 turns.
And direct order, at least he comes in off a win. It was against a softer group condition claiming race at Parks.
Yeah, he's going to have to go back to some races that we haven't seen since last year to be competitive here, but he gets Charlie Marquez. We saw him get off the mark with his first New York winner yesterday, his first day riding in New York.
Yeah, I love what he said, too. He's not intimidated by anybody in that jockey's room. You got Hall of Famers, Clips Award winners. He said he knows he's got work to do to get better and to catch up to them, but he wasn't intimidated by him.
Well, that's it. You can't be in awe of those guys. You're competing against them.
You can earn a $20 bonus in the Noble Damsel today on Naira Bets. To earn the bonus, bet $25 to win on 1 horse in the Naira Bets app. And if your ticket hits, you'll get a $20 bonus on top of your winnings. You can download in the App Store, Naira Bets, or go to nairabets.com for Android. And that's one of 2 stakes races we have on today's card. That Grade 3 Noble Damsel, the 8th on today's card. Here's a look at Control Group. Orlando Nota, 9 winners at Saratoga this summer. Came back, got the first stakes win of his career here at Belmont, that Miners Mark with Danny California. And you mentioned this horse. He has excelled at 2 turns in a mile and an 1/8 at Saratoga.
Yeah, I just think he's a better 2-turn horse. It's a specific skill set, horses that run 2 turns as opposed to 1 turn. Not that he can't win around 1 turn. He has at Aqueduct. I just thought his best races have been around 2 turns. And one thing he has shown, the ability to go fast, because 47 going 2 turns at Saratoga is fast, and continue on. So he does have a lot of stamina.
6 years old, and I mean, you could argue he's running some of the best races of his life, at least in the last couple of years. Right now, demeanor-wise, what are you seeing from him right now?
He looks great in the post-parade. Get a nice warm-up from Jose Ortiz. I mean, he couldn't look better in the flesh. I mean, he really looks healthy. That's the way you want to see a horse. Carrying good weight, coat's got that rich, hydrated look. He's moving well. You know, Orlando's Nota's horses look good on the racetrack. This horse looks good on the track.
Yeah, he is putting in a nice little warm-up there. Jose Ortiz, it was his brother Irad who rode him to those 2 victories at Saratoga. This is heavy roller, Rob Atras. The last time he won, it was in the slop at Aqueduct at the beginning of the year at a mile and an 1/8.
And this is another horse from a trainer's. Horses always look good. Rob Atras does a tremendous job. A lot of it has to do with feeding programs, how horses, look on the racetrack. They're dappled out. They're carrying good weight. This horse looks terrific. I just wonder, I thought his last couple races looked lean. Do you think the 1-turn race is going to move him up?
Tough call. Yeah, I mean, he seems like he's been better at 2 as well. You know, he has a win at 7 furlongs as well at Belmont.
No, he does. And listen, he makes sense. I understand it. I just thought he left a little bit to be desired in a couple of his last 2 starts, at least the one at Belmont before we went to Saratoga and the one in Saratoga. He got there. He had every chance, and then he was just kind of one-paced.
Yeah, that July 11th race, the one you're referring to, that was at Belmont. That did not leave really a good taste in your mouth about what he's going to do here today. But it was a good track that day. No 2 off tracks alike. We'll see. And the big sort of question mark horse in here is, what is the big fundamental going to do? The 3-horse, a horse who was earmarked to be really good. He won second time out by 8+ lengths on the front end at Belmont in a 1-turn mile and a 16th. So we know it can handle it, at least back when he was who he was or was expected to be. He's had a lot of gaps in the running lines.
This is who I like. I think he's realistically spotted. He's a 7-year-old gelding. He's owned in partnership, the trainer and the trainer's dad, Jake Pletcher, a terrific horseman in his own right. And, you know, at some point, you've just got to put him where they can beat up on other horses. And I think 20 is the spot. Last time, 6.5, maybe a little too sharp for him, but he needed to get a race in off the layoff. I think he is very well spotted. He's very proficient around 1 turn. He's 2 for 2 at Belmont. I really think this is who I like. I think he's got good speed. He's going to make his own trip.
By the way, he faced Pete's Play Call in that comeback race. That was his first race in over a year. It's about a 15-month layoff. Pete's Play Call, we're going to see him later today in the 7th. He's a contender in an allowance optional 62 claiming race. He's coming in off back-to-back wins, 12-time winner of over $500,000.
Yeah, and this horse had never run that short before. Like you said, awful long layoff. We got to get a race into him, shake off some of that ring rust. I liked what I see from his work tab in Saratoga. You know, I think this horse makes a lot of sense.
It's just the question, is he right? He's been off for a long. He didn't debut till he was 4. He's just had a lot of problems from an injury standpoint. But he was 3rd to Mr. Buff, who's an incredible New York bred, who's won multiple stakes in his career. He's got talent.
No, he's got a lot of talent. Todd Pletcher's a world-class horseman, a first-ballot Hall of Famer. He's not putting this horse on the track if there was any issues as far as soundness. Now, obviously, this horse does have issues they have to continually work with. But at some point, you just have to be realistic and run them where you think they're most competitive. Make it easier on the horse. You could be a great horse trainer, but you also have to be a great manager and put them in positions to succeed, not fail.
So there he is. And that TAP, Todd Pletcher Barn Silks.
Yeah.
They own this one as well. Jake and Todd Pletcher. And let me ask you this question. This is a $20,000 claiming race. Obviously, this horse had high expectations. He didn't debut, as I mentioned, until he was 4.
Sure.
Would you put in $20,000 for a 7-year-old here?
Well, but that's part of the game. As a trainer, you're putting your horse in a race, and you want other people to question, well, is he worth 20 still? Or am I, you know, going to claim him and not be able to go on with him? So it is a little bit of a poker game. There's no doubt about that. But me personally, I think he would be definitely worth a stab at $20,000.
Now, he's the 8-5 favorite in here. And, you know, look, when we've used to seeing him run, and it was not the case last time out, he's usually forwardly placed. We'll see what happens here today with John Velazquez.
I think he will be forwardly placed again. Flowers Felisa has one way to go. The horse only runs if he's on the leads, coming out of 2 sharp sprints. I'm sure they did that by design, trainer Bob Cosares, to put that speed back into him with apprentice Louis Cardenas. They're going to roll. I think he's laying 2nd or 3rd, depending on what control group does, and he gets that perfect Johnny Velazquez stalking kind of trip.
John Velazquez, he's likely going to be the one to catch later today in the Grade 3 Noble Damsel. He'll be aboard Blowout, one of 3 in that race for trainer Chad Brown, who's trying to win that race for a 5th consecutive year, but it looks like she should control things in that Noble Damsel.
Yeah, she looks like the speed of the affair. And when a trainer has multiple entries in a race and one has speed and the others have a little bit more of a closing style, it's a psychological edge. Guys get caught up with the mind games of, well, do I want to chase that one and then get picked off by the other Chad Brown? Even though they're not an entry, they're not coupled, when they have varying styles, it actually helps their own cause.
The Big Fundamental. Tim Duncan's old nickname. There he is. Uncle Mo's 7-year-old, dropping down lowest level he has ever run at yet. Second off a year-plus layoff. Now 3-2 on the board. We're set for our opener here from Belmont Park. John Imbrial to get us started here on this Saturday card.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Flowers for Lisa, away well and out for the lead. The Big Fundamental came away racing in second. Then on the outside, it is a Direct Order, along with Heavy Roller. Control Group is fifth at this point, and Shalaco is the trailer in sixth. They head up the backstretch. Flowers for Lisa leads 3/4 of a length. The Big Fundamental down at the rail in between horses is Heavy Roller, and Control Group has now advanced up on the outside and is a close-up fourth. Then it's Direct Order, and Shalaco's at the back. The quarter went in 23 and 3/5 seconds. Flowers for Lisa, long shot leader here with Heavy Roller now running in second, and Control Group in the white blinkers on the outside in third. The Big Fundamental has been shuffled back to fourth, now 3.5 lengths off the lead. Farther back, the two trailers, Shalaco and Direct Order. Half mile, 46 and 2/5 seconds. Flowers for Lisa still in front. The lead is 3/4 of a length. Heavy Roller runs in second. Control Group and the Big Fundamental are heads apart, third and fourth. It's 4 lengths to Shalaco and then Direct Order. And now Flowers for Lisa is in front by 2 lengths. Ran 3/4 in 1:10 and 2, and they're at the quarter pole. Flowers for Lisa has been in front right from the start. Continues to lead here with 3/16 to the finish. On the outside is Control Group. The Big Fundamental is third. Heavy Roller is back running in fourth. They pass the 8th pole, and it is Flowers for Lisa by 2.5 lengths. Control Group is in second. It is Flowers for Lisa, a long shot winner of the opener under apprentice Louis Cardenas. Flowers for Lisa, Control Group was second, then the Big Fundamental and Heavy Roller.
A lot of back class with this horse. You mentioned the 2 sprints to kind of wake up that speed. Got out to the front and just kept on rolling. He's been more proficient. Usually 2 turns a mile and an eighth, but looked pretty good today.
Looked good, and a great job by trainer Bob Caceres, having a plan, running this horse back in that tough sprint last time to stretch back out and have all that speed intact again, because that's the only way this horse runs. If this horse makes the lead, he doesn't make the lead, he doesn't really perform as well. Kept finding, very game. Nice ride by Louis Cardenas. Loved the way he came out of the gate with intention for the lead, and then gave his horse an opportunity to get a breather and kept finding. We saw Louis Cardenas finish second yesterday to Charlie Marquez in a good stretch battle. His finish on horses in the stretch has really improved. He's really strengthened up, and that's something you only get with more riding. Louis Cardenas is certainly maturing as a rider.
18-1 to kick off this Saturday card. Flowers for Lisa. 13th time that he has won in his career, moves over $500,000 in earnings. Bob Caceres had mentioned Alex Kazdan owns this one, and the apprentice Luis Cardenas. Little fireworks to start our Saturday card. Prices will set up race 2 in the early pick 4 when we come back. Stay with us.
A regally bred Breeders' Cup champion and Grade 1 winner at 2 and 3, Caraconte is stamping his progeny with his own brand of quality. Graded stakes winners include Kenzai Warrior and Dual Surface Dynamo Sol Volante. Stakes winners Karak and Turnasol, plus this blistering 11-length victory by 2-year-old Spanish Love Affair. A rising star with graded stakes winners across the globe, Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit NairaBets.com.
Back on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 1. Thanks for being with us on this gorgeous Saturday afternoon here on the East Coast. Second at Churchill. 7 furlongs on the main track, a conditioned $20,000 claiming race. Fillies and mares 3 and up who have not won 3 or who are 3-year-olds. It's French Empire right now who's favored, Eddie Keneally, and Tyler Gaffalione looking for the early double. We'll start with French Rose in our post parade for Keith DeSormo.
French Rose tried turf last time, gets back to her preferred surface, and should have to work out a trip from the inside onto Mitchell Morrow, but I've been impressed with his riding.
Yeah, has some tactical speed, too, and ran well at Churchill 3 starts back in a 7/8 race. French Empire, 8-5 favorite with Gaffalione.
Takes a meaningful drop in class, has some dirt races if you go back to 2018 that certainly are good enough.
Yeah, it's been on the turf for a long time. Hasn't been on dirt since 2018. Dominette 5-2, Gabriel Saez.
Another one coming out of turf races. Does have a couple of dirt races far back. I'm not sure about the surface switch for her.
Here's Folly, Declan Cannon, Troy Newton.
Yeah, turning back in distance, also getting a little bit of, well, to me, last time was supposed to be on the turf, but getting back to a fast dirt track, maybe that's the key.
Yeah, ran good on the dirt back in September at Churchill. Spartanka, Mike Maker, Ricardo Santana Jr.
Another one, Class Relief could be a big factor here. Gets a good outside draw under a hard riding Ricardo Santana.
A huge drop in terms of what she's been facing on dirt. Ran on the Indiana Oaks, Audubon Oaks as well at Ellis. Time for our Twin Spires market mover. See who's attracting the most money late in the wagering, and right now it's the 2 at 8-5. That's French Empire. 5-year-old mare, Street Sense. And again, it's been a while. She's only been on turf this year, and her one start in 2019. The last time she was on dirt was back as a 3-year-old. She did show some ability against Maiden Special. Good connections with Eddie Keneally and Tyler Gaffalione. Again, the meet's leading rider. If you want to bet the market mover or anybody else in this upcoming race, Twin Spires again offering you $20 back if the horse you bet to win finishes second. Up to $10 back if the horse you bet to win finishes third. This offer available all weekend long at Churchill Downs through the end of Sunday's card. Download the Twin Spires app. You can also go to twinspires.com to opt in and take advantage. Let's go outside, Mig, with this filly here, Spartanka. Mike Maker, 3-year-old filly in here, and you look at those last couple of starts on dirt against Stakes Company.
Yeah, and I think the Class Relief is the big thing here. Outside draw, Ricardo Santana. I wish he showed a little bit more energy in the post parade. To me, he left the pony. He's warming her up aggressively, but I would have liked to have seen a little bit more spark from her.
This is her win on a sloppy racetrack. This was at Gulfstream back in late May, and she really appreciated the off-going on this afternoon. She'd win by 3+ lengths. She broke her maiden, though, on a fast main track at Gulfstream 2 starts earlier.
Yeah, she did. And, you know, that day, obviously, she was just kind of, you know, running over the top of the ground. Like I said, if she got that good warm-up, I would have liked to have seen her grab the bit just a little bit more. You know, there's a certain energy level I look for that I wasn't getting off of her. Now, maybe that's just in character for her, and I'm making too much of it, but this is a filly I liked on paper. I liked her less watching her warm up.
Well, meanwhile, the favorite is a 5-year-old mare. The majority of her starts, 7 of her 10 starts have come on turf, and she's never won on the main track.
No, and it leaves question marks. But you go back to that 7 furlongs, which is this distance that day in July of 2018. So we're talking a long time ago. She ran very well, got a good buyer figure, certainly would be competitive in this field. I like the one horse. I like French Rose over French Empire. I just think she has the most consistent dirt form. Now, I know like she's run as low as 10,000. But to me, she has the most proven dirt form, and she does have some speed with that inside draw, which I'm not crazy about. I think Mitchell Morrow uses her and puts her in the game. We saw her horse battle back on the inside, a 2-year-old filly in the first race, so not a bad place to be, the inside. And I love, honestly, the resurgence of Calumet Farm. I love looking down and seeing Calumet Farm owner. You know, growing up, Calumet Farm was a powerhouse in racing, and they're becoming that again.
It does look like if she wants to be, and there's intent from the rider, she's going to be in front. It looks like the only other one with speed is maybe Dominette, who's been primarily on the turf.
Yeah, she's shown speed on the turf. Does that translate to the dirt? That's the question. There's a lot of question marks here. You got a lot of surface switches, and relief in class for several of these.
There's Dominette, 2 for 14 lifetime on turf, 0 for 6 on dirt. But again, it's all about finding a spot where you're able to get it done, and maybe today's the day. She's half her morning line right now. A couple of scratches, though, in this race help that.
Yeah, but taking money. I mean, there's only one horse really on the board that everybody's kind of discarded, and that's the 4, Folly. But what do they say with the old adage, longest price in short field? Not for me this time.
Short field, big price?
Yeah.
Later today, feature at Churchill, Grade 3 ACAC. We have that to come in the 9th. That'll be over on Fox Sports 2. Warriors charge for Brad Cox. Florent Giroux going to try and go gate to wire in that feature today.
Florent Giroux, very adept at putting horses on a lead and saving something, and they just seem to keep finding. But how many big races did we see him win early in the year before the pandemic hit by just being aggressive and outgunning guys to the lead?
No question. It's going to be a big one later today. Some names we've grown accustomed to hearing who are starting to get back in the mix. We saw Everfast. Finally, it was amazing. The horse was 1 for 19 lifetime, runner-up in last year's Preakness, and was still eligible for an 8 other than, and finally got that one at Saratoga. Now they're going to try him in Graded Stakes Company again. But that is a good field later on this afternoon. 9-5 favorite here in this second race. French Empire. Miggs going to French Rose on the rail. There's Dominette stepping in, getting back on dirt for the first time in a long time, since August of last year. And then Spartanka. Turf back to dirt here for Mike Maker with Ricardo Santana Jr. She'll be the last in line. Travis Stone with the call there, Spartanka. Here's the second from Churchill.
They're in the gate. And the rough. Dominette with a good start. Mid-pack. Folly is there. Spartanka's hustled out from the gate as well. French Rose and French Empire settling at the back of the pack as they move up the chute and come for the main track. And it is Dominette out there setting the pace. But here comes Spartanka on the outside to put some pressure on. Dominette, though, keyed up and opens back up to lead by a length. So it is Dominette in front down the back stretch. Spartanka's running in second. Folly down inside is third. French Empire up into fourth. And French Rose is at the back in fifth. Tight pack, though. Opening quarter 23-1. Just outside of a half mile to go. It's Dominette in front, heading for the far turn. Spartanka on the chase from second. Folly is tucked away third inside, has to go now. French Empire putting in a bid 3 wide up to be third. And French Rose is going to follow that one as they round the far turn. Dominette still the leader by half a length. French Empire has taken over second as Spartanka gives way. French Rose circles up to the outside. They're at the quarter pole. Dominette turning for home in front, but French Empire, confidently ridden off the turn, has come on to take charge and open up. French Empire now by 2. Dominette's back into second. French Rose has flattened out in third. They're racing for the final 16th. French Empire opening up by 4, now by 5. French Empire rambles home to win it by 4 lengths in the end. Dominette was second, French Rose was third, and Folly was fourth.
Spaced out group in here. French Empire with the victory. Tyler Gaffleone takes the early double 19 wins at the meet.
Look at Tyler Gaffleone turning from him. Everybody else is down, riding their horses. Look at his posture. He's out for a morning gallop, basically. This filly got squeezed a bit at the start. No panic in Tyler. Just let her gather herself, get her momentum. Waited till inside the 8th pole to ask her. And I don't even think he asked her for her best, just enough to make sure that he preserved the victory. French Empire, much the best.
Best feeling in the world when you don't have to do much on a horse and she pulls away like that?
When you look at everybody else riding and chirping and making noise with the horse and you're just galloping up to them, it's like, she got squeezed a little. Broke a little slow,
got squeezed and still.
Yeah.
Did not matter at all.
It is a really good feeling when you haven't asked your horse for anything and everybody else is already all in. It's just like, oh, boys, you're in trouble.
How early on in a race do you know that, too?
It looked to me like at the half-mile pole, he knew he was on the winner. She got squeezed, took her a little bit to find her stride, then kind of started taking the race, and he slowed her down a little bit. Like, no, let's not do it all at once. In this particular case, he knew probably a half mile from home he was on the winner.
Tyler Gaffalione on much the best in here. The 5-year-old mare, French Empire. I think we're going to see her staying on the dirt for the foreseeable future after that performance. Third win, 11 career starts. We're back at Belmont. Let's set the stage for race number 2. It's on the inner turf. Mile and a 16th here, New York Bred's maiden special weight. Everyone trying to get that first win of their career in Silver Token. Horacio De Paz, Jose Lezcano will stretch back out.
I like the stretch out for this horse. I think that he's a horse that kind of wants to get to horses and not pass them, run with them. I think he goes right to the lead today, and usually when horses like that get put on the lead, every time something gets to them, they go on. They've already broken that plane where they had to pass horses. Silver Token, I think, takes them wire to wire.
Look at Horacio De Paz and what he's done going sprint to route, stretching out on turf over the last 5 years. Just 2 for 22, so it's not been a strength for the barn.
Yeah, but we can move that percentage up with 3 for 23.
There you go.
Got to look at it positive.
Well, it's not scaring away the betting public at all. Silver Token, 5-2 favorite. There he is with more on Silver Token. Let's head downstairs and welcome in Maggie Wolfendale.
And Silver Token, well, he has yet to get the job done now in 7 tries as far as breaking his maiden, though he's finished second in 3 of those. Now he'll try something new, and that's going long for the first time, as physically he looks like a horse that should handle the distance. But the way he behaves, I'm not so sure about it, for the fact that he does get himself very, very sharp. So we'll see what he does. I like him a lot physically, as I mentioned, just from the overall perspective as well. But sometimes when horses get themselves keyed up like this, well, usually they don't leave enough in the tank to see out that extra distance. Moving on to number 6, the Golden Door, who stretches out in only his second start of his career for trainer Dave Donk. And I'd written in my notes that I thought this guy wanted to go longer, so he gets to do so here. He's stronger, he's more tucked up, he's very relaxed for his second start. To me, he makes a lot of sense here, getting more ground to cover. And last time he was wired that day where nobody really changed position too much in that 5.5 furlong sprint. Moving on to number 6, Advanced Strategy. Well, he's been the beaten favorite in 3 of his 4 career starts so far. He'll go back to the turf now. Honestly, I thought he was more of a dirt horse. His numbers are kind of the same no matter what surface he's on. So we'll see if the distance moves him forward that much more. I don't know. I will say this is the most fit I've seen this horse now that he's 4th off that layoff. But he is yet to seal the deal when he's looked to be a short price and the likeliest winner in several spots, and he's just unable to get the job done. And I, again, am not totally sold on him being an out-and-out turf router. So we'll see what Advanced Strategy does in this spot. Number 10, Eccoche Qua. We'll let Meg, the true Italian on this show, say that with more inflection and enthusiasm than I can. But this guy for Kelly Breen has a pedigree to say that, A, switching surfaces, he should be successful, and B, maybe the distance. I am all over the surface switch. This is a turf horse. He is a full brother to What's to Talk About, who was a 2-time turf-winning sprinter, but he is also half to a filly or mare by the name of Broken Border, who did win 6 times on the turf, and she won from distances kind of from 7/8 out to a mile and a 16th. So I'm not totally sold on him going longer, I'll be honest. There's a lot of stretch outs in here where they kind of look a little bit dubious. Honestly, Dave Donk's horse, the Golden Door, is the only one I'm super convinced of it looking at them physically. But this horse should move up significantly with this change in surfaces. And furthermore, he's just that much more fit having that race. It's kind of like they put him on the dirt first time out, thinking that, well, we'll get him tucked up enough and fit enough. And to be fair, he was working well enough on the dirt, but I think this is the right spot for him, at least as far as the surface, Greg. We'll see what the distance poses for a lot of these horses. That is the major question in this race.
Turf pedigree with the horse getting on the grass for the first time, and here we are.
Yeah, the turf pedigree.
I was testing your Italian.
No, I can't. I'm not even going to attempt that.
That's what it means. Here we are.
Here we are. No, I'm not even. No. Well, sugoi. Wow. Well, yes, that was good. You know, I understand what Maggie's saying about the 4 Silver Token and wanting to be a little bit rammy, but you get a horse that maybe hangs a touch or waits on horses, you put them on the lead, and then they just wait on horses so they don't get rank. You know, at least that's been my experience, and if I was on him, I would want to just go to the lead, and then he'll come back to me as long as nobody, you know, continues to press him. Years ago, I rode a horse for Rusty Arnold, had 10 seconds with other jockeys. I kept asking Rusty to ride him. The other riders were trying to time their run, just get there late, and he'd get there and hang. And came out to the paddock, 1.25 miles on turf here, and I said, I'm going to put him on the lead. And he's like, no, he hangs. I said, let me put him on the lead. Went wire to wire.
Wow. We'll see what the game plan is here with Jose Lezcano. He has been so crafty, especially in turf races. Had quietly a great Saratoga. It's carried over here to Belmont. Of course, he won the spring meet at Belmont last year.
Yeah, he's riding terrific. He's doing a great job. Him and his agent, Jason Bites, are a good combination. They complement each other. And he's been riding terrific. A lot of confidence.
Meanwhile, here's a look at the 8. Here's Advanced Strategy. Joel Rosario. This is another horse who is going to stretch out for the first time for Jimmy Jerkins.
But he's been ultra consistent from a buyer speed figure standpoint, 72, 72, 71, 72. I always thought that this horse was, showed some quality. I loved his first start back last December. I wonder about him going this far, though.
Joel, as good as there is in this game, he'll be aboard Funny Guy later today after victories in the Commentator and the Morrissey against New York Preds earlier this year. Trying to get a first graded stakes win of his career. Funny Guy coming up later today. Here's the 1. Here's Casas Beach, Eduardo Jones.
This horse ran okay last time. I thought he had kind of a sneaky kind of a trip. Ran well on debut at Penn National. I think he's a player.
Charlie Baker sends out a Vow of Beauty, second time on the turf.
It just really hasn't shown enough to make me want to think this horse has an opportunity here.
Jade's Dream coming out of the same race as a Vow of Beauty. Finished 5th, beat under 4 lengths that day.
Jade's Dream had a difficult trip last time. You're kind of in almost that chase mode where you're involved too much. If he gets a little different trip today.
Still the favorite in the stretch out here for Silver Token.
This is the horse I would put on the lead, and I think he would be very tough to get by.
Key to Victory, he was a huge price in his debut, and it came going 1 mile and 16th on the grass.
Well, it comes from a trainer, Pat Kelly, that tends to race his horses into condition. Should improve off of that race. Will it be enough?
The Golden Door, David Donk sends out with Jose Ortiz.
Definitely, Maggie likes him from a physical perspective. By point of entry, should appreciate the distance, added distance. And Dave Donk and other trainers' horses improve at racing.
There's Joel Rosario's mount, Advanced Strategy.
I like that Joel stays put. He's showing some confidence here, and I just curious about the stretch out for him. Top trainer, Jimmy Jerkins.
A couple of Hall of Famers teaming up. Bill Mott, John Velasquez on Tercero.
This horse has one sibling that did win on the turf, has had the ability to train on the turf course up in Saratoga, so Bill Mott sees something he likes.
And here we are. I'll let you say it.
I'm not even going to try.
Cushiqua. Javier Castellano,
Okay.
Kelly Breen, 701, and Maggie mentioned the pedigree.
Yeah, Mare was a stakes winner on the turf. Half to Broken Border. Certainly a lot to like there. Tough post, though. 1 mile and 16th on the inner.
There's the 4. 5-2, Silver Token. You would have to think Jose is going to be aggressive here.
Yeah, and I don't even know that he has to be so aggressive. Just allow this horse to go forward. And I think if he hits the front, he'll switch himself off and kind of rate himself along.
Approaching the 5-minute mark to post here for the second at Belmont. It kicks off this early pick 4, and we got to say goodbye to those watching on Fox Sports 1, but you can continue to watch the rest of the entire card over on Fox Sports 2. Right after a short timeout, we'll bring you race 2 and everything else. That Vosburg as well, winning you're in for the Breeders' Cup Sprint. We'll see Funny Guy in there. Mentioned Joel Rosario. We'll have that mount. And the Noble Damsel, Chad Brown, looking to win that race for the 5th consecutive year.
5th consecutive year, and tie Christophe Clement for most wins in it.
Oh, he's going to have to try and beat in that race as well. Clement sending out Feel Glorious. That is a wide-open race. Going to be a lot of fun. Chad Brown with 3 runners in that race. Acacia Courtney coming up next over on Fox Sports 2. We'll see you then with the rest of the card coming up from both Churchill and Belmont.
presented by Run Happy. Running away in the Run Happy hopeful.
But Colleen wins the Run Happy that mile. Have won the Run Happy Travers.
Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Whether you like it hearty, hot and spicy, smooth and creamy, or loaded with veggie flavor, the Petaluma Creamery offers the highest quality 100% organic, non-GMO cheese money can buy. Made with the utmost respect for our happy cows and the land they roam free. Visit SpringHillCheese.com and shop our extensive line of delicious cheeses and dairy products. Pick your favorites and we'll ship them right to your front door. Petaluma Creamery, the best dairy products come from the happiest cows.
Deep in the heart of horse country, from these Kentucky hills has sprung a legacy rivaled by few. From the all-time greats of yesterday to the breed-shaping bloodlines of today, our roots hold strong with the promise of tomorrow. For over a century, our passion has guided us to where we stand and everything we stand for. Claiborne Farm, the tradition continues.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2, brought to you as always by America's Best Racing, for the love of the race. Glad to have you with us on this Saturday afternoon, the second Saturday of the Belmont Fall Meet. I'm Acacia Courtney, pleased to be joined by former champion jockey Richard Migliore. We have some great graded stakes action today, Richie, including the Vosburg, a win and you're in for the Breeders' Cup Sprint, and looking forward to that one as well as the Noble Damsel.
Yeah, terrific horse race. The Vosburg kind of took a different shape with Volatile having to be retired, but still a very competitive race and a couple of horses that I think can answer a question or two today.
We'll see whose coming out party it may be this afternoon, as we are just a few minutes away from race 2 at Belmont Park. Here's a look at the field. We're going 1 1/16 miles on the turf in this maiden special weight for New York breds. Everybody looking for their first career win right now. Advanced Strategy back to the turf today. Your current tepid favorite at 3-1, but one trying the turf for the first time is the number 9 Tercero. For more on this horse, let's check in trackside with Maggie Wolfendale.
Thanks, Acacia. This is a fascinating race because you have the two favorites in here. Well, they'll be trying a longer distance than they've ever traveled before in their careers with Advanced Strategy and Silver Token, but one trying the longest distance of his career and the turf for the first time is Tercero, who does go out for Hall of Famers, Bill Mott and John Velasquez. But this guy is by Majestic City, although by City Zip, he hasn't had that much success as a sire with his turf progeny. And on the bottom side, there was one turf winner, but he was by Artie Schiller, who's a much more dominant turf influence than this guy's sire. Does not have the proverbial turf look at all. He's very upright in his pasterns, very small foot to him overall. So, you know, he's going to win without my support here. And I like him because of his connections, because he's a horse that does look well overall. I just don't think this is necessarily the right kind of condition for him, though Connections trying it as he has trained over the turf, and maybe he has shown them something in the morning. So we're about to find out, Acacia. What a fascinating race here in this second.
It really is. Maggie, thank you. And yeah, that's the beauty of horse racing. Whatever your thoughts may be, we find out in just a few minutes. But Maggie mentioned the benefit of being at a place like Saratoga where you can train over the turf course.
Well, absolutely. It gives you a little bit of an idea if a horse is actually going to handle it or not. And, you know, we've seen the Clement stables send horses down from Saratoga that have won on the turf, and they have had the opportunity to work on the turf up there. I think it's a huge edge.
Belmont still strong string up at Saratoga, as many trainers do still have, though we are now racing downstate at Belmont Park. But a few trying the turf, a few stretching out as well, as John Velasquez approaching 2,000 victories at Belmont Park. He's 3 away. He's on that number 9 Tercero. One more left to load. We'll send it up to the voice of New York Racing, John Embriel, for the second at Belmont Park.
They're in the gate. Riders off number 10 at Cochiqua. Now back on. And they're off. A hesitant beginning for number 9, Tercero, and he's at the back of the pack. A Vow of Beauty is going out for the lead, along with Jade's Dream. And Jade's Dream now takes over. Silver Token is running in second. A Vow of Beauty is down on the inside and in third, and has now settled down a little rank in the early going. A Cochiqua's on the outside in fourth. Then it's Advanced Strategy next in fifth, followed by Kaz's Beach in sixth. Key to Victory runs in seven. At the back of the pack are the Golden Door and Tercero. First quarter was running 23 and 4/5 seconds. Jade's Dream leads here by a length and a half. Silver Token is in second by a head. Cochiqua on the extreme outside in third. And A Vow of Beauty is down at the rail running in fourth. Then Advanced Strategy in fifth by a neck. Kaz's Beach at the rail in sixth. They're followed by the Golden Door, Key to Victory, and Tercero. They head for the far turn. The half was running 48 and 2. It's Jade's Dream on top. A Cochiqua, Silver Token, second and third, and gaining ground on Jade's Dream. Jade's Dream at the rail, a Cochiqua on the outside. Silver Token is in third. Then it's A Vow of Beauty in fourth, followed on the outside by Advanced Strategy. 3 quarters in 1:11 and 2. And now the field is in the stretch. It is Jade's Dream on the inside, a Cochiqua on the outside, and Advanced Strategy now kicks in far outside. It is the Golden Door. Here's Advanced Strategy now to gain the lead. The Golden Door continues to advance on the outside of Jade's Dream. It will be Advanced Strategy by a little more than 2. Photo for second, Jade's Dream or the Golden Door.
Advanced Strategy stretching out in distance, getting back to the turf, proved to be the magic formula today for Jimmy Jerkins and Joel Rosario.
Yes, son of Breeders' Cup Mile Widow Caracante got an absolutely flawless, perfectly timed ride from Joel Rosario. I sound like a broken record because he's been delivering these kind of rides consistently throughout the year, just perfect timing. And I'm always happy when I see Jimmy Jerkins win. He's a consummate horseman, hasn't had a great year by his standards by any means, but certainly an extremely capable horseman. And this horse really got it done, dropped his head. They finished too.
Finished up pretty nicely, too. The number 6, the Golden Door, made that closing kick as well. But the horse that was setting the pace and looked like might have held on for second was the number 3, Jade's Dream. Look at how he carries his head. You and I noticed this as soon as he jumped out, especially in comparison to the 4, Silver Token.
Yeah, he's running with his head on the ground. He's like an anteater, you know, he just kind of put his head out and down. And then the flip side of that, Silver Token's a horse that kind of runs with his head up in the air. But actually, when he sped up, his head came up as he quickened when he was being raided along by Manny Franco. Really buried his head low. I commented to you while we were watching it. Those are the kind of horses that really wear you out as a rider. They just kind of stretch you out and they keep you pulled out and long. And they used to look for me because I was long. So I used to get those kind a lot.
You have long arms and they can reach their neck a little bit easier. But it was all about the number 8, Advanced Strategy, getting the win there in race 2 at Belmont Park. Back at Churchill Downs, we have race 3 coming up next for 6 furlongs on the main track. 3-year-olds and upward, $16,000 claiming race here. And to the outside, the number 6, Bye Bye Birdstone, taking out that early money. It does have quite a bit of speed as we start our post parade with the number 1, Undercover Lover.
Closer in a race that I'm seeing, you know, some speed. We're going to have to work out a trip from the rail, but drops in half from 32 for Bernie Flint, looking for 500th win at Churchill Downs.
Off of a bit of a layoff since May, here's the 2, Icatiro.
Good connections. Robertino Diodoro and David Cohen team up for a lot. Another one with a good closing kick.
Here's the 3 strolling, turning back in distance after trying a mile.
Turning back in distance, getting some class relief. Would have to go back to some of her better races over the winter at Oaklawn to be competitive here.
Let's see if we can refine some of that form as we look for the number 4, Futile.
Futile, another one coming off of synthetic races. Would have to improve from a buyer speed for figure standpoint, excuse me.
Number 5 is Mine My Time off a win at Belterra.
I think she's the one who has a lot to say how this race is going to be run because she can show really good speed at times. And if she engages a 6 Bye Bye Birdstone, that could set up for somebody's late run.
And that would make things pretty interesting on the front end as your favorite Bye Bye Birdstone does look to be potentially the controlling speed.
Yeah, and she does her best running when she's able to make the pace from that outside post with Ricardo Santana. You would think she would. Just depends on how intent Gabriel Saez on the 5 Mine My Time is about trying to go forward. But Bye Bye Birdstone looks like class relief and a speed advantage.
Ricardo Santana aboard at 9-5. Twin Spires is offering up to $20 back if the horse you bet to win finishes second, and up to $10 back if the horse you bet to win finishes third. This offer is available on every race from Churchill Downs today through Sunday. Download the Twin Spires app or visit twinspires.com to opt in. About 3 minutes away from the third at Churchill, taking a look at the number 2, Icatiro. Off of the layoff, this is his win, 2 starts back at Oaklawn when on a fast track to get back to the winner's circle. Disappointed against seemingly tougher on a wet track at Lone Star last time out.
Maybe just didn't care for the wet track. Did have a break after that, so maybe there was some sort of a physical problem that needed to be addressed. But Robertina Diodoro does a terrific job. Always seems to excel when he's got David Cohen in the tack. And the way this horse ran this day, if he was to run this race, he'd be very tough to beat.
David Cohen was aboard that day, too, at Oaklawn, and this was a horse that Robertino claimed. Already had 2 wins out of 4 starts with him. But we'll have to get around, as they all seem to, with the number 6, Bye Bye Birdstone, getting some class relief after facing open $25,000 company at Ellis Park last time out when not able to sustain that speed.
No, I mean, horse looks terrific on the racetrack. I love what I'm seeing from him here. And I think the key to this is the horse just really seems to do his best running when he's on the lead. Big, stout horse, gets a good outside draw. You know, we always talk about pedigree, particularly with younger horses, less so with, you know, horses with proven form. But this horse is by Birdstone, who was a horse that won going a mile and a half, a mile and a quarter, was more of a closing type. And this horse is nothing but a speed type.
Speed and sprinter. He looks like a real kind of tried and true sprinter, too. That short back, compact, rounded hind. Those are kind of like the immediate look. Okay, he looks like he just wants to sprint and go fast.
Yeah, from a physical perspective, he's built like a sprinter, typical, just thicker, blockier. You said shorter back, shorter coupled. The outside post probably helps him. I tell you what, watching the 2, Icatiro, am I saying that properly? Watching him warm up and watching that replay from Oaklawn, he's my top selection. I think he really made a nice impression on the racetrack.
This is a horse I actually saw quite a bit last year when down at Gulfstream for Mike Tomlinson, and he could never really kind of break through down there in Florida running against a bit tougher than what he's facing today. But he was facing some nice horses that were in good form at the time, and he seems like, again, since being claimed by Robertino Diodoro, he's kind of found his form, found his niche, if you will, and sometimes it's a matter of just finding the right level, too.
Yeah, you know, class relief, you see horses sometimes, if they're trying so hard and they can't get to another horse or they can't pass another horse, they just get discouraged. And suddenly they're able to do things easier and kind of take the rider in the bridle, and their confidence level blows up. It's much like a human athlete. If you're trying so hard to out sprint somebody at a track meet and you just can't make up any ground, it just takes all the wind out of your sails.
You're trying to run against Usain Bolt, and then you go back and face lesser competition the next day. It's going to be a little bit easier.
It's amazing how much easier it gets, and it looks, you say, wow, that horse is running bigger than he normally did. No, he's just running against different horses.
Yeah. Finding his friends, so to speak. We're taking a look at the number 4, Feudal in here, whose last 2 races seem to be his best lately. Those were on the synthetic at Presque Isle, though, as you mentioned. Looks like he needs to take a little bit of a step forward in this field.
Yeah, I just don't see, races fast enough in any sort of recency anyway that would make this horse a contender here. Sometimes we talk about dirtied up or muddied up form. And maybe just like that win on synthetic actually makes his form look a little better than I believe it is.
Beaten 3/4 of a length last time out behind a repeat winner. We'll see if that good form from Presque Isle transfers over here to Churchill Downs. The number 3 Strolling is taking quite a bit of money. Do you think maybe people thinking he's going to get a good trip with some speed set up from the outside too?
Well, I guess that's what they're looking at. I mean, this horse does have some races, if you go back over the winter at Oaklawn as well, that are good. Has never run well at Churchill, has never hit the board at Churchill. So I think there's more questions here. If I'm going to go with that, I'm going with the 2. I just like what I saw on the racetrack.
All right, number 3 Strolling. He did finish 4th, a distant 4th behind Volatile 3 starts back. One of the top sprinters, of course, now retired. But we'll see if he's able to find the winner's circle once again today. Bye Bye Birdstone, the favorite to the outside, as we'll send it up to track announcer Travis Stone with race 3 at Churchill Downs.
They're in the gate, and they're off. Bye Bye Birdstone. Good beginning for that outside post. Icatiro showing some speed as well. Mind My Time comes away 3rd, but it is Bye Bye Birdstone. Up the backstretch run, opening up to lead by a length and a half. Icatiro switches outside to put some pressure on from 2nd. Mind My Time comes away 3rd. Undercover Lover down inside, moving up from 4th. 4 lengths from there back to Feudal, and 5 more back to Strolling. Out sprinted in the opening quarter mile. Bye Bye Birdstone gets that opening quarter in 22 and 1/5 seconds and rounds the far turn in front by a length and a half. Icatiro on the chase from 2nd. Undercover Lover briefly held 3rd. Here comes Mind My Time coming with a 3 wide bid up from 4th, now 3rd. Then it's Feudal and still a ways back to Strolling. Moving for the top of the stretch, Bye Bye Birdstone barrels past the quarter pole in front by 2. Bye Bye Birdstone turning for home in front. Mind My Time fully extended in 2nd. So too Icatiro, and so too Undercover Lover. There's 1 furlong to go. Bye Bye Birdstone still there. 2 1/2. Icatiro's trying hard, but is still 2nd. Time is running out. Bye Bye Birdstone length and a half. Icatiro's trying hard. 2nd best to Bye Bye Birdstone. The 1-length winner in the end. Icatiro was 2nd. Undercover Lover was 3rd. Then it was either Feudal or Strolling.
Icatiro tried hard every step of the stretch, but Bye Bye Birdstone, the 6 just broke so sharply, took them wire to wire.
And a very slow first quarter. And you can see, for Churchill Downs with a very long run up to before the race starts timing, usually it's sub 22 for this kind of horse going 6 furlongs. The fact that he went 22 and 3 basically and got so comfortable. They put on a good show though, 2 hard knocking horses.
Put on a nice little finish for us in the stretch. It was 6-2 at Churchill Downs. Bringing prices, we have more from Belmont Park coming up too after this.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit nairabets.com.
Win, you win. Has taken command close to home. Win, you win.
They come down to the wire, and Minute to Stardom upsets them at 20-1.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. And our ABR Race of the Week is coming up this afternoon with the Vosburg Grade 2, race number 9 this afternoon, 6 furlongs on the main track. As we take a look at the field, scratch the 3, Stan the Man. Funny Guy, 5-2 on the board, but Engaged 2-1 on the outside. We haven't seen him, Richie, since the Breeders' Cup Sprint, where he finished 4th behind Matoli.
And Engaged went into that Breeders' Cup off of 2 wins, back-to-back wins. Interesting that he shows up here. It feels like Steve is trying to get him to the Breeders' Cup, so whatever issue he had that kept him on the sidelines that long certainly is squared away. I love his work tab. I love that he's been working basically every 7 days. He's got a couple of really solid works, 5 furlongs in a minute. That means basically every 1/8 of a mile in 12 seconds. Another 5 furlongs in 59, breezing at Churchill. Steve, not a guy that works horses fast, but knew that he needed to get him fit for this if he has any chance to make the Breeders' Cup. Steve Asmussen's trained over 9,000 winners. He's in the Hall of Fame. I got to believe he's got confidence in this horse to show up in the Vosburg.
Would not be running him if you didn't feel like he was going to do well. He's already run in the Breeders' Cup before, of course, the Vosburg. A win and you're in for the Breeders' Cup Sprint, the first of many races we'll have throughout the Belmont Fall, part of the Win and You're In Challenge Series for the Breeders' Cup. So keep an eye on that, of course, looking forward to what that race has to in store for us a little bit later on. You saw the field for race 3 at Belmont Park, mile on the main track for the 2-year-old fillies, all looking for the first win of their career. For more on this field, let's head down to the paddock, check in with Maggie.
Thanks, Acacia. And we'll check in with some of the ones that have experience. And taking all the money, at least early on in the wagering, is number 1 from the rail and Jouster, who will make her second start here for trainer Todd Pletcher. Now, she was beaten in her first start by a horse who had already run twice before in Spun d'Etat for our good friend and colleague Tom Amos. And Jouster ran well, respectively, considering that she was one of the only ones that hadn't made a start before. Now, she will be looking, I would think, from that rail position to take them on a merry chase here, stretching out to the mile. I'm just not convinced of it for her individually. She is a little bit more on the petite side and kind of more built downhill, at least as of now, more indicative of a horse who wants to run a little shorter than this, but she could be in a position to control here. And yesterday, at least on the main track, we saw Inside Speed being particularly dangerous, I would say. And 2, she goes out for Todd Pletcher, who time and time again, I think he gets horses to outrun maybe their so-called thought of distance limitation. So she's taking all the money as of now, and maybe that's a sign that some of the other ones aren't that very good. But we'll take a look at number 5, Leah Marie, for Doug O'Neill. Now, she has the most experience, as this is her 3rd career start, and she ran well in her first start on the dirt, going the 7/8. Now she'll get just an extra furlong to cover here, and I like her for doing that. And yet last time, she kind of had the second race jitters, if you will, up at Saratoga. She got a little revved up. Now she has a cotton in her ears today, and she has not turned a hair thus far. So I like that for her, trying to get a little bit more ground than what she had in her last start, and she looks like a filly that wants to run long. I like what I'm seeing from Leah Marie. Moving on to a duo from the Chad Brown Bar. Number 4 is Suspended Campaign, a daughter of Honor Code. Now, that race came up on the slow side, but it could be neither here nor there, apples to oranges, considering that was 6 furlongs. Now she gets a mile to cover, and I think she's one that should appreciate more ground, especially given her sire. And 2, the fact that she seems like a filly that's a good doer. She carries some conditioning, and she just looks that much more solid this time around. So I think she benefited from a fitness perspective from that first race and should move forward, getting that extra ground to cover, as Chad will send out an expensive daughter of Curlin for her first start, debuting a mile as American West, number 6 in here. The dam won both of her first 2 starts as a 2-year-old for Mike Hushin. And I remember her, Jacaranda. I was never her biggest fan just because she was that slighter built type of filly. Well, that's kind of what she's thrown here with American West. So I'm not going to hold that against her. It's just in the kind of bloodline. But going back a generation, as well as Jacaranda winning the Tempted in her second start, she is half to Constitution. So one of the hottest sires of this year, and obviously siring your Belmont Stakes and Travers winner in Tis the Law. So there's plenty of pedigree for this filly to go long. This is probably just a starting point for her, given her appearance as well. She looks incredibly fit. You know, it's tough to debut going a mile, but given that pedigree and the fact of how fit she looks for this debut, I'm fairly confident. The only thing that's not giving me any confidence is that she's kind of chilly on the board. As of now, at least from my vantage point, she sits at 7-1 here. Checking out her breeze, 3 back, at Saratoga. She was working with a filly who'd already started before by the name of School of Thought. She was third first time out behind Cantata, and she was going easily enough to go 48 and change that day, and they galloped out well too. Just kind of, she looks like a filly that just runs evenly around there. So she is getting a little bit more on her toes now that they've got the tack on her, which she gave them a little bit of trouble to do so. Maybe she's one that will need a start for experience, but I can't fault her from a fitness perspective, that's for sure, Acacia.
Maggie, thank you. 7-1 right now on the number 6, American West. We'll see if she runs to that pedigree. And speaking of pedigree, we have a daughter of Run Happy. There's the number 3, She's Happy for Nick Zito, owned by Jim McInvale, making her second career start for finishing 4th on debut. We'll see what she has to offer with the rest of these 2-year-olds after this.
Undefeated Grade 1 winner Mastery won impressively in his 2-year-old debut at Santa Anita. From there, he captured the Grade 3 Bob Hope Stakes and completed his juvenile campaign with a dominant performance in the Grade 1 Los Alamitos Futurity. At 3, the top-rated son of Candy Ride sizzled in the San Felipe. Now his much-anticipated first-crop yearlings are bringing top dollar in the sales ring. Mastery, standing at Claiborne Farm.
It only takes 20 cents to take down an Empire. The Empire 6 is the jackpot 20-cent pick 6 bet that's offered every day at Belmont Park. One unique winning ticket earns the entire net pool, plus the jackpot carryover. Without a unique ticket, 75% is distributed to winners with 25% added to the jackpot. Win big with the Empire 6. For details on the Empire 6 and mandatory payout dates, visit nyra.com/Empire6.
In the Run Happy Malibu.
Nucky has won the Run Happy Del Mar Futurity Clear.
Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you by champion sprinter Run Happy, who raced medication-free and stands for $25,000 in legendary Stall 1 at Claiborne Farm. We have a daughter of Run Happy coming up in this 2-year-old race here at Belmont Park. She's Happy for Nick Zito. Here's the whole field, though. The number 1, Jouster, taking all the early money.
That showed good speed on debut, stretches out to the mile, could control things from the inside. Johnny Velasquez closing in on a milestone, 2,000 wins at Belmont Park.
Pretty incredible for sure. I'm going to do my best with this name, Milfoy.
Glad you had to say it first. Out of a mare, Bandana, who was unraced. This is her first foal, but Bandana was out of Honest Lady, multiple Grade 1 winner.
It's almost a Napoleon-type pastry, multi-layer pastry.
See, that's why I don't know. I don't mess with that.
Here's the 3. She's Happy.
Ran okay on debut. Nick Zito's a trainer whose horses improve with racing. Like this filly a little bit.
Number 4, suspended campaign, 1 of 2 for Chad Brown.
Closed on debut. Looks like she would appreciate the mile distance.
She's the one that does have the experience stretching out today, and one with 2 starts already is the 5, Leah Marie.
I think that's important. She's making her 3rd start, has foundation. I remember this filly selling at the Fasig-Tipton sale last summer, and I liked her a lot then. Be interesting to see how she does stretching to the mile.
This is the other one for Chad Brown. Maggie mentioned the pedigree, Dam Half to Constitution. First-time starter here, American West.
Yeah, Jacaranda won on debut for Michael Hushin and Barry Schwartz and came right back to win a stake in her 2nd start, so she showed a lot of precocity.
It's the number 7, Jam Star, 2nd out for Mark Cassie.
Yeah, ran well going 7 furlongs. Liked her first race. Think the outside post is an advantage here. Dylan Davis is riding well, although the mare was more of a sprinter type.
Filly by California Chrome, who sold for $90,000 at OBS April. You can join Naira Bets today and play all the action on our program while earning up to a $200 deposit match bonus. New members can use promo code MATCH200 when signing up and earn up to a $200 deposit match right after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, and join now at NairaBets.com to earn that $200 deposit match. Looking at the number 3, She's Happy by Claiborne Stallion. Run Happy out there with the pony, a little bit green. We saw that from her first time out too, but as you said, she now has the benefit of being on the track and having some experience already.
Yeah, I would like to see her acting a little bit better with the pony, but I thought she ran sneakily well first time. Nick is a guy who will use a race to move a horse forward. The mare, Go For It, Mrs. Miller, has had 4 winners, so she's a producer. I think this is way too big a price for She's Happy. I think 19-1 is a huge overlay. I don't know that she'll win, but I really genuinely believe she'll outrun those odds.
And Nick Zito, a winner on yesterday's card, biggest price on the board with Len Star, who wired the field.
Len Star, who was ultra game in victory, fought for it, got his nose down in front on the wire against a good group of horses. So I think this filly has a chance to hit the board at least. I just don't think 19-1 is in line.
We'll see if she takes a step forward, second time out. Certainly would imagine there is plenty of room for improvement today, now having that race under her belt. We'll see if Nick Zito can keep the hot streak going here, too. So we look next at the number 5, Leah Marie. You mentioned the fact that she's now making her 3rd start. She ran 7 furlongs on the dirt last time out. This is at Saratoga, where she finished 2nd to Jane Gray, she was an impressive first out winner for Belmont.
She really was. I mean, when she got out in the clear, you could just see her accelerate. But Leah Marie was very game. I thought she ran well. She had her first start 5.5 on the turf. Now, the 7 furlong dirt start certainly was better than the first. And if she's got another little forward movement in her, I think she's a huge contender here.
Maggie giving her some not good nods in the paddock that she's acting better. But now we see Kendrick Carmouche jump off behind the gate.
She kind of had that quick sideways move there, didn't she?
He's getting a leg back up. It looks like she kind of went one way and he went the other way.
Yeah, and that was a quick move.
Yep.
And sometimes, riders, jockeys don't have their feet long in the stirrups. They ride short to be aerodynamic, to make it easier for the horses to carry weight. So it's easy to get unseated in situations like that. One pet peeve there, and it's a huge pet peeve of mine, when riders are going to get a leg up on a horse, any horse, but particularly a 2-year-old, and they throw the riding crop over the saddle to get the leg up. It's just asking for a horse to spook. Keep it down in your left hand when you take your reins, you pull your cross, and it's laying against the horse's shoulder instead of throwing it over. I know when I was a kid, I always looked cool. It's just the wrong thing to do.
Especially with young horses. They're still inexperienced, a little bit on edge, as you can tell, too. For more, let's check in with Maggie.
Well, you could see Kendrick Carmouche pulling the cotton out of Leah Marie's ears. I'm not exactly sure why he's deciding to do that. Maybe connections told him to, but she was behaving so beautifully when she had them in back in the paddock, and now he's taken them out, and now we see her getting a little bit more on her toes, but maybe that's because Kendrick wants her to get more on her toes to break alertly. I mean, projection-wise, this race looks as though it's going to be the one leading here, with the 5 sitting right off of her flank, you would have to think. But we'll see what shakes out. Leah Marie, though, she's definitely a contender here. But when I talk about the other first-time starter, I always like to kind of cover them a bit because they don't have any form to offer us. And Mille-Feuille, as Acacia was saying, sounds delicious. Always a big fan of French pastries. But she is a filly that I think is spotted well, and she definitely wants the distance. She's lacking a bit of muscle mass behind the saddle. And while I like her disposition, she's been very professional, and if anything, she seems happy to be here. I don't know how clued in she is, per se. She looks pretty fit, but like I said, she just looks like she needs to strengthen up across that top line throughout those hindquarters, but one that you can tell that Bill Mott should be able to develop quite nicely here. Mig, going for the run happy. Cool.
I like it. Maggie, thank you. And it seems like Maggie and I will be on a pastry date someday soon, and you'll be running happy.
Well, I just don't. Why eat that stuff? It doesn't do anything for you.
Oh, it's good for the soul.
Oh, is that what
Yes,
it is?
it
Okay.
is.
All right, fair enough, fair enough. Yeah, listen, I think she's happy. She's got a big step forward in her. Nick Zito won a race yesterday. I think they can build on that energy. She's happy, didn't run bad first time. I think she'll appreciate the mile.
2-year-old fillies coming up next. We'll send it up to John and Brielle for this fun third race coming up here at Belmont Park.
They're all in line. And they're off. Jouster broke well from that inside post position and has the early lead. Leia Marie is right there in second, and American West on the outside, a close-up third. Mille-Feuille is just in behind the front runners and racing in fourth. Jamstar is next in fifth. At the back of the pack are Suspended Campaign, and at the rail, She's Happy. Up the back stretch. Jouster leads here by a length, with Leia Marie running in second after a quarter, 23 1/5 seconds. American West runs in third, 3 lengths from the front. Mille-Feuille is down at the rail. Jamstar is on the outside. Then She's Happy and Suspended Campaign at the back of the pack in seventh. Jouster has the lead here by a length, with Leia Marie still in second and American West still in third. Opening half, 46 1/5 seconds. It is the favorite, Jouster, continuing to lead here. The lead's now a half length. Leia Marie getting closer now on the outside. American West is in third. Then Mille-Feuille, followed by Jamstar. Farther back, She's Happy. And the trailer is Suspended Campaign. It's Jouster on the inside and Leia Marie on the outside. 3/4, 1:11 2. The field is in the stretch. And Leia Marie has now taken over. Leia Marie in front. American West on the outside, and Mille-Feuille moves into third as they come down for the 16th pole. Leia Marie challenged on the outside by American West, and down at the rail by Mille-Feuille. So it is American West and Mille-Feuille. They are 1-2, and that's the way it'll be under the line. American West tops Mille-Feuille. Leia Marie was third. Jamstar came on for fourth.
First-time starters finish 1-2 is the number 6 American West. She came closing nicely outside for Peter Brandt here at Belmont today in those iconic green silks, and that was an impressive debut from her.
It really was an impressive debut because she was running a little bit spotty. She'd give a little bit, and then she'd kind of idle a little bit. And Jose had to keep reminding her of it, the task at hand. You know, like I said, I always call it like running with the emergency brake on. But much like her mother, Jacaranda, she gets it done on debut. And I think when we look back at this race, this is going to be a race that proved to have a lot of quality. I love the run from the runner-up, the 2-horse.
You look expectantly at me. The number 2, Mille-Feuille. Yeah, big performance from her to come up the rail. She was pretty game, as it looked like Leia Marie, the 5, was putting in a big effort, and she was kind of backing off a little bit. For a young horse especially to have the tenacity to go up the rail, that's not a comfortable position to be in.
Not the most comfortable position, and you could see she had already taken a lot of kickback in her face, so she had already showed a lot of courage to run through that kickback.
Nice performance from those first-time starters, won by American West. Back at Churchill Downs, we have the 4th race coming up. Horses looking for the 2nd win of their career, a 1.16 miles on the main track. Currently the number 1, Tiz McNamara, taking all of the money as we get right into our post parade. And that 5-year-old horse will kick things off for Randy Morse. as the number 1, Tiz McNamara.
Yeah, on his toes here for jockey John Court, and a little bit of a drop in class. Has always run well at the $20,000 level.
Blinkers on today off of a bit of a layoff since July. Here's the 2, just like Richie.
Just like Richie. Well, maybe I was slow. No, this horse just seems to be a bit off form.
That's unfortunate that his name is Richie then. Scratch the 3, number 4, Critic is next.
Stretching out off of a sprint race, and you got to think this horse will be in front. How far can he take it?
Looks like he's now up there at 3-2. And the 5, Bahama Channel is next.
This horse has got some races that are good enough. Kind of a short field, 2 scratches in here. One thing I think for sure, though, Critic will be in front, and that's always an advantage when you're able to control a race.
We saw that yesterday with the horse we were talking about for Lenstar with Nick Cito. Short field, being able to set the pace, always an advantage. It's time now for the Twin Spires Market Mover, the horse attracting the most support in the money late in betting, and that is the number 5, Bahama Channel, taking the most attention at the windows. Twin Spires is offering up to $20 back if the horse you bet to win finishes second, and up to $10 back if the horse you bet to win finishes third. This offer is available on every race from Churchill Downs today through Sunday. Download the Twin Spires app or visit twinspires.com to opt in. Bahama Channel trying to refine that winning form. Last one at Churchill Downs. That was when he broke his maiden that day in November of 2019. And did actually face some tough company after that, even trying stakes at Turf Paradise.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting to me because if you go back to every one of these horses' best races, other than just like Richie, they're a contender. But their form has been a little bit spotty as of late. I mean, the one Tiz McNamara gets blinkers on as your favorite. Maybe that's the wake-up call he needs. Bahama Channel, certainly the last race leaves tremendous amount to be desired, but this is only a 4-horse field, so obviously a much easier race.
As short fields, we talked about it yesterday, though, with some shorter fields that it can sound counterintuitive, but you can almost run into some more trouble. He said it's because everybody is aware of where everyone else is.
You can't get lost in a 4-horse field. Everybody knows where you are.
Back at Belmont, we're into the winner's circle for the number 6 American West. Impressive debut for this filly by Curlin for owner Peter Brandt, trained by Chad Brown, bred by Alpha Delta Stables. $12.40 winner. She was 5-1, 11-1 first-time starter. Emile Foy finished second.
Yeah, and Leah Marie had a perfect trip. Kendrick Carmouche had her right where you needed to be. She just did not stay the mile, but nice run from 2 first-time starters that I believe have futures.
Ones to watch moving forward for sure. Congratulations to the Connections. Always exciting to have a first-out 2-year-old winner, particularly here at Belmont Park in the fall.
Oh, absolutely. And, the fact that she was already able to get a mile, that bodes well for things going forward. Of course, your classic races like the Kentucky Oaks, 1 1/8. The Alabama, 1 1/4. Those are the kind of races you would hope that these fillies will develop into those kind of horses.
Filly by Curlin, you would think moving forward distance would not be any sort of problem. We're back here at Churchill Downs taking a look at your 3-2 favorite, Tiz McNamara, on his toes right now with Harley, our favorite. And how did you see this race? Because as you mentioned, a lot of them just have some questionable form.
They really do. Well, Critic's going to go to the lead. I mean, he's been showing speeds in sprints. This is his first time stretching out. He is by Orb. From a pedigree standpoint, you would think that would say he'd get the mile and a 16th of this race. I'm really baffled by this race. I have to be honest with you. Yeah, I was going to ask you, because I like to look at horses in the post parade. Who do you think the best looking horse in the post parade was?
Well, not being familiar with these horses, unfortunately, but I was with you. In short fields, I always prefer the speed. And the number 4 Critic, to me, just looked like he was one who could potentially set the pace. And the question is he going to hold on to it? Tiz McNamara is he's sharp on the track, though. He's really on his toes. I wonder with the 1 1/16 from the inside post, and Critic seemed to be getting a little bit warm out there. I'm wondering if we're going to see maybe a little bit sharpness with the blinkers on from Tiz McNamara.
I think you will, and I think John Cord is a rider that he kind of allows horses to use whatever natural speed they have, and he does look very sharp on the track. But actually, it was a trick question. The best-looking horse in this post-parade was Harley.
That's always the right answer.
That was a
Always
trick
the right
question. I'm
answer.
sorry.
Always the right answer. I knew you were going somewhere with that.
Yeah, that was too easy. Honestly, though, out of the racehorses on the track, I'll qualify.
Yeah, you should have been more specific.
Yeah, I'll go with the one, Tiz McNamara. And honestly, my handicapping at Churchill Down has been abysmal.
I'm right there with you, to be honest. Right there with you. Well, we talked about conditions of a race. So this is a condition where it's limited only to horses that are looking for their second career win. So you're not going to end up with a pool of horses that are very overly accomplished. These are horses that have only ever won once. They only broke their maiden. So it makes it for a little bit of a softer spot for them.
Well, it does. And Critic fits the bill as far as he's 1 for 9 as opposed to 1 for 11 for Tiz McNamara, 1 for 39 for just like Richie, and 1 for 18 on Bahama Channel. So he has had less tries. I don't like how warm he got, especially stretching out for the first time.
We'll see if today's the day for your man Richie, or if it's all about the one. Tiz McNamara could be a little bit more aggressive from the inside with blinkers on. Here's Travis Stone for the 4th at Churchill Downs.
And they're off. Good beginning for Bahama Channel for that outside post. Critic is showing speed now, and just like Richie and Tiz McNamara, Bahama Channel broke on top but is back into last as Tiz McNamara fires through toward the inside of Critic, and they hook up early on. Critic with a short lead. Tiz McNamara is running in second and backs out of there to settle in a length and a half off the pacemaker. Just like Richie comes away third, and now here's Bahama Channel moving up with a 3 or 4 ride bid up to be 4th, and it's a very condensed pack heading for the backstretch run. Critic is the leader. Leads by 3/4 of a length, untroubled so far. Just like Richie, prompts from the outside second. Tiz McNamara is down inside of Bahama Channel. They're together 3rd and 4th, but it's only about 2.5, maybe 3 lengths from top to bottom. In the opening quarter, 24 and 3/5 seconds. The pace is moderate at best, and it is Critic the leader heading for the far turn with Just Like Richie prompting on the outside second. Bahama Channel, 3 wide racing, 3rd for that far turn run. Tiz McNamara's down inside 4th, asked to pick it up just a bit. Within striking range, though, only 3 lengths behind, now 3 furlongs to go. And Critic trying to step on it. Critic holding on to the lead, opens up by a length. Just like Richie, fully extended in second, losing ground. Here's Bahama Channel. Tiz McNamara is putting in a bid toward the inside. At the top of the stretch, Critic is still the leader off the turn. Bahama Channel cruising up alongside. Confidently ridden is Bahama Channel, and for good reason. They've taken over willingly. Critic's going to try and fight on back in second. Tiz McNamara is 3rd, just like Richie gives way late at the final 16th. And Bahama Channel shake it up just a bit to open up by 2.5, now by 3. And Bahama Channel under the wire, much the best. Wins by 3 in the end. Critic was 2nd, Tiz McNamara 3rd.
A hand ride on Bahama Channel down to the wire. Just kept cruising by the rest of the field there.
It's kind of interesting because I'm not familiar with the rider C.A. Diaz on Bahama Channel, but he's only 5 for 124 this year, 4%. You'd have thought this guy wins a couple races a day, as confident as he was. He really just allowed this horse to keep on going forward gradually, didn't set him down or, override. And I really think you've got to give him a lot of credit for somebody who's not had a terrific year or, not that high profile to be as confident as he was.
Jockey Carlos Diaz, congratulations. Did everything right on this horse, cruised on by the pace-setting Critic, who used that speed but was not able to sustain it at the longer distances. We'll bring you prices and more coming up after this quick timeout.
Here we get down about 900 and about 900,000. Thank you.
He struck me as a classic distance type horse. The way he moved, his efficiency of his stride.
It was a freakish victory, and it was one of the reasons that made Cupid a horse to really keep an eye on.
To come off a long break like Cupid did, it's almost impossible, and just goes to show you the quality of horse he is.
Hi, Keisha.
Hi.
You sounded a
hello.
little.
I know.
Sounded a little like Elvis there, like.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. Glad to have you with us as we're bringing you racing from Belmont Park and Churchill Downs. And at Churchill Downs in the 4th race, it was the number 5 Bahama Channel off of a poor effort last time out at Indiana Grand. Had a ton of horse to just swoop by the rest of the field today.
Really looked like a winner pretty much every step of the way, and I'm sure it felt like that to Carlos Diaz, his rider, because he was ultra confident.
5-2 winner, $7.80, owned by Michael DeGrella. Congratulations to the Connections. Mild upset there at Churchill Downs. We'll bring you more racing from both of those tracks, but 1 week from today, Richie, the 145th running of the Preakness Stakes. And this year, it's the final leg of the Triple Crown. Here's a look at the probables. We'll draw the field on Monday.
Yeah, big field lining up for the Preakness in historic year, Preakness in October. Who'd have thought about it? Beautiful time of year in Maryland, though.
It is. I'm a big fan of Maryland. You and I got to work Maryland Million together at Laurel Park, and I'm looking forward to heading down to Pimlico next week. 1 of 2 for Bob Baffert, though. He'll have Kentucky Derby winner Authentic in there, but he'll also have 1,000 Words, who did rear up in the paddock before the Kentucky Derby. Late scratch. I spoke to Bob the other day. He said 1,000 Words is never a really flashy workhorse, but he just goes out there, does his business, doing well coming in.
Well, see, it's good to know that those kind of things, what's in character or out of character for particulars. I was not thrilled with this workout. I just didn't like his demeanor. He's not doing a whole lot. He's going in 102. People know I'm not a time guy, but also his ears are pinned, and he just doesn't look like he's enjoying it as much as when you see a horse that's really reaching out. I mean, it was fine. Just not the kind of work you usually see from a Baffert horse.
Like to see a little bit more in line of what we saw from Authentic, but again, as Bob Baffert mentioned, not a flashy workhorse as some of them aren't. He won the Shared Belief against Scratched out of the Kentucky Derby, but a horse we're looking forward to seeing who didn't get a chance to be entered in the Kentucky Derby was Art Collector for Tommy Drury, as he had a minor hoof issue. He grabbed himself, which sometimes can happen when the hind leg hits the heel of a front leg.
Yeah, and this is a completely opposite work of what we saw from 1,000 Words. Just really into what he's doing, reaching out in the bridle. Not only is he visually pleasing to the eye, but the time also bears that out. It's not how fast horse is going, it's how they're going fast. He's enjoying himself. I want you to keep an eye on the gallop out of Acacia, because when the rider kind of loosens his hold coming to the wire, he kicks it in another gear. Yeah. And the 8th past the wire was as good, if not better, than the 8th before the wire. This is enthusiasm seeing from this horse. I love this work. I've really been an admirer of this horse since the Bluegrass. He's, to me, the horse to beat in the Preakness.
A shame we didn't get to see him run against Tiz the Law and Authentic in the Kentucky Derby. It likely would have been the second choice heading into there, and one of the favorites certainly for the Preakness.
And the way he's working, I think he would have been tough in the Kentucky Derby, the way the result turned out. So I guess we could say 1,000 Words is the Allen Iverson of racehorses. He's like, we're talking about practice. Really? We're going to talk about practice?
I like it. For more on some of the Preakness contenders, Maggie, looking forward to what is shaping up to be a great race next week.
I'm jealous, Acacia. The Marylander doesn't get to go back home to Maryland here, but bon voyage to you as you head down for the Preakness. But we will be watching intently here in New York. But I, too, like Meg, really like Art Collector and his Last Breeze. Such an efficient mover, and just looks like he's enjoying himself out there. So happy to be working that last work that we checked out, and I can't wait to see what he does does at good old Hi-Ho Pimlico, but also hearing that the horse who finished second to him in the Bluegrass Stakes, Swiss Skydiver, off of her second place effort in the Kentucky Oaks, will be heading to Baltimore as well. As on Twitter, sounds as though Ken McPeak has confirmed plans to ship her to Maryland for this year's Preakness to take on the boys yet again. But we do have horses here in the paddock for this second level allowance race, and an interesting field in that, well, we don't see too many progeny of Toronado. But here we are. We have two occupying the two inside stalls here. The Irish Stallion, who won the Queen Anne Stakes at Royal Ascot and was no match, though, for Caraconte later on that year in the Breeders' Cup Mile. But here, too, is progeny, as we'll check out Tuned. She won at First Asking in the States for Graham Motion. And I like what I'm seeing from her. I wouldn't want her going much further than this. We saw how disappointing she was when she tried to stretch out to 1.25 miles, albeit, though, in heavy ground. Maybe that was more the case than the distance, but she doesn't look like one that really wants to go much further than a mile, mile and a 16th here, because she is sharp as well. She has those big rounded out hindquarters as you're checking out right now. Like I said, she's sharp. I don't know how she was in her first start at Keeneland, but today she is on it, as she will have to take down the other daughter of Toronado. And here in Stone Tornado, who looks fine as your current favorite, but Christophe Clement, he'll send out two in here. And the French bred number 4, Simplicity. I don't know how much I like that other than that she comes out of at Saratoga. It was a blanket finish. I don't know how good the horses that finished behind her are, but I like her. She is a big, strong, strapping filly, and just very poised and classy acting in the paddock. Even if I didn't really like that effort that much, I feel as though that was the first effort off of a layoff, because she's such a big, solid filly that maybe she needed it and she improves off of that effort. At least that's what I'm banking on, and that's what I'm hoping for here, as I really like what I'm seeing from her today for the ever white hot Christophe Clement Barn. Just seems to keep on rolling. But how about a little New York bred love here for number 5, Nico's Dream, who at least in her starts here of 2020 has run numbers that make her competitive on the turf in this spot. And like I said too, back when she was running against some venerable and tough New York breds in the day at the Spa, she has filled out tremendously here now as a 4-year-old filly, and just so much more relaxed and takes her racing in stride. I think, you know, the top few are tough in here, but she can make some noise, that's for sure, here for Saratoga Stable and Barkley Tag. Acacia.
Those familiar silks that we see carried by Tiz the Lawn. Maggie, thank you. And as she mentioned, this is a very nice field assembled here for this 4th race at Belmont. And Nico's Dream, we'll see if she can build off of those races that she's been coming out of, getting back on the grass today.
Yeah, her last race, she really didn't want any part of the dirt, but it was a short field, 3 horses, so she got basically a paid workout. Gets back to what she really wants to do, and she's consistent. She tries hard every time.
And she certainly does. 3-time winner now. She won an allowance back in May and then had a bit of a layoff before coming back at Saratoga. Couple in here for Christophe Clement. He does have Simplicity, the French bred last out winner. And we've got some European influence certainly in the pedigrees in here today, as Maggie mentioned, with it 2 by Toronado as well.
Yeah, huge European influence. 3 of them in here that actually started their careers in Europe and were imported here.
One of them, the number 1, Tuned for Graham Motion off the layoff.
Yeah, off the layoff, won last October at Keeneland. Interesting, she's out of Zagora, who was trained by Chad Brown, grade 1 stake winner for him. So he's got his fingerprint all over this race.
Chad Brown and Zagora, winner of the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Turf. And here's the 2 for Chad Brown, Stone Tornado.
Yeah, she looks a little bit tricky to ride. Like, you've got to kind of time your run just right. He tries Javier Castellano here. Boy, she couldn't look better on the racetrack.
Here's the number 3, Espresso Shot. She's had just 2 races on the turf. She's trying it again today.
Yeah, maybe would have appreciated if we had some rain and had come off the turf. I think she's in with some pretty good turf runners here.
Is a New York bred stakes winner, as well as here's the 4, Simplicity, French bred.
I like this filly quite a bit. She won off the layoff. Race certainly she could build on. No pace on there at all and really finished.
Facing a bit tougher today, but as Maggie said, when I saw her in the paddock last time, almost thought she was a colt at first. Here's the 5, Nico's Dream.
Nico's Dream, New York bred, who is as honest as the day's long. She's one of those lunch pail horses, I call them. Just shows up and goes to work.
Number 6, Palace Athene is next, coming out of the Glens Falls.
Turning back in distance and getting a little bit of class relief. Will she be as effective going a mile and a 16th?
And here's the 7, traipsing back on the turf as well out of that same race as Espresso Shot.
Yeah, and she's got some turf races that are good, but I think she would have to improve to be a contender here.
See if she can take a step forward. Jose Lascano climbing aboard for the first time today. That's the other one for Christophe Clement. You can join Naira Bets today and play all of the action on our program while earning up to a $200 deposit match bonus. New members use promo code MATCH200 when signing up and earn up to a $200 deposit match after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at NairaBets.com to earn that $200 deposit match. About 4 minutes away from race 4 at Belmont Park, the number 2 Stone Tornado for Chad Brown. As you mentioned, she looks a little bit tricky to ride. She's had 2 races in the U.S. so far. Both of them have been close. This one is back in July here at Belmont, where she was beaten ahead.
Yeah, and she rallied through traffic, and you got to like everything you're seeing from here because she's brave. She's going to split horses. And I don't know, like, it felt to me like she was supposed to win from there once she got out. Like, and then she just didn't finish the deal. Maybe if she got through smoother, but it just felt like she might have hung just a touch to me.
Beaten by half a length, 2 starts back. Chalor we'll see coming up a little bit later on in the Noble Damsel. So she's trying Graded Stakes Company now for Belmont. And this filly right now at 4-5. 2 strong races so far, one by the same stallion, though. You mentioned that impressive pedigree she does have on the bottom side. Zagora, also winner of the Diana Group Graded Stakes winner in both Europe and the U.S. We'll see if her daughter can win here at Belmont.
Yeah, I mean, you got to love the pedigree. The fact that she won her first start in this country, and that was off a layoff, not as long a layoff as she's doing this time, but Graham is so proficient at getting horses ready, trains out of Fair Hill. There's just so many different things you can do with horses there. And I thought she was pretty impressive here.
This is her win back at Keeneland, and it's often that you will see horses coming in from Europe maybe need a start in the U.S. Sometimes they maybe don't break as sharply, just kind of acclimating to the style of racing here. And it looked like she almost lingered a little bit and then just accelerated again and pulled away.
Yeah, it's interesting because it looks like she got there and did idle.
Yeah.
And then Javier asked her for best, and then she kicked on again. So I do think there's a lot to like about this filly. Now, you know, remember, we always talk about running to empty space. She gets post 1 here, which she had at Keeneland. But this is out of a chute, and a lot of empty space to her inside. The mile and a 16th configuration on the inner turf. They actually break on the outside part of the main turf course, run over the main turf course, and then onto the inner turf. And it's a little bit of a dog leg. They position the gate different than when I was riding. It used to be further back, and they kind of have moved it out a little bit and angled it a little bit. You see a lot of slow first quarters on the inner turf going to mile 16th because of the configuration. There's not as much of a run-up. And also, riders are just a little bit more careful. They don't allow horses to break as freely because they tend to duck left and right because it's just a kind of an odd no man's land there.
We saw where the gate is positioned on the turf course. For more on that number 1 Tuned breaking from the inside, let's check in again with Maggie.
Well, as you guys were talking about the difference in course configurations between here at Belmont and down at Keeneland, she also had a pretty fast pace to close into last time. And it's not like there's an abundance of speed here in this field, though we'll see, you know, I would think Espresso Shot is the one who goes, but then again, I don't know. There really isn't any confirmed speed type horses, but then sometimes when there is that scenario on paper, that's when you get a fast pace. But like I said, she's sharp today, so I don't think it's that much of a hindrance per se. I think she can put herself into a position to pounce if she doesn't mess up the break, as Meg was alluding to. But she's 9-2 on the board, but at 4-5 is the other daughter of Toronado in here, and Stone Tornado, and she ran well last time. I didn't like her at all in the paddock. I thought she looked a bit light. Her coat looked a bit dull. And then Chad opts to give her the entire of Saratoga off despite her training up there. So maybe there was something with her that he didn't like seeing, she was showing to him either. And I think that time away from the races has done her well. If anything, she's put on a little bit more weight. Her coat is so much more rich and hydrated, and she just looks far better than what she did going back to that July effort, and still that effort makes her a winner here at Acacia, so she should be pretty tough.
She should be. She looks the part. Good to hear that from Maggie. Stone Tornado 4-5 right now, but a classy group that she will have to contend with in this race.
It's a really good allowance race. These are all horses that could take a step up and eventually find themselves in stakes company.
We'll see who makes the best impression on the racetrack today. Some real European influence in the bloodlines and some classy fillies and mares who are about to throw it down, going a mile and a 16th on the Belmont turf course. We'll send it up to the voice of New York Racing, John Imbriel, for the 4th here at Belmont.
They're in the gate. And the rough. Espresso Shot breaks well. On the outside, Traipsing now moves up. Stone Tornado is up close as the field makes the turn and heads for the backstretch. Traipsing is the leader. Espresso Shot runs in second. And Simplicity is in third. On the inside is the favorite, Stone Tornado, who's racing in fourth position. And then we come back to Nico's Dream in fifth, followed by Palace Athene in sixth. And trailing the field is Tuned in seventh. The opening quarter mile, 24-2. Traipsing, Espresso Shot. A couple of long shots are 1-2 right now with the 4-5 favorite Stone Tornado down at the rail running in third. Simplicity is next in fourth, followed by Nico's Dream and Palace Athene. And Tuned continues to run in seventh at the back. Traipsing leads here by a length, with Espresso Shot running in second. Stone Tornado 2.5 lengths off the lead in third. Half mile, 49 seconds. Simplicity in fourth and moving up a bit now on the outside as the field goes around the far turn. Traipsing, Espresso Shot, they are now heads apart for the lead. Simplicity moves up on the outside, puts a head in front of Stone Tornado for third. Then it's Nico's Dream, far outside Palace Athene, and Tuned, 3/4 in 1:12-2. The field is in the stretch. It is Traipsing. Here comes Simplicity on the outside. Stone Tornado is in third, down towards the rail. It's Traipsing, Simplicity on the outside. Tuned, who was last, is putting in a late run here as they come down for the finish, but it's still Traipsing in front. Traipsing is the leader and the winner. Traipsing by a length. Then Simplicity, Tuned, and a photo for fourth between Stone Tornado and Nico's Dream.
Back on the turf, wire to wire, Traipsing under Jose Lezcano, and the Clement train continues to roll on.
Running 1-2
That's
here
right.
as well. So Traipsing, pace makes the race. Aggressively handled leaving the starting gate by Jose Lezcano. Was able to make the lead, control the race from flagfall to that's all. And just a clever, clever ride for a very hot stable. Christoph has just done an amazing job all year. This filly was good. Got an easy lead, but kept on going. Simplicity had a good run. No excuses from what I could see from the two Stone Tornado.
And then Traipsing dug in again to pull away a little bit more. Nice performance from her, Maggie, and Jose Lezcano continuing to take advantage, using speed to his best weapon there.
Exactly. I mean, there really wasn't any confirmed front runners, and Jose Lezcano saw that and said, I'm going. And that he did. And, this not necessarily out-and-out speed, but horses forwardly placed here on either turf course seem to be in an advantageous spot, and especially when you get to control and you have some quality to you, then that usually leads to a success. And it seems kind of in hindsight, they actually maybe thought a bit of this filly. She won off of that long layoff, going 3 back at Gulfstream. Then, he puts her in a stake race. Granted, it is the middle of summer at Gulfstream. You don't acquire the toughest fields, but still that spoke to a bit of confidence, and she was ready to go today, getting back on the turf. So well done. And I thought a good runner-up performance from Simplicity. You know, it was just that the fractions, it allowed Traipsing to have a little bit left in the tank, and she just couldn't quite get her stablemate. But as you were saying, I mean, Christophe Clement, considering that he doesn't have the numbers of a Todd Pletcher and a Chad Brown, his summer of 2020 is utterly outstanding, Acacia.
Barn has been on fire lately. We saw the success of the Nantucket Red Pants and has continued to carry over here, the big 1-2 finish. And just quickly on that race, we saw the number 1 Tuned, who didn't break well, got up for third.
Yeah, blew the brake a little bit, and honestly, you can make a case she may have been the best horse because she was further back than anybody else and closed best of all into a very slow pace.
Christophe Clement 1-2 at Belmont Park with big performances there. Churchill Race 5 is coming up next. We're on the main track, 7 furlongs for a $10,000 condition claiming race for 3-year-olds and upward. The number 1 at Most kicks things off.
Drops in class for trainer Dale Romans. Joe Talamo has some speed from the inside.
Here's the number 2, Ice Cap will be next, dropping in class for Steve Asmussen.
Yeah, more of a closing type, but also taking that drop in class. Going to need some help on the front end.
9 to 8 to 1, I should say, right now for that big closer, the gray. And we look next for the 3, Bowsen.
Yeah, another kind of one-run closing type, but sports 5 victories from 8 starts and is 1-for-1 at Churchill Downs, albeit with a little bit of a slower kind of speed figures.
Stepping up a bit off of a win and second off the bench, but now looking at the number 4, Town Drunk.
Town Drunk. Bad name for a horse. Come on with that. I hope he runs straight in the stretch. Gonna have to improve.
Here's the 5, Vivid Verse.
Vivid Verse changes surfaces. One start on dirt doesn't give me a lot of confidence.
Here's the number 6, Firehorn next, stepping up a bit.
Yeah, stepping up in class off of a poor effort. It's going to have to find a better race.
Currently tepid favorite, 7-2 is the number 7, Gangly.
Now, this horse makes a lot of sense. He's a horse that can get position. He's got good buyer figures. He's run well at Churchill Downs. He makes a lot of sense.
Here's the number 9, Vaquero Flies.
Yeah, a horse that just seems like he's kind of steadily slid down the ladder. Would have to find a race that I haven't seen recently.
Number 10, Cantrell Hill is next, second off the bench.
Another horse that's a major player, ran well last time at this distance. Declan Cannon's a rider that I've been impressed with. Every time I see him ride, I think he's a very strong finisher.
4-1 right now on the board for a horse off the back of a win. Here's the 11, Dino.
Dino, another one. I mean, he's got races, I guess, that are okay. Could put him in contention. I'm not seeing it.
Big long shot on the outside, half trick, but he has some early speed.
Does have some early speed going longer. Will that translate to this distance? One thing interesting, I thought Kenny Hargraves previously trained him at the fairgrounds. Kenny Hargraves was one of the guys that taught me to gallop horses many, many decades ago.
Very cool. We know that most horsemen, once they're working around horses, they do it forever.
Yeah, pretty much.
Twin Spires is offering up to $20 back if the horse you bet to win finishes second, and up to $10 back if the horse you bet to win finishes third. This offer is available on every race from Churchill Downs today through Sunday. Download the Twin Spires app or visit twinspires.com to opt in. I think it was Bob Baffert a few years back at the Eclipse Award that says, once horse racing gets in your blood, you're hooked.
Yeah, I think that's pretty much correct. and just to expound on Kenny Hargraves, too, I actually rode probably my first 8 or 10 races in his saddle. He had been a jockey previous, then he went to work for my boss, Galloping Horses, cool. Kind of an assistant role. And when you first start, you really can't afford to buy all your own tack. And so he lent me his saddle for probably my first 8 or 10 rides.
That's fantastic. Love to hear stories like that for sure. We're looking at the number 3, Bowsen, off of the win at Ellis Park last time out. Hadn't run since April, so had a bit of a layoff. Came back for the $5,000 claiming tag last time and did get up just in time to win by a neck.
Yeah, and under Corey Lannery, who stays put here. And now this is tougher, but you know what? He was able to win off of that freshening. He was game. He had to wait for room, come out from behind horses, and he finished the deal, giving you the impression that the 7 furlongs would be fine. I like the fact that he's 1-for-1 at Churchill. And you know with Corey Lanerie, you're going to get a ground-saving ride. The guy likes to fight the rail. He'll stay in there. He doesn't bail out of that spot too easily.
Going to use saving ground to his advantage. This horse did wire the field to win on a sloppy track at Fairgrounds back in December when with Tom Amoss, but came from off of the pace last time in a pretty tenacious ride to run down the pace setter that day.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you look at his 3 victories that I'm looking down at, they all came with Corey Lanerie.
Seems to suit him quite well, I would say. We'll see if that good momentum continues. The number 7, Gangley, still, though, your tepid favorite. As you mentioned, stretching out a little bit in here to the 7 furlongs off of a couple of 6 furlong races and can get some good forward position.
Yeah, I think this horse just makes a lot of sense. Rafael Bejarano kind of found his form again when he moved back to Kentucky. Just seemed to got a little bit lost the last year in California, but you know, he's not winning at a high percentage right now, but all the horses are running well and he's hitting the board a lot, and this horse makes sense to me.
He won on this horse a couple starts back at Ellis Park back in July to get the non-winners of 2 condition, stepping up to a little bit tougher today. The 10, Cantrell Hill. You had mentioned Declan Cannon riding in good form. He won on this horse last time when claimed by John Ortiz, but Declan has a history with this horse going back to last year with previous connections.
Yeah, and sometimes, you know, when you've ridden a horse consistently, you get a lot of confidence in them. You develop a relationship. You both kind of know each other. You know the horse's habits, what they like, what they don't like. The fact that this horse ran so well off the bench, you know, you have 2 schools of thought. Does he regress from that because it was a hard race off the bench, or can he go forward off of it?
That was at 7 furlongs to get the non-winners of 2 condition. Again, now stepping up a bit. He's got some horses who boast some more wins to their name, including that number 3, Bowson, that we were just talking about, who's a 5-time winner from 8 career starts. Loading in for the 5th at Churchill Downs. We'll see how things do play out here, and we'll send it up to track announcer Travis Stone, who has the call for the 5th.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Town Drunk, good start. Gangley 2, Cantrell Hill is there. Dino and Half Trick on the far outside. Racing up the chute and coming for the main track, and it is Town Drunk out there setting the pace. Atmos for that inside post grabs a forward spot. Now 2nd, Vivid Verse right there 2. Gangley comes away 4th. Cantrell Hill is 5th. Ice Cap is 6th. And then it's Dino back running along in 7th, about 6 lengths off the lead, followed by Bowson, who's 8th and inside. Half Trick comes away 9th by 3. Firehorn is 2nd to last early, and Baquero flies the last of them all. The opening quarter in 22 and 4/5 seconds. Town Drunk onto the far turn. Town Drunk the leader by a length. Vivid Verse on the chase from 2nd. Atmos inside 3rd. Gangley moves up 1 spot outside. Gangley within striking range, 2 lengths off the lead. And Cantrell Hill is there too, coming with a 4-wide bid. Ice Cap's in behind. Half Trick followed by Dino. Down inside, Bowson's going to try and cut the corner off the turn. Top of the stretch now. Here comes Vivid Verse. Vivid Verse grabs the lead from Town Drunk, kicks away. Vivid Verse opens up by 3. Cantrell Hill on the outside runs up into 2nd. Vivid Verse 2.5 length lead. Cantrell Hill's closing fast. Here comes Cantrell Hill, now a length behind, 100 yards to go. Vivid Verse needs the wire. Cantrell Hill's closing. These 2, photo. I think Vivid Verse held on. Cantrell Hill right there. Gangley 3rd. Bowson 4th.
Photo finish, but it looks like the number 5, Vivid Verse, might have held on a late closing Cantrell Hill. But either way, both of these horses ran a very big race today.
And once again, my batting average at Churchill Downs slides. I didn't like this horse at all coming off the turf. He had 1 dirt race that I thought left a lot to be desired, and so he just basically goes gate to wire, almost gate to wire.
Joe Sharp, always dangerous, and Gabriel Saez with another heads-up ride, tight down to the wire between the 5 and the 10. We'll let you know the outcome of the photo after this.
continues to battle on down towards the rail. On the outside, it's Paris Lights. Antoinette is in third. And now they're inside the 8th pole. And it is Crystal Ball and Paris Lights. And we've got a thrilling stretch duel in the Coaching Club American Oaks. The two fillies come down for the finish, and it's going to be Paris Lights.
Mid-Atlantic Fall Yearlings. Over 550 cataloged with over 150 New York breds. Ranked among the top yearling sales in North America by Grade 1 and graded stakes winners sold. Recent grads include Captain Scotty, Field Pass, Project Whiskey, and Pumpkin Rumble. The Fasig-Tipton Mid-Atlantic Fall Yearling Sale, Monday and Tuesday, October 5th and 6th, after the Preakness in Timonium, Maryland. Where will you be?
You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. Glad to have you along for the ride as we owe you some prizes. We'll start with the 5th race at Churchill Downs, and there was that tight photo finish. Turns out it was the number 5 Vivid Verse over the number 10 Cantrell Hill, who was closing pretty strongly, but big performance from Vivid Verse going to the dirt today.
Yeah, change in surface. I didn't see this one coming. 1660 Cantrell Hill ran well, was caught a bit wide from that post 10, but again, jockey Declan Cannon with that strong finish.
Vivid Verse, owned by Highlander Training Center, trained by Joe Sharp. Congratulations to the connections back at Belmont Park. It was a Christophe Clement exacta with the number 7 Traipsing holding on after setting the pace under Jose Loscano.
What a pretty filly, too.
Yeah,
love the way
beautiful.
she looks. Really carries herself. Pace makes the race. She controlled it from the front end, paying $28 to win, $10.20 to place.
It's homebred for Stone Farm, who their leeway won yesterday for the barn as well. So Stone Farm having a good couple of days, too. We are looking next at the 2-year-olds, New York Breds on the turf for the 5th race. Redmond currently the favorite, but don't look now. Christophe Clement has one and Wicked Easy in there.
Yeah, I like this this colt a lot, too. Half to More Mischief, Decorator Jen. Decorator Jen has a beautiful Constitution filly that I was at Jim and Allison McGowan's place up in Saratoga that they'll be selling at Fasig-Tipton sale after Breeders' Cup, Night of the Stars sale. Absolutely glorious looking weanling. So I feel like a little connection, and I believe this colt will really like stretching out.
All right, we'll see what happens coming up. Richie, we're saying goodbye to you here, but it's been great working alongside you as always.
I had a lot of fun and enjoy the rest of the day. Some great stake action coming up.
Some very good racing coming up. Andy Sterling will be joining me on the desk, but first we'll send it down to the paddock. Let's check in with Maggie Wolfendale for the 2-year-olds coming up next.
Acacia, thank you. And I'm actually not surprised to see the first-time starter Bredman as your current favorite because He looks the best here in the paddock, to be completely honest, here for John Terranova, as he is a son of Constitution. But John actually trained the dam, who did win or break her maiden on the turf. There hasn't been much other production, but this guy looks like a turf horse. He looks like a turf router. He looks incredibly fit. He's been professional. He's just everything you want to see in a first-time starter. And two, my eye just keeps going back to him, So I think the money is meaningful, and he certainly backs it up here in the paddock. Next, we'll move on to some who have run, and that is most of the field, including number 1, Hulin, for Graham Motion, who will add blinkers today, and a fairly full cup on this guy who was very green in the paddock in pre-race and also green out in the racetrack. He actually ran okay, considering he never really had clear running room going the 5.5 furlongs, and he just seemed a bit unsure to go through holes and kind of ran a bit on the spotty side, so therefore putting blinkers on makes total sense to me. And because he has a lot of size to him, he has quite leggy as well, I think more ground should be to his liking here, as I think he's pretty interesting with that equipment and the stretch. Now, number 3, Mass Marauder, he will try stretching out and the turf for the first time. He actually has a fairly slack pasterns. I was kind of against him going into this race, but the more I watch him, the more I look at him, now that he has the tack on, the more I think he might be able to handle this surface change. Now, he is by Palace Malice. They're okay turf. I mean, it's not a positive influence, but it's not necessarily a negative one. And there has been one turf winner out of the dam. And 2, he just looked like a horse who needed to start in his debut. He was very heavy, and he actually ran pretty well. So the fact that he ran well going 6.5, and they immediately say, let's go long on the turf, says that the connections kind of wanted to do this from the get-go. So I think he's very intriguing. Massive turf oath to him, actually, to boot. Moving on to the 7-in-year Wicked Easy, as we heard Megan Acacia just talking about. The race last time was won by his female stablemate, who was beating the boys at first asking, which often you will see, and it's quite typical for trainers to run the fillies against the colts or geldings early on in their careers, just because the fillies are a little bit more, especially mentally mature, but also physically mature, and because kind of on the level playing field. But this guy just looked like he needed a start, even for Christophe Clement. Just that much more defined now through his barrel and his flank, and more ground, because he's kind of this scopier, evenly built horse that I think he should actually appreciate getting more ground. He's kind of actually changed a bit from that first start, in that he's gotten a little bit more stretchy as well. He seemed kind of compact and almost on the doughy side at first asking. Now he's just becoming a little bit more athletic, even in that brief time in between races, from July till 2 months later here in September. And now we just got the Riders Up call. So we have 7 minutes to post here for Belmont's 5th race coming up soon here, and looking forward to these 2-year-olds participating on the turf course. We will welcome in Andy Sterling, and Acacia and I will be back with you momentarily. Stay tuned.
Need help in finalizing your picks for the next race? Check out the Trackmaster selections provided by Equibase on every U.S. thoroughbred and harness track on Naira Bets. Use these selections to get quick expert advice from professionals in the business. Check out the thumbs up graphic next to the pick in the wager pad and scroll down for more details on the horse. Trackmaster selections available on Naira Bets and the Naira Bets app.
Nobody wants to fall into a safety net, but when adversity or hardship presents itself, it beats the alternative. Since 1943, the Jockey Club Safety Net Foundation has been serving those individuals and families in need across every facet of the thoroughbred industry. Help us continue to be the safety net and catch those most in need. Visit tjcfoundation.org to learn more.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
Constitution is best up-and-coming sire.
He's beautiful. He's well-balanced.
He's throwing classic-type horses and horses that can go on to be stallions.
This horse has a chance to be very important.
There's really nothing not to be excited about. He's done everything right so far.
He's going to have a big career as a sire, even much better than he did it as a racehorse.
Whether it be long, short, grass, dirt, they can do it all.
He's over-delivered as much as any horse that I've seen.
He's really a dream of a stallion.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2, brought to you by Naira Bets, where you can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit NairaBets.com to get started or download the app. I'm joined now by Andy Serling as we kick off the post parade for the 5th year. Andy, with Hulen.
Hulen's taken a lot of money in doubles and could vie for favoritism by post time. Graham Motion does not have great numbers stretching out.
Here's the three. We saw the 3 Masked Marauder go by trying the turf. Here's the 4 Bredman.
Bredman is heavily bet a first-time star, so probably dangerous. I like Masked Marauder more after the post parade.
We'll talk about that one in a bit. Looking now at the 2 Arrowheart.
Yeah, I didn't see much to recommend. Actually, I shouldn't say that for John Kimmel. Ran okay, but got a fast pace to close it for 3rd last time.
Here's the 6 next to Opus Curls.
Yeah, first time on the turf, and I do not see a ton of turf pedigree.
Next, we'll see the number 7, Wicked Easy, stretching out.
I just didn't see anything to recommend in the first start for this horse, stretching out, second time out for Christophe Clement.
Next will be the number 9 here, I'm Blaming You, another one stretching out in distance.
This one I thought ran well enough after breaking a little slowly first time out that could improve stretching out.
And here's the 10, Pivotal Run, 3-1 on the board.
The horse to beat last time, got a fast pace to close into, but lost to a horse that really ran.
Very impressive winner that day. Here's the 11, Hurtgen Forest.
Goofy long shot that did a little running despite being way, way behind the field last time. A half to a long shot that won here in its second start at 73-1.
Getting blinkers on today as we wrap up the field with the 12, Mambo Nick for dangerous connections with firsters.
Yeah, the dam actually was a turf winner its first foal. And, you know, I don't like Frost Giants in the turf, but there is some pedigree at a big price.
We saw Richard Lugovich win with 2-year-old firster Hold the Salsa here in the spring at a big, big price. So as I mentioned, pleased to be joined by New York Racing Association analyst and handicapper Andy Serling. Now you'll be on through the rest of the shows. We have 2-year-olds here looking towards the future, and up a little bit later on 2 graded stakes, including the Vosburg win, and you're in for the Breeders' Cup Sprint.
I agree, but those races look good. The stakes look good. This is a very interesting race coming up, and I actually kind of wanted to talk a little about Masked Marauder, a horse that I thought was an interesting horse in this race. Ran well enough in the dirt that you would have thought the connections would have tried dirt the next time out. But there is a lot of pedigree. This horse could move up on the turf. So I think it's an interesting move for this one, and 5-1's fair. And for those who look at Will Pays, this horse, there's a very, very low payout in the pick 3 with number 3 Masked Marauder relative to the other horses. And I think it's kind of worth looking at. Somebody made a big play to make a score with Masked Marauder.
All right, well, good luck to you. If you're still alive on the number 3 Masked Marauder, we'll welcome in another member of our team now, though. He's a little bit of a Masked Marauder as he's at his home in Texas, Jonathan Kinchin. Welcome. We have 2-year-olds coming up. How did you see this race?
Yeah, you know, I think at first glance, the one down on the rail, Hulen was one that I was very interested in, you know, adding the blinkers. And typically when I look at races and I'm watching replays, I struggle to kind of see if a horse needs or doesn't need blinkers. But I think in this situation, it was pretty clear the horse was kind of starting and stopping and kind of taking herself out of the race and then and then back into the race. And I think that now getting the blinkers on is a help. But like Andy mentioned, this isn't really one of Graham Motion's best moves, but I do think this horse has some talent with putting the blinkers on. I expect the horse to run better than the horse ran previously up at Saratoga. And then the 4, there must be a story about the 4, about this horse. And I looked at the workout at XBTV. It was visually impressive. When a horse takes this much money from the morning line, regardless, there's got to be a story that this horse can run a little bit. So I would keep an eye on that one. And I think Andy leads to some really interesting cues with the 3 Masked Marauder. Looking at those Will Pays is a great opportunity to have an idea of where the final odds are going to end in a lot of these races. Sometimes you'll see horses take early money, and it's just someone made an early bet, and that number will creep back up. But if there's a short will pay, it can insinuate that maybe that these prices are going to stay the same. So for me, I like the one on the rail, Hulen, but I'm also not interested in betting the 4 Breadman, but I think the Breadman is obviously live.
We'll see if Breadman can bring the bread home today. Jonathan, thank you. Number 4, first-time starter with John Velasquez up, taking a lot of attention.
Yeah, horse took a lot of money. I think you have to respect the money. It's not a turf pedigree, not a screaming turf pedigree. They paid a lot of money for this horse, though, and they are betting this horse. So as Jonathan said, probably means the horse can run a little bit. The one whose name I can't pronounce, it's an Irish name.
Hulen.
No, is that what it is, Hulen?
That's how John and Brielle said it first time out, so that's what I'm going off of.
Grand Motion doesn't have, not his best numbers. He has horrendous numbers stretching out maidens in the turf, just especially when they're second-time stars. And we have seen a lot of horses from Grand Motion that ran really well in their debuts sprinting that looked like they wanted to be stretching out, and they just don't win. We saw one the other day. I get it. This horse is not likely to be 5-1. This horse is co-favored with the 4 in doubles, so likely will take late money. I think quickly my point with Mass Marauder is that pick 3 is $282. The double is $100 for $1. The pick threes, the pick threes for the 1 and 4 are $600. Their doubles are $70. So somebody is looking to take down about 2/3 of the pool, actually, with Max Marauder. As far as the 10 pivotal run, it's just a very logical horse in here. First time out, I mean, got a fast pace to close into. Broke a little slow, which probably didn't hurt because they're moving so fast, but I thought Kendrick did everything right. He just made, saved ground the first turn. He made a little bit of a wide move, 3-4 wide the second turn, but sort of better to make those kind of moves. Just lost to a horse that won like a running fool. I think you and I were on together when this horse won. I have some memory. This horse was really running in this race, and I mean, I don't think it was a bad performance by Pivotal Run. I just think this is the logical horse, and the horses that run the grass.
Big performance, first time out behind Step Dancer, who won for fun that day. For more on the rest of the field, let's check in with Maggie.
Check in with the long shot in here for my good friend Arch Kingsley, as number 11, Hurtgen Forest, will be making a second start coming out of that race. And we saw him lingering around in the back of the pack. Definitely needs blinkers on as far as I could tell. And 2, he's a horse that really, he looked fit and he was very lean, but it looked as though he could strengthen. And it looks as though he's done that, to be honest, as we'll see his sister run tomorrow, I believe, for her 3rd career start back on the turf, hopefully. But I think Hurtgen Forest can certainly move forward from that effort, especially with the blinkers on here. And just one that maybe you throw in kind of underneath, because at least he has the distance into him, and therefore he's one that definitely wants to run this far, where some of them maybe you're questioning how far they ultimately want to go. Acacia?
35-1 on this horse right now, Maggie. Thank you. And you have some interest in him as well, Andy.
Well, if you watch the race, this horse was so far behind the second to last horse in the turn for home that you almost feel like you're watching the wrong race. It takes so long for this horse to get in the picture. And it felt like when Junior Alvarado, and you can't blame Junior Alvarado not beating up on a horse that was 30 lengths behind, kind of shook the reins a little with the stretch. This horse was passing horses, and you see that interest 16th pole in the short comment. So there was a little bit of run, and I'm almost sure this horse is a half to a horse that I think 3 years ago won our last race at 73-1 with Shannon Uski that our friend Greg Wolf made a lot of money on.
I would think Greg would remember that race.
A second-time starter, and I believe this horse is a half to that horse. So who knows? Maybe this is the kind of horse, as Maggie said, not the worst horse to throw in. I threw in some exactas and bet a couple bucks to win at 30-1.
Worth taking a shot at that price, getting blinkers on today. Arch Kingsley, known mostly for training jumps horses over the hurdles, but can do very, very well with flat horses too. This one, a big price on the board, as the number 1, Hulen, continues to take some attention, as does the 4, Breadman, the first-time starter for John Terranova, who has Funny Guy waiting in the wings coming up a little bit later on in the Vosburg. Loading in, we'll send it up to the voice of New York racing, John and Brielle, for race 5, the 2-year-olds on the turf. New York breds in the spotlight here at Belmont Park.
There in the gate.
and they're off. Slow starts for both Breadman and Opus Curls. There's Masked Marauder going out for the early lead. I'm Blaming You up on the outside is right alongside of Wicked Easy. They're heads apart, second and third. Hergen Forest runs in fourth. Arrowheart down at the rail next in fifth. Breadman has moved into sixth position. Then it's a break of a length and a half. To a Pivotal Run in seventh. Coolin down on the inside in eighth. Then Mambonic and Opus Curls. The quarter win in 23 and 4/5 seconds. Masked Marauder by 3/4 of a length. I'm Blaming You runs in second and right behind the trio of Arrowheart, Wicked Easy, and on the outside Hergen Forest. Then Breadman, who runs along in sixth, followed on the outside by Pivotal Run and at the rail by Coolin. At the back are Mambonic and Opus Curls. Half mile, 47 and 3/5 seconds. Masked Marauder continues to lead here, and the lead is a length. I'm Blaming You in second. Long shot Hergen Forest on the outside in third. Down at the rail is Arrowheart in fourth, and Wicked Easy runs in fifth, followed by Breadman, Coolin, and Pivotal Run. They're at the top of the stretch. It's Masked Marauder, who's been in front right from the start. Ran 3/4 in 1:11 and 4. It's Masked Marauder in front. Here's Breadman picking it up now on the outside as they hit the eighth pole. It's Breadman on the outside, and on the inside it's Masked Marauder. Breadman has the lead. Masked Marauder is now back running in second. And Breadman, the bread winner here, won by 2 lengths. Masked Marauder was second. It's a photo for third.
First time starter taking attention, number 4, Breadman with John Velasquez. That would make Johnny V now just 2 wins away from 2,000 career wins at Belmont Park, but first time starter gets it done.
And it's not as though anybody else closed in here, and there was a significant gap back from second to all the other horses who were bunched up. So really, if the 3 ran a winning race, and I'm not saying it because I picked them, it's not a 3-to-1 shot. I'm saying X the 4, the 3 just dominated on the front end in here. So it shows how well the 4 ran, was really my point, that he was sort of running in a completely different race than everybody else because he was running by everybody when nobody else was running by anybody. Yeah. So he actually ran very, very well in this race to win, and the money was right. I mean, Masked Marauder did run. He just ran into a buzzsaw. The guy who needed that horse in the pick 3, I mean, he was right. He was sharp. He just didn't realize he was running into a buzzsaw, and the money was right first time out, and that's the way it worked out.
John Terranova and John Velasquez win with a first-time starter over a nice turf debut for Masked Marauder. Here at Churchill Downs, we have the 6th race coming up next. Andy Maiden Special Weight, 7 furlongs on the main track. Steve Asmussen with the favorite to the inside. This is for 3-year-olds and upward as we'll get right into our post-parade. 8-5 currently on the number 1, Moliere.
Ran fast enough first time out. Understand what's horse taking money. Way the horse to beat.
Big pedigree on this one. Have to multiple graded stakes winner Terrace, who is a good dirt sprinter.
Ooh, Broker Made at Aqueduct first time out.
Yeah, absolutely. Number 2, Full Authority is next.
Has had plenty of chances. I mean, hasn't run badly. Has a lot of speed, though.
Number 3, Totally Jimbo's a first-time starter up next for Larry Jones.
This horse is a half to Totally Boss, which makes me wonder why the horse sold so cheaply. It's kind of more of a turfish pedigree, but could have some talent in the pedigree.
The Dam did win sprinting on dirt once, going long on the dirt, so we'll see if that influence does come. But as you mentioned, Totally Boss, very nice turf horse. So we'll look for another first-time starter, the 4 Guided Missile.
I didn't see a lot in the pedigree, but it's taking a little bit of money. A homebred for Gary and Mary West, of course, who have maximum security.
Getting ready in the Awesome again against Improbable later today. Phil D'Amato, the trainers. We have a second-time starter, number 5, Pledge of Allegiance by Constitution.
Nobody said the pledge in high school more than I did.
Say that again?
Nobody said the Pledge of Allegiance in high school more than I did.
I like that.
I did the announcements every day, so I used to read it every morning over the PA.
So you know it like the back of your hand. I learned something about Andy Serling today. The 6 is Fastly.
Fastly's actually run well in his races, and he cuts back from a mile to 7 furlongs, so he's got the bottom.
We'll see how that turnback bodes for him today. The number 7, Lake Nimrod, is getting blinkers on.
Another horse that ran well in his last start. I mean, this is not a bad field. I mean, I agree that Moliere is the horse to beat, but this field is no pushover.
And we have a first-time starter on the outside at a big price, Proteria.
For, I believe, the trainer of Caleb's Posse.
That's right. Well done. This one have to a grade 1 placed horse. Suddenly breaking news. That's the field. 35-1 on that first-time starter. Right now, it's time now for the Twin Spires market mover. Jonathan, what do you have for us here in the 6th?
Yeah, well, look, I mean, if you look at the board, the one Moyer is obviously taking a lot of money, but the market can sometimes be right. But in this situation, I think the market's a little aggressive here. This horse did not take very much money at Ellis Park. First out for Steve Asmussen, and Steve Asmussen's one of those trainers like Chad Brown, Todd Pletcher, Bob Baffert. They take money when they're live, and the fact that this horse was 8-1 that day, got an outside stalking trip, will not get that outside stalking trip here today. And I just feel like at 7-5, it's a little bit short. It's much easier for these first-time starters, in my personal opinion, that when they're drawn towards the outside, they don't have to worry about horses laying on top of them. They're in the clear. They don't have to worry about being pressured to move earlier than they want to. This is the kind of trip that you want if you get a first-time starter. Sitting chilly right outside, and then the attempt to run by and couldn't get by Beaver Hat here. And so, look, was 8-1 that day, is being bet like they can't lose here. I think there's a lot of ways you can go in here. I think the 3 Totally Jimbo first out for Larry Jones is interesting, taking quite a bit of money on the board. The 4 Gilded Missile first time for Phil D'Amato seems to be working well, taking money. I think there's a lot of ways you can go. I would not be lazy and take the 7-5 here on Moyer, but if the market suggests maybe she's live. He's live, excuse me.
It does, Jonathan. Thank you. 7-5 right now on that Steve Asmussen runner. And Twin Spires is offering up to $20 back if the horse you bet to win finishes second, and up to $10 back if the horse you bet to win finishes third. This offer is available on every race from Churchill Downs today through Sunday. Download the Twin Spires app or visit twinspires.com to opt in. 6-5 on this horse now.
I realize I get caught sometimes correcting people incorrectly, but Moliere.
It is a difficult name, to be fair.
Moliere would be offended to hear Jonathan mispronounce his name, the man who also didn't know the name of a famous painter. I gotta get some culture into Jonathan. I gotta tell you, it's not all about Jay-Z, Jonathan.
Andy's gonna take Jonathan on some cultural trips. As there's a look at the Churchill trainer standings.
I do have to say,
Steve
I do have to say, on a scale of 1 to 10. I do have to say, on a scale of 1 to 10, if we did a Twitter poll on who's got more culture between myself and Andy, I think it could be Rachel Alexandra-esque.
I agree. Who would you be in there? I don't even think you would be that horse of Mark Hennig's that finished third in the Mother Goose. There's more culture than just modern culture. I'm sure on current pop culture, you would beat me. On actual culture in the history, I think you're in trouble if you couldn't pronounce Moliere or Gauguin.
I would pay all the money I have in my bank account to see Andy walking down the high school hallways when he was on his way to give the morning announcements. I think that'd be a lot of fun to watch.
You know, it's funny. I did them my junior and senior year in high school. It was fun, actually. Who knew?
Who knew?
Actually, Brad Ewing knew. He's the one who asked me to do them. I replaced Brad when I was in high school, and Brad knew what my career should be, I guess.
Well done. I think that really, it set you up well for your current job. Who, if you had to give a pick, who would you take here in the 6th at Churchill?
You know, I don't disagree with Jonathan, by the way, that Moliere is not a great bet at a short price. I think he's the likeliest winner, but at a better price, I'd take the 6 Fastly.
All right, we'll see if Fastly can get to the winner's circle today. Slight turn back from the mile to the 7 furlongs. Nice maiden special weight. Very interesting race coming up here. Steve Asmussen looking to extend that lead in the trainer standings with the 1 Moliere by his Preakness winner, Curlin, as Steve gets ready to send out 3 in the Preakness next week. Here's Travis Stone for the 6 at Churchill Downs.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Fastly, good start. Lake Nimrod is there. Toward the inside, Totally Jimbo's up close as well. Moliere comes through toward the inside to challenge 2. They come onto the main track, and Moliere is up to challenge Full Authority for the lead. Right there, 2 Totally Jimbo, Fastly, and Lake Nimrod. 5 across the track down the backstretch run. 2.5 lengths back to Guided Missile, who angles over toward the inside in 6th. 5 back to Pledge of Allegiance, who broke near the top but is now second to last. And at the back is Pateria, about 12 lengths behind. 22-2 is at opening quarter. Moving for the far turn run. Full Authority head-to-head with Moliere. And right there is Fastly, 3 wide third. Fastly up into second. Now Moliere's back into third. Totally Jimbo's in behind while 4th. Guided Missiles bottled up inside 5th. Lake Nimrod is 6th and wide. They move for the top of the stretch. And here's Fastly. Fastly takes over, 1/4 mile to go. Guided Missile pops outside, moves up into second now. Guided Missile's coming after Fastly. Totally Jimbo's now third. Racing for the mid-stretch marker. Fastly up against the inside short lead. Guided Missile's worked out a good trip and is coming on from far behind. Pledge of Allegiance rolls up into third, 16th. Guided Missile strikes to front. Fastly fights on. Pledge of Allegiance third, down to the wire. Guided Missile and Fastly. It's going to be close. Head bob, either way. Guided Missile idled just a bit when making the lead. Fastly came on late. It's close.
Close down to the wire. Looks like the number 6, Fastly, might have hung on inside, but a big, though a little bit green, effort from Guided Missile. First asking ran very well.
Yeah, in Pledge of Allegiance also finished third. Guided Missile had a perfect trip, got a great ride from Tyler Gaffalione. Just hung in the stretch, and it felt like, first I said to you, I thought the 6 was going to hold on, and I wish I had bet it 6-1, and then said no, Fastly's gone, or Guided Missile's gone by, but drifted here and kind of blew it. I mean, I don't blame Tyler. I think the 6 held on though, but the 4 kind of his own worst enemy in the late stages.
Looks like Fastly, with that experience, might have held on for Brett Calhoun. Taking another look here, and I mentioned Guided Missile maybe being a little bit green. Has never done this before. First time starter. Just did seem to idle a little bit in the stretch. A little bit erratic all over the track as well there.
Yeah, no, ducking out clearly may have cost him. Now, I'm not familiar with the angle. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he got it. I would have guessed the 6, but I'm being a fatalist because I wish I'd bet the 6 6-1.
Ended up going off at a generous price. Fastly did, getting that slight turn back. A horse that has been knocking on the door. Ran a mile last time out at Churchill.
That's close.
That is very close.
Yeah, 4 might have got him. That's close.
Looking at it again.
I usually give the inside an edge if there's a big gap between the two of them, but that's the way it works around here. I'm not sure that necessarily works the angle at Churchill. 4 got him. Good. Glad I didn't bet.
Now there's no remorse to have for not betting. A little bit green, but ran well. Number 4, Guided Missile, just got up. Homebred for Gary and Mary West. Trained by Phil D'Amato, Tyler Gaffalione in the saddle. And got a chance to get up and win a race there with that first-time starter. Congratulations to the Connections over a game Fastly. We'll have Belmont Park coming up next. There's a look at that beautiful paddock. We had the 6th race after this. Maiden claiming on the inner turf course after this quick timeout.
DeMarchelier offers breeders a rare opportunity. Out of a full sister to champions yesterday and Quarter Moon, his picture-perfect pedigree includes 8 Grade 1 winners under the first 3 dams. A winner in his 2-year-old debut at Aqueduct, he was named a TDN Rising Star. He captured a decisive victory at Keeneland and won the Grade 3 Pennine Ridge Stakes at Belmont. The only son of top sire Dubois standing in Kentucky. DeMarchelier, new for 2020 at Claiborne Farm.
Triple Crown dreams can dawn anywhere. This one at Sequel, New York in the Hudson Valley, when Twin Creeks Racing foaled a handsome son of Constitution. Saratoga Stables chased the dream at the Fasig-Tipton New York bred yearling sale in 2018, when they outbid competitors to land 'Tis the Law. And at the 152nd Belmont Stakes, it was time to test the dream.
'Tis the Law, and the New York bred is gonna win New York's Belmont Stakes.
Make your dreams come true with the registered New York bred.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you as always by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started with the Naira Bets app or at nairabets.com. Well, this spring, the New York Racing Association launched a new charitable initiative for the Belmont backstretch community during the COVID-19 pandemic. September 30th is your last chance to support the cause by purchasing a Belmont Tough or Saratoga Tough t-shirt online, with all net proceeds benefiting 3 different organizations to support the Belmont backstretch workers. To purchase a shirt, visit shop.naira.com. Such an important cause for our backstretch workers here, the men and women who care for these horses, really the unsung heroes.
Without them, we wouldn't have jobs. Nobody would be able to bet on our races. So they are the people that make this game go. No question about it, Keisha.
Make sure you get on over there, check out, get some shirts, and help support some wonderful causes. We have the 6th race coming up next, the Maidens. Valletta, currently your 5-2 favorite. We'll head down to the paddock now. Check in with Maggie.
Well, Acacia, I wasn't necessarily expecting Valletta to be favored in here, but here we are, because I was hoping to get a better of a price on her because I think she looks fantastic. First off the claim for trainer Danny Gargan, and while she looked good before, I just think this is the right kind of spot for her. Danny has been patient and waited out to run her back in this maiden 40, in which last time out we saw her participating up at Saratoga, and I thought she lost more ground than any horse and made up while making up the most ground of any other runner in that field. And she looks fantastic here. She's fit. She's a big, good-looking daughter of Into Mischief, and I just really like what I'm seeing, and I suppose the public does as well. Next, we'll move on to number 4 in here. That is Hard One, who drops back down to this level and cuts back in distance, which is the right move here. And she has run fast enough to be very competitive in here. And she's one that this year has just really mentally matured as well. Each time she comes over, she just gets a little bit more settled, a little bit more focused. She looks fantastic. Coat and flesh-wise and conditioning here for Leah Giamatti. So I think this is the right spot for her. Frankly, because she's run well in it before. As we'll move on to a second-time starter, that's number 9, Hot Button. Was not in the paddock the day that she debuted when she was wired by Kemba, but I think this maiden 40 is where she belongs. She was fairly quick out of the gate, so she should be forwardly placed here once again for trainer Brad Cox. She looks like a quick filly. She's a little bit more stocky and compact, one that presents herself of having that kind of quick early foot. She's striding out really well here. I think this spot is one that she should certainly be able to handle, and it certainly doesn't hurt to have some early speed on this turf course. Acacia?
Maggie, thank you. We'll see who's able to get the best trip today. About 9 minutes away from race 6. And look at that pick 5 pool, $216,000 plus already. Jonathan, help us out here with the sequence. What's your ticket looking like today?
Yeah, it's a little bit more expensive than I typically like to do on a day that's not like a grade 1 lace day, but I just felt like the sequence was pretty tough. I'm going to use 3 horses here to get started, the 2, the 5, and the 8. Valletta, Candy Flower, who I think is really dangerous, possibly to get loose in here. Cherokee Song, another one that I thought was interesting. I'm going to spread in the second leg. I thought this race was extremely tough. Last Judgment, Big Engine, Celtic Chaos, Tribeca, who I think could get loose, and T Loves a Fight for the Noda Barn that on paper, I want to try to get cute, but I just can't get by letting one of these Noda horses beat me. I'm going to use Blowout, who I like getting outside in this race rather than being kind of the target. Now this one maybe can target, and Nor Sahara. I'm going to use Funny Guy. I always want to say the Funny Guy. I'm going to use Funny Guy and Friends A Fire, 2 and 5, excuse me, and then I'm going to wrap it up with the 2, 3, 11. Albie, Shooting the Breeze, and Barely Won.
Jonathan, thank you. Take a look at that 50-cent late pick 5, $90 ticket. He's spreading in race number 7 a little bit more. And here in this race, Andy, got to get past Valletta, who's still your favorite off the claim for Danny Gargan.
Yeah, I mean, this is to me is a very logical favorite. And I think you'll see a much more aggressive ride by Javier Castellano. This horse was wide last time in a race with the pace held together and did the best close. So others closed. But Danny Gargan, the trainer, has crazy good numbers off the claim with turf horses. His turf routes of the claim almost 40%. He's 6 for 10 with maidens. Numbers are unsurprising. I think this horse is the horse to beat. I do like the 5 Candy Flower. I agree with Jonathan in using 2-5 as 3 of the horses in here. Candy Flower to me is very dangerous after running well off the layoff for a second time, last time in the turf. For Graham Motion, showing speed and dropping down. His numbers are okay, maiden especially to maiden clear on the turf. 2-5 for me. They're my main 2 in this race. The 9 can win, but I think he's a very bad second choice.
Candy Flower getting a little bit softer competition today. Penchley dropping down in class. Well, if you're watching with us on FS2, we are going to be off FS2 for just a little bit. We have Texas Tech game coming up, so you can take a look at that. But don't worry, our show is going to keep going. You can always watch us on the NYRA Bets app. We're on the NYRA YouTube page. Keisha Courtney, Andy Serling, and Maggie Wolfendale. We're sticking around with a lot more great racing coming up for sure.
And hopefully we'll be back on FS2 very shortly. Hopefully.
That's right. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races. We're taking a quick pause to also welcome in some regional networks after this. You're watching America's Day at the Races. Glad to have you with us on this Saturday afternoon. If you're just joining us, thank you for tuning in today. Keisha Courtney and Andy Serling. As we have those watching on San Diego and Prime Ticket tuning in with us now. We have the Vosburg and Noble Damsel coming up a little bit later on in a great card, Andy.
No, I agree. The racing has been very good so far at Belmont. The weather's been cooperating.
Yeah.
The weather looks good through next week as well, and hopefully beyond that. So, yeah, good racing, lots of turf racing, big fields, and as you say, the Noble Damsel looks like a good one. And the Vosburg, we'll see what happens in that. An historically great race, a race that used to decide the Sprint Championship by itself before the Breeders' Cup. We used to run to 7 furlongs back at the Big A.
Those coming up a little bit later on. First order of business here, though, is the race number 6 today, a mile and a 16th on the inner turf. Maidens, $40,000 claiming tag for fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and upward. The number 2, Valletta, off the claim for Danny Gargan, still taking the money at 5-2.
Yeah, I mean, this is a very logical horse. I'm not saying I want to bet this horse at a shorter price than that. And one of the reasons I picked her second is that I felt she'd probably be favored in here or too short a price for me. Danny Gargan, we said, had great numbers, but we're looking at the 5 right now. I think Candy Flower is going to be a much better price. I don't think that 6-1 is going to go much lower based on multi-race bets, and I think Candy Flower is a very good alternative in here. Interesting race, though. A lot of horses coming from different places in here, so not an easy race.
Candy Flower has some speed, going a mile and a 16th in that interesting configuration on the turf here. Would you want a horse preferring with how they come out of the chute to have some early pace there?
I always do on these inter-track races. Now, listen, we have seen horses make runs, but you get the front, the paces usually aren't that strong.
Here's our post-praise, starting with the number 1, Giggle Factory.
I didn't think this horse was good enough to win, but really didn't run that badly last time. It just seems like probably less distance he wants better.
Finished 4th last time out at Saratoga. Here's the number 2, Valletta, off the claim.
Yeah, I expect Valletta to run very well. Did not run badly last time, and Danny Gargan has very good numbers, as we said, off the claim with turf routers.
We just saw John Terranova win with an impressive first-time starting 2-year-old. He has the 3 We 5 in here.
If he gets this one to win, he'd be a real magician based on this horse's performances so far.
Of course, funny guy coming up a little bit later on, so I'm sure he's hoping for some good results to continue. Here's the 4, Wicked Happy.
Wicked Happy will probably benefit from cutting back from mile 3/16 and really didn't run that badly, 2 back.
One of 2 in here for Leah Giarmati. Here's the 5, Candy Flower, who you have some interest in with that early speed.
I like this horse. I expect this horse to be somewhat forward in here, not necessarily in front, but at least forwardly placed.
Making her 4th career start for Graham Motion. The other one for Leah Giarmati is 6, Hard One.
And Hard One didn't finish far behind the number 2 horse, Valletta, 2 back, and last time out came close, beat G Checks and Balances the 7.
Speaking of, here is that number 7, Checks and Balances, off the claim for Linda Rice.
Big price right now. Linda Rice has solid numbers off the claim with turf horses in general and probably didn't get the best of trips last time out.
Next will be a long shot, number 8, Cherokee Song.
This horse has actually run better than the odds would suggest, but just a hard to take it at any price.
Number 9, Hot Button. Only 1 race for this one so far.
This horse is the second choice in doubles and appears to be second choice right now on the board. I don't get it. I know it was a maiden 75,000 last time, but I think this maiden 40 is actually better than the maiden 75 this horse comes out of.
I would agree. This one looks like a pretty salty field as the 10 Kittens Romance will wrap it up.
I love David Duggan, the trainer, who claimed this horse last time from Wesley Ward. 2 back, this horse ran very well. last time out, that checked was because the horse was tiring. It really didn't affect the finish.
Getting blinkers on today for this filly by Kitten's Joy. You can join Naira Bets today and play all of the action on our program while earning up to a $200 deposit match bonus. New members use promo code MATCH200 when signing up and earn up to a $200 deposit match after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, and join now at NairaBets.com to earn that $200 deposit match. This does start our pick 5 here, 314,000 in the current pool and growing. Jonathan Kinchin with us from his home in Texas. Jonathan, how did you see this pick 5 sequence playing out?
Well, hook 'em horns. They're playing Texas Tech here in a little bit. I had to get that out of the way. Look, I think this is a tough sequence. Usually I try to find some singles somewhere in these pick 5s, and I just couldn't. And here, when you look at the Noble Damsel, I really like Blowout with a different trip in here. I thought last time she was kind of the hunted when she was facing Sweet By and By, and now I think those roles could kind of be reversed here. I think Nora Sahara will like it a little bit more firm than she saw it up at Saratoga. I only need Funny Guy and Forense Fire if you're looking at the Vosburg. And then here to get started, I'm just going to use the 258. So I think that, and Andy had kind of mentioned the 2. I feel like the 2 in here for Danny Gargan, Valletta, has some speed in her back numbers. Even on the dirt, on the turf, she was a little bit further back last time, but I think she'll be a little bit closer this time. At least try to work out some kind of an inside pocket trip from down in there. And then I think the 5, Candy Flower. When I'm looking at these maiden special weight to maiden claiming races, one of my favorite things to do is find horses with speed. Now, that angle is usually a little bit better on the dirt, but that's just because there's not a lot of paces that materialize a lot of times in these turf races. This horse came out of a race with real pace, and I think she'll be on the front end. I think she'll be hard to beat.
Jonathan, thank you. Good luck with your ticket. Pick 5 starting here. Pool is growing. The number 5, Candy Flower, you mentioned in the post parade and leading out. Andy has that speed and Grand Motion taking a drop in class.
Yeah, I mean, I think there is a question of whether or not she's good enough. So, and I picked her in here. She'd probably have to improve a bit of her last race, but she was involved in the pace. And if you look at the horse that was the other speed with her, that horse finished 10th. And she wasn't very good. She ran a 38 buyer. In her prior start, though, when she wasn't pressed in a pace situation, and the pace was pretty quick, she ran 14 buyer points higher. So maybe this horse ran a lot better, and the fact that she was able to hang around as long as she did, it was a big price last time, so it's not like she was expected to do well. I think Candy Flower is a very interesting alternative.
For more on this horse at 5-1, let's check in again with Maggie.
I'm with you guys here, and from a completely different perspective where I get that she could control in here and be quite dangerous on the front end. I'm going and comparing what I see today to what I saw from her last year as a 2-year-old, and I didn't really like what I saw going back to her as a 2-year-old. I mean, she just didn't look all that fit. She was a big kind of frame of an animal, but she hadn't become that athletic type. And then, too, when I watched her warm up, I really didn't necessarily like what I had seen from the way she was moving. And then, hence, we see the layoff, and she comes back. Manny Franco gave her a beautiful warm up away from the pony. She's really just kind of developed into a much more athletic type and a more athletic mover, and she seems happy. I like that we're pairing the races back-to-back here with an early September race at Delaware. She's very dangerous. I totally heed that fact. I just I'm going with the chalk in here because I just like Valletta going in, and I liked what I saw from her as well. But Candy Flower, I think, is the other alternative here, guys.
Maggie, thank you. Both Maggie and Andy landing on Candy Flower. How about the 7 checks and balances, though, Andy, first off the claim for Linda?
I know people will see his horse's claim from Chad Brown, but Linda Rice is good, well off the claim, and claim horse from Chad Brown, you can get them to run. I don't think be surprised she runs well. I thought maybe this horse got a little lost last time, and maybe she'll be a little more forward with Jose Lescano, who's been riding just fabulously. I think this horse makes sense, and 5-1's a very fair price on this horse.
Filly by Glen Eagles, Group 1 winner in Europe. As we look at the 9, Hot Button, second-time starter. You question the quality of the field, though, that she comes out of in her debut.
Right. I think a lot of people will see that this horse finished second in a $75,000 claiming race, and good trainer in Brad Cox, and think, dropping second time. see it as a drop. I'm looking at the field, and I think this field is actually more competitive than the one she ran last time. I just like she sat in a slow pace that held together in a weak field last time. Not impossible. I prefer others.
Here's a look at where the starting gate is positioned for that mile and a 16th on the inner turf here. Number 9, Hot Button, speaking of, a little bit rambunctious behind the gate, but gate crew holding on to her to get her loaded in. Looks like we have just a couple more. We'll send it up to the voice of New York Racing, John Embrial, for the 6th at Belmont Park.
They're all in. And they're off. We 5 and Wicked Happy along with Candy Flower. And now moving up is Cherokee Song as they make their way around the clubhouse turn. And it's Candy Flower who has the lead here. Cherokee Song has moved into second. We 5 down at the rail back in third. In between horses, Wicked Happy. And on the outside is Kitten's Romance. Then it's a break of 2 lengths back to Hot Button in 6th. To her inside is Hard One in 7th. Steadying there was a Giggle Factory, passed on the outside by Checks and Balances, and Valletta, the favorite in the race, is 10th and last as the field moves up the backstretch. The quarter went in 23 and 4. Candy Flower, 3/4 of a length. Cherokee Song runs in second, then it's We 5 and Kitten's Romance. Their heads apart, third and fourth. And in between horses is Wicked Happy, who's in fifth, 3 lengths from the front. Checks and Balances on the extreme outside. Hot Buttons in between horses. And down at the rail is Hard One. At the back of the pack, Giggle Factory and Valletta. The half went in 49 and 2. They're midway around the far turn. Candy Flower narrowly over Cherokee Song with Kitten's Romance making a 3-wide move on the extreme outside. In behind, Wicked Happy, We 5 down towards the rail. 3/4 went in 112 and 1. It's still Candy Flower in front here by 2. Cherokee Song. Then comes Kitten's Romance. Far outside it is Valletta, but we're coming to the 16th pole. It is Candy Flower in front. Valletta is second, giving chase. Candy Flower. A front-running score. Valletta was second, and Hard One finished third.
Number 5, Candy Flower, set the pace, found a little bit more in the stretch after switching leads, able to hold off that closer, Valletta.
Well, that's what you want to see, especially me, because I bet the 5, but you have a horses in front. The turn for home is always so important, right? As long as they turn for home in front and the whole field sort of gets alongside and you go, I got nothing. This case, they kicked off, and Manny did a very good job, and I like that Manny has been a lot more aggressive in these turf races. Second race, he got beat by a horse that just ran better, but he did the right thing going to the front. He did the right thing here. He went to the front, slowed down the second quarter a lot here. I wonder a little bit, looking at the second and third quarters, if there isn't some question about those fractions they're posting, but regardless, he got away with an honest, at most an honest pace. I think I was a little lucky. You mentioned to me with Valletta at the start. Valletta had trouble at the start and really ran very well when you look at how the race was run. So perhaps the best horse didn't win, but that's the way it works sometimes.
Got the win, though. A win is a win, as Valletta off a little bit slow and did come closing, but it was all about the number 5 in there in Candy Flower. At Churchill Downs, we are getting set for the post parade for race number 7, about 4 minutes away. Big long shot to start things off, Dio Valente.
Yeah, this horse would have to improve off the debut at Indiana.
Finished 4th in that debut, 54-1 right now on the board as we look for the number 2, Lucky Asset.
It's a very big price on this horse. I'm not familiar with the trainer, but I like the cutback from this horse running 9 furlongs at Saratoga.
Has actually been keeping some good company, as you mentioned. Here's the $350 grand first-time starter.
Yeah, first-time starter for Wayne Lucas. A couple of foals, ran a little bit.
Brad Cox in the mix again with the even money favorite. This one an expensive call by Into Mischief for Larry Best OXO Equine.
I get it's an expensive yearling, and I'm not sure exactly why based on the pedigree, to be honest with you. You probably felt the same way. My experience with these OXO horses, and we've seen a lot with Chad Brown, is they often don't run to that money.
We'll see what happens today. Number 5, Too Hot is next, going turf to dirt.
Yeah, has had plenty of experience in the turf. I don't see any pedigree suggestion to do better in dirt.
Here's another big price at number 6, The Sound, another one for Brad Cox.
Right, it's a Brad Cox. First time start cost $300,000. A 6-year gap between foals, though.
see if this one can turn things around. Number 7, Emperador, on his toes out there on the track.
This horse is a half to a very, very good horse. Violence. $1 million for this one. And it feels like the breeders bought back in for Chad Brown. Not taking a lot of money, but I'll bet this one can run.
$1 million.
And I don't have a story. I don't have a team.
$1 million son of Curlin. You would think with that spectacular pedigree might have some ability. Here's the 8, Beachcombing.
Didn't do much running, not taking much money for Bob Baffert, first time out west.
Number 9, Idol, is next to wrap up the post parade.
On the surface of things, this horse is supposed to be favored. With an 81 buyer first time out, I did not like how the horse who beat him, Cadre, came back and ran yesterday. He ran here yesterday, had a perfect trip, and just stopped in the stretch.
Maybe not as live a race as it could potentially look. About 2 minutes away from the 7th at Churchill Downs, Twin Spires is offering you up to $20 back if you bet the horse. If the horse you bet to win finishes second, and up to $10 back if the horse you bet to win finishes third. This offer is available in every race from Churchill Downs today through Sunday. Download the Twin Spires app or visit twinspires.com to opt in. Some nice pedigrees here in this maiden special weight. Jonathan Kinchin, 8-5, currently on the 9, Idol to the outside.
Yeah, Andy and I come from the same school of thought when you're looking at those speed figures, and like Andy mentioned, Idol should absolutely be favored based on that last performance. Now, there's something you can take from that. Well, the horse just switched to being favored now, so. But you have to keep an eye on who these horses have been running against and how they come back and perform. It's not the end all, but it is a clue to try to understand how good a performance was or wasn't. Idol was wide all the way around there, presumes to get a similar trip kind of being wide this time around. But I would say this, when I first looked at this race, I thought Idol was the one that I wanted. But the amount of money that the 4, Turn Again Tide, is taking into the teeth of Idol is a huge indicator to me that this horse is live first time out for Brad Cox, and the fact that this horse is a significantly both these horses are a significantly shorter price than the Chad Brown runner, who's a half to Violence, I think says a lot about one of these two. I'm going to go with the first time starter here based on the money this one's taking into the teeth of a horse that I think absolutely should be favored in Idol. I think Turn Again Tide looks live first time out.
Jonathan, thank you. Turn Again Tide, 9-5 on the board for Brad Cox. One of a couple in here for him. As you see, the prices from Belmont, $11.60. Winner, Candy Flower. But the number 9, Andy, Idol. You talked about how Cadre came back to be disappointing, and that's something that's important to know with these races that do return a high buyer speed figure.
No, I agree. I mean, I think there's so many factors in handicapping. And listen, I mean, it's not like everything's an absolute. Just because Cadre came back and ran badly doesn't mean that Idol didn't run well first time out. So I'm not suggesting, but it's something to look at. I think you're always trying to get as much information as you can. And Cadre is not 15-1. Cadre's 3-2. And I think maybe the race just isn't as good as it looks, but also maybe Cadre was cranked up last time and didn't run yesterday, but made Idol won't run back to it.
Looking now at the number 4, Turn Again Tide, that $750,000 son of Into Mischief taking money. And I'm sure many see the big purchase price in there.
It's funny, you know, Brad Cox won with a relatively expensive, I think, OXO Firster on the first week at Churchill, but paid a big price. I think it was the Tuesday when you guys were doing the show. I think it paid like $11 or $12 and ran very well. I just feel like I've seen these with Chad Brown, these OXOs, and I've seen them at short prices here. And some of them can run.
Absolutely.
And obviously he's done, Cambiar Park did very well. He's
and
had
Still
some
Regard.
good runners, Still Regard. Obviously, right. But I just feel like they've disappointed more often. And the Chad Brown first-time star Emperador doesn't take much money. And we saw yesterday with Chad Brown with that. We talked about it at the end of the day. You weren't on, but Greg and I did. He ran a Juddmonte Firster that had all the turf pedigree, yet Chad was running the horse in dirt. And it feels like if you look at most of Chad Brown's runners at Churchill, they've been live. He did not ship horse down to Kentucky that he didn't like. And $1 million, the breeder stayed in, half to Violence. This horse is being lost. Maybe this horse is taking money because the horse can't run. But I wonder if this horse isn't taking much money because there's so much focusing on the 4 and 9.
A lot of attention coming on those two. 9-2 right now on Emperador. You mentioned the pedigree, Violence. He's turned out to be a spectacular stallion in his own right. Several Grade 1 winners, including Volatile, Serengeti Empress as well this year. So it's always exciting when you see a horse that could run, maybe a little bit fragile on the racetrack, but turned out to be a very good sire.
No, absolutely. I mean, I want to say, was Violence's biggest win the Hollywood Futurity
That
on
sounds
synthetic?
Right. That sounds right.
He was a good horse.
Very good.
Yeah.
Very good for sure. So we'll see 4-1 on the Chad Brown Firster. Tyler Gaffleone, and this one has been training at Churchill Downs, so acclimated to the surroundings. But as Andy mentioned, doesn't look like the barn would be sending, especially an expensive first-time starter there to Kentucky. They didn't think that they had some ability. $1 Million Son of Curlin. Always a very exciting stallion, too. And it's not an easy task to debut at 7 furlongs either.
No, I agree. And I think that's why Lucky Asset is actually a little bit dangerous in here. I mean, I'm not familiar with the trainer, but this horse has done nothing but run big figs. Why is this horse 7-1 on the bottom, 6-5? There isn't much difference between the figs. And it feels like this horse is run fast enough to be competitive here. I don't know.
Corey Lannery rode this horse going 7 furlongs at Keeneland when finished second behind a repeat winner. Faced Yaupon back at Churchill in a maiden race. Good maiden race last time at Saratoga, going 1 mile and an eighth behind Ashaham.
Yeah, no, I think that this horse is dangerous cutting back. I thought the best race this horse ran was 3 back at Churchill. And it was moist in the track, but I think it was the distance. It was a very good ride by Corey Lannery as well. It's an interesting race, and I wouldn't just concede it to horses like the Ford. This is taking no money as we go forward.
Drifting up now to 5-2. Turn Again Tide for Brad Cox and Florent Giroux. We know that they are a very potent combo, but some nice pedigrees, some interesting first-time starters, and some horses with experience. We know stamina won't be a problem for Lucky Asset coming out of 2-turn, mile and an eighth races at Saratoga. A good one coming up at Churchill Downs. Maidens, everybody looking for their first win. We'll send it up to Travis Stone, who has the call of race 7.
Waiting for Turn Again Tide. Beachcombing and Idle. $50,000 is also behind the gate. Not quite in yet. They're in the gate. And they're off. Lucky Asset, good start. So too Beachcombing. The sound is there, and Too Hot at mid-pack comes up on through two. Racing up the chute, heading for the main track, and the sound out to set the pace. Beachcombing runs in second. These two speed off. They are 3 lengths ahead of Too Hot, who's back in third. Turn Again Tide tugs up into fourth. Idle's racing fifth by 4. Then it's Dia Valente in 6th. Imperador comes away 7th, followed by $50,000 in 8th. Out of the race is Lucky Asset. Down the backstretch, 22-2 was the opening quarter. It is the sound in front and a strung outfield. The sound the leader by 2. Beachcombing on the chase in second. Turn Again Tide. Steady progress up to be third while on the rail. Idle's racing 4th. Too Hot is 5th. Dia Valente is 6th. Imperador is making some progress from 7th and a bit of traffic there as they round the far turn. Meanwhile, the sound has built a 2.5 length lead with a quarter mile to go. Idle is on the chase. It has to go now. Idle coming after the sound. Farther back, Imperador pops outside, putting in a run down the center of the track. Turn Again Tide 4th toward the rail. Racing for the 8th pole. The sound is still there. The sound's in front, a length and a half. Idle's trying hard. Idle's finding stride late in the game. Here comes Idle. Idle runs down the sound. Idle takes over and takes off for the wire. Scores by 2.5. Good-looking effort. Also a good effort from the sound to hold second. 8 lengths back to Imperador and Turn Again Tide.
Number 9, Idle, second-time starter. Got a big figure first time out and backed it up with a win today over the other Brad Cox, the Sound, who ran a good race on debut.
I agree. The Sound looked like a winner. A big price horse, the $300,000 one, while the OXO one was drifted back to fourth. It took much more money, but Idol did get the job done. So Cadre didn't run well yesterday, but Idol came back for Richard Baltus and got it done today. Gabriel Saez having a good meet.
Yeah, wins at second, asking for trainer Richard Baltus. I'm going to take a step away now. Greg Wolf coming up on the set to bring you the rest of the way. Enjoyable working with you as always, Andy. Good luck with the rest of the show.
Oh, great.
I'll
You too.
see you tomorrow, back here tomorrow before heading down to Maryland. But thank you for joining us. Stay with us. We've got graded stakes action still to come at Belmont Park and a lot more from Churchill Downs as well after this quick timeout on America's Day at the races.
Over time, the Alapa story has been interwoven with its prestigious neighbor, the mighty Claiborne Farm. The recent massive and meticulous renovation at Hill and Dale at Alapa will usher in the farm's next chapter with a clear vision of the future, which sees a modern, efficient, vital, and vibrant nursery alongside its world-class stallion operation, all the while respecting the history of this important estate. In fact, the stall door numbers remain Claiborne yellow as a tribute to the illustrious racehorses that once trained on Alapa's 1 mile oval during the mid-century modern era. One such name is that of a coal-black filly who would be named Ruffian and would come to be known as one of the greatest racehorses to ever look through a bridle. Such is our heritage. Such is our inspiration. Here, the obscure becomes obvious.
Cloud computing and the Preakness.
Back on America's Day at the Races, and welcome back to those watching on Fox Sports 2. Good to have you with us. Greg Wolf, Andy Serling, Maggie Wolfendale with you. Our program brought to you by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. We have 2 stakes races still ahead, including a win and your in race for the Vosburg Firenze Fire, who's been just a different horse here at Belmont, and the emerging funny guy for John Terranova.
Yeah, no, I'm looking forward to the Vosburg. And also that Noble Damsel, I agree. That's a real war. 9-horse field, a lot going on.
And Noble Damsel, yeah, Chad Brown looking for 5 in a row. Pretty amazing, trying to beat the man who already has 5, Christophe Clement.
Right, so Chad can tie Christophe, or Christophe could open a 2-win lead. It's a battle within a battle.
All right, if you just tuned in on Fox Sports 2, you probably missed what happened in the race we just showed you back in race number 6. It was Candy Flower, Class Dropper coming in from Delaware for Grand Motion, $11.60.
Yep, nice ride by Manny Franco, doling out the speed in the front end. Valletta, a little bit unlucky, kind of blew the brake. Might have been best, had to settle for second.
Manny Franco, Grand Motion. Albert Frassetto winning with that 3-year-old filly. We move on to race 7, kicks off the late pick 4. And an allowance optional claiming race, 3/4 of a mile. Hidden Scroll. What to do with this horse who, when he debuted, everyone thought this was the next superstar in the sport. Has not panned out, but then he ran another huge one. Coming back is a 4-year-old on the main track. Who will we get today as he returns to dirt for Hall of Fame trainer Bill Mott? We head downstairs to check in with Maggie Wolfendale.
The enigma that is Hidden Scroll. Now, I know he's run fast at times. I personally have never really been on the Hidden Scroll bandwagon, so of course I'm going to be a little bit overly critical with him. He's a good-looking horse, don't get me wrong. I can't fault him physically, but is he best at 6 furlongs? I know he ran well off the bench going the 6 furlongs with that 102, or maybe he's just a horse that needs to run fresh. I don't know. But what I will say here is that physically, I love what I'm seeing. And 2, he seems a lot more relaxed and actually quite a bit more focused than what I've seen from him in some of his previous efforts, at least here in New York. It's just looking at him as a physical. Is he that quick for 6 furlongs, as he is a horse that really does his best running when he can control things? And with the presence of such horses as Tribeca, I don't really know if he gets to do that today. But we'll see what happens as he returns to the dirt, which actually, you know, he was a horse that I thought I would have loved on the turf, but when he showed up here in New York and I looked at him physically, I had my doubts. So I do like him getting back to the dirt surface, at least here this time around. Now, number 7 is Mount Travers, and he did finish second to Pete's Play Call, just a nose between him, Pete's Play Call, and Free Enterprise that day. But Pete's Play Call did get to set somewhat of a leisurely pace out there, and Mount Travers was kind of a little further back than I necessarily anticipated him being, maybe. But I like him here once again, and he looks to get a little bit more pace maybe out in front of him where he can sit maybe mid-pack this time around. I think he looks sensational yet again for Linda Rice, as I've been waiting for him to get to the winner's circle ever since he's returned off of that layoff. So we'll see if I can get Mount Travers home again this time around, Greg.
7-2, the rematch with Pete's Play Call. Faced Tribeca a few starts back. He'll try and turn the tables on those two, but there's Hidden Scroll. Can he return to what many thought he was going to be in his debut way back when on that sloppy track at Gulfstream? Stay with us. We'll be back. 7th pick 4 up next at Belmont.
Constitution is best up-and-coming sire.
He's beautiful. He's well balanced.
He's throwing classic type horses and horses that can go on to be stallions.
This horse has a chance to be very important.
There's really nothing not to be excited about. He's done everything right so far.
He's going to have a big career as a sire, even much better than he did it as a racehorse.
Whether it be long, short, grass, dirt, they can do it all.
He's over-delivered as much as any horse that I've seen.
He's really a dream of a stallion.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than America'sBestRacing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America's Best Racing is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
Crystal Ball continues to battle on down towards the rail. On the outside, it's Paris Lights. Antoinette is in third, and now they're inside the 8th pole. And it is Crystal Ball and Paris Lights. And we've got a thrilling stretch duel in the Coaching Club American Oaks. The 2 fillies come down for the finish, and it's going to be Paris Lights.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
Back on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2 and the Fox Family Networks. Our program brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit America's Best Racing .net today, our late pick 4 coming up here in Elmont, New York.
Cross country, yeah.
Indeed, begins here.
Yeah, whole lot going on. Good stuff. All the races will be on our show. All right.
Talk about the
I talk about Cadence Hall.
aura of this horse.
Yeah. What do I think? I don't want to be too hard. I feel as though a lot of mistakes may have been made at the way. I think it's a very good horse.
Did you get sucked into believing he was the next coming in that debut?
Yes, I still believe that he could have been a great horse. I think he ran a sensation race in the Fountain of Youth. I thought a mistake to rate him in his next start. Obviously, things fell apart after that. He did not run well in the Count Fleet after this race. And there are some questions about whether or not he's one of those horses that has real talent and at this point can run against good horses. Then they went to turf. I'm not sure. I know I feel like maybe they could have tried some races where he could have been clear on the lead. You know what I mean? I think he's a horse who wants to be clear on the lead. The problem is he's not going to be on the lead in this race.
No.
He's not going to be on the lead in this race because Tribeca's in here. I don't like the 9 Pete's Play Call at all. The horse that I like is Big Engine. Pete's Play Call got away with Murr in the front end, and there's way too much speed for him in this race. He can't win. Obviously, Mount Travers is the horse to beat out of this race because he got beaten nose. He was compromised by the pace. He ran very well. No problem with that. I realize that Big Engine, who's well behind them, the number 1, he didn't run his race that day. But A, he was victimized by the slow pace. He broke from the inside. He got shuffled out of position and ended up getting dirt kicked in his face the entire way around the racetrack. I believe that Big Engine's race 2 back was legitimately good, and I think he's closer to that than he is to his last race. And I think at a price, Big Engine is playable in this race.
He's 10-1 right now. We'll see him in a moment. We start with Last Judgment, moves from Pletcher, claimed now by the Tom Morley barn.
Well, listen, there's no reason Tom can't do well with him, and he got a 91 buyer last time. Well, he's not impossible.
Next up, the one we just showed you, who you like here, Jose Lezcano aboard Big Engine.
I gave my speech on him, and I think there's a good chance he will outrun those 10-1 odds.
Celtic Chaos, he's been on the circuit, running big for a long, long time. He's just claimed off of Brad Cox by Rudy Rodriguez.
Can Rudy Rodriguez get him back to his once big figures? He'll need a lot of pace. He'll need a collapsing race. He'll need to improve.
18-1 Liam's Pride. He won the Gold Fever on a sloppy track here earlier this year.
Yeah, he's not untalented, but this is a very deep field of older horses.
You know, his best race seemed to have come on a sloppy racetrack. Here's Hidden Scroll, 3-1.
I'm not confident that he can be successful rating going 6 furlongs, and with Tribeca in here, I don't see how he's on the front end.
And Tribeca right next door. He is very quick. In that last race, he faced Share the Ride, who's ran just lights out. We're going to see him in the Vosburg later.
And there's a very good chance he was on a dead rail last time out. He is a threat.
7-2, Mount Travers, Linda Rice.
I think this horse is very logical and dangerous, and he ran well last time when victimized by a slow pace. That won't happen today.
Pete's Play Call, 6-1. John Toscano Jr. claimed off of Mike Maker 2 back.
Conversely, he did not run as well as it looks because he was the one saying that slow pace. That won't be happening with Hidden Scroll and Tribeca in here.
And the 6-year-old T Loves a Fight, who just keeps chugging along for the Nota barn.
And I'll say something about him. He'll benefit from pace. He also ducked down to what I thought was a dead rail last time in the stretch. They muted his rally, and he did not run badly in a race won by a horse who was scratched out of Vosburg today.
Hidden Scroll looks like his mind may be on running today. He's the 3-1 favorite. He's had a couple of monster efforts. Can he get back to him? We're going to find out as he moves back to dirt.
As a 2-year-old, he was just phenomenal. I think that 2-year-old form is so important, especially when they can take it to that championship level. In Game Winner, he brought it to that championship level. The Rebel Stakes, he still ran the most impressive race, just getting beat a nose by Omaha Beach. Candy Ride was a brilliant racehorse. He showed brilliance, and he throws brilliance. And Game Winner, you know, the minute he showed that brilliance, I knew right there we had something really special.
Tapit. His impact on the breed will last for generations. Among active North American sires, he ranks #1 by lifetime Grade 1 winners. Last year, he was the #1 broodmare sire by graded stakes winners. And now, an emerging sire of sires, whose sons include Tapazar, sire of champion Monomoy Girl, plus rising young stallions, Constitution, Tapiture, and Tonalist. A breed shaper, a dream maker. Tapit, standing at Gainesway.
Glad to have you with us on this Saturday afternoon card at both Belmont and at Churchill. Program brought to you by Nyra Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Nyra Bets app. Get involved at NyraBets.com as well. And you can play this cross-country Pick 5. It begins here in the 7th at Belmont. The anchor leg to finish it off, that Grade 2 Vosburg. 50-cent minimum wager. XCP5 is where you find it on your Nyra Bets app wagering menu. Jonathan Kinchin, how are you going to play it?
This is a tough sequence as well, just like the Pick 5 we have here at Belmont. This cross-country includes a couple of these races, and it's not easy. I'm going to spread 1, 2, 3, 6, 10 here. I'm going to try to beat Hidden Scroll. And then I'm going to single Warriors Charge in the ACK. I think he'll get loose on the inside. I think the faster, the better for him. I think last time was too slow. I think they'll run this time. I'll let you get that ticket popped in there. 1, 2, 3, 6, 10 with 1, 2, 3, 6, 7 with 4, 7 with 1 with 2, 5.
All right, Jonathan, good luck. Well, we had a cross-country Pick 5 hit by Pete Renato, who we had on the air, paid $67,000 a few weeks ago.
A tremendous job by him. That was great.
Was
it was great having him on, too.
$96, by the way.
Yep. Yeah, well, good luck. I'm sure he's playing today.
Good luck, yes.
He's probably involved in the Pick 5 here, maybe the late Pick 4, and he's definitely involved in that.
He has the money to go a little deeper today.
Yeah, he doesn't strike me as a guy that's going deeper just because somebody went. Is that Hidden Scroll? Oh, Hidden Scroll just broke through the gate. Is that what happened? So he's going to likely be scratched.
And they're great job by this outrider to catch up to this horse who, after exerting all that energy, yes, no-brainer that you would think that horse is coming out. And there's John Velasquez, obviously disappointed.
This changes the dynamic, we're glad he's okay, but this changes the race dynamics significantly. And Tribeca's 7-1. Now, with the scratch, we'll go down to around 9-2 or 4-1. But Tribeca might even been shorter than that if Hidden Scroll wasn't in the race.
Going to be potentially loose on the lead. Let's go to Maggie Wolfendale for more.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I just heard over the radio that Hidden Scroll will be a late scratch after breaking through the gate. I mean, he just got in there and he popped, I guess, the latch open, but a tremendous job by Ivan San Juan, or as we know him as Pepe, our outrider there, getting Hidden Scroll and pulling him up. It looks as though they are kind of going into the first turn there. So he did kind of run off for a good bit there. So ultimately, I think he's going to be a late scratch here, which changes things quite a bit, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thank you. There's John Velasquez explaining to Jose Ortiz what happened, but at least great job by this outrider to catch this horse.
I want to say this happened before. I think this happened at Gulfstream, and it's what was supposed to be his first start that he acted up before the start.
Well, and as you mentioned, we'll talk about it more in a second here, but with Hidden Scroll out, massively changes how this race is going to be run. So we have a new audience joining us right now. Welcome to those just joining us on Prime Ticket. Good to have you with us. Greg Wolf, Andy Serling, Maggie Wolfendale with you here on America's Day at the Races as we get set for the start of a late Pick 4 coming up here at Belmont. We have the Grade 2 Vosburg winning you're in for the Breeders' Cup Sprint ahead and the Noble Damsel on turf. Here in the 7th at Belmont, we just had Hidden Scroll break through the gate, who was the current favorite, scratched out of the race, and with him gone, there you see him heading back to the barn. It looks like that horse next door could be alone on the lead.
No, I agree. And, it's a very tough situation for horse players because you really have to relook at the race. And imagine, had this race not had Hidden Scroll in it, how would you have handicapped this race? And I think a lot of players would have looked at this race differently. They might have not liked, like I did, the 2 quite as much, though I don't mind betting the 2 at a big price. And definitely Tribeca's chances increased a lot because there's next to no chance, assuming a clean break, that he faces any pressure. Nobody's as fast as him. Maybe he would outrun Hidden Scroll anyway, and as Jonathan did confirm to me, it was February 1st, Jonathan said, that Hidden Scroll did this act up and got scratched at the gate down at Gulfstream Park. He's lost his rider before. It's a shame because
star-crossed a little bit.
It's a shame because people talk about him, and I know there's a lot of chatter about him on the internet and such. He's a very, very good horse. He's as talented as just about any racehorse in the country in a lot of ways. But obviously his temperament and a lot of other situations have kept him from showing that on the racetrack. And it just shows when you get a good horse how many things have to go right because there's so many more that can go wrong.
Oh, that's amazing. And, yeah, he showed promise. And there's John Velasquez taking that saddle back. Horse will head back to the barn. But showed that he was not a one-hit wonder. I mean, that 4-year-old debut at Gulfstream, He ran another huge number.
No, he's a super, super talented horse, and I'm sure it's a great frustration to Bill Mott. And, you know, I would guess that it wasn't Bill Mott that was all gung-ho to go from a maiden race to a race like the Fountain of Youth. It's not his M.O. And there's probably more to it that he went to a race like that. He runs this fabulous race. Let me put it this way. The horse who was sitting a couple lengths behind him, that finished behind him in that race, and he was a victim of that pace, that was Global Campaign, who won the Grade 1 Woodward. So that was a wicked, wicked pace. Then they rate him in the Florida Derby and maximum security and the whole thing. It's just like everything went wrong. But that doesn't take away from the fact that we know somewhere in there is a monstrous talent.
Well, hopefully we'll get to see it again at some point. But, yeah, lost his rider right out of the gate on the turf here when he was trying the turf for the first time. That was back in early June. You mentioned he'd broken through the gate before. Now it happens again in a late scratch. So unfortunate, but hopefully we'll get to see Hidden Scroll again very soon. And with that, it's Mount Travers, 9-5 favorite. That 7 horse you see there circling under Jose Ortiz.
Yeah, I mean, he's another horse that's affected a little bit by the scratch. He's got more speed than my horse. And I got to tell you something. At 9-5, how great a gamble is he with Hidden Scroll out? He's helped by him being in, and you do see that money coming in Tribeca. He was 9-2 after the scratch. His odds went from 7-2, 9-2, but even more money's coming in now, and I think there is a correction being made by players.
There he is. Tribeca's going to have this tremendous speed rider aboard as well. Kendrick Carmouche, who knows him well. When he won 2 back and 3 back, it was Kendrick on board. One of those here at Belmont on a muddy strip. So who else, if anyone, is there anyone?
Well,
that can keep this horse company
chase. No, they can't. Tribeca's he's a rocket ship, and I don't see Kendrick getting in his way. And funny, I probably would have picked Tribeca in this race if I knew the 5 wasn't in there, but that's okay. I don't mind sticking my horse at a price. At a price, I'll still take my chances with Big Engine.
Well, again, cross country pick 5 begins in this race right here. 2 left to load. Late scratch of the favorite, the 5 Hidden Scroll, waiting on the 10 outside. T Loves a Fight for the Nota Barn to move in line. John and Brielle with the call. Here's race 7 from Belmont.
There in the gate. And the rough. Big Engine away well along with Tribeca. Tribeca in the white blinkers now takes the lead from Big Engine. And Mount Travers, the favorite, is racing in 3rd at this point. On the outside, it's Pete's Play Call next in 4th. Last Judgment down at the rail runs in 5th. Alongside is Liam's Pride in 6th. Then T Loves a Fight in 7th. And it's 4.5 lengths back to Celtic Chaos, who trails the field in 8th after a quarter in 22 3/5 seconds. Tribeca, the leader here, with Mount Travers now moving into 2nd. Big Engine is down at the rail. Pete's Play Calls on the outside. Then it's a length and a half to the duo of Last Judgment and T Loves a Fight, who's on the extreme outside. Farther back, Celtic Chaos and Liam's Pride. The half went in 46 seconds. It is Tribeca. Here's Pete's Play Call. And on the far outside, T Loves a Fight. Coming on through now is a Big Engine as the field comes down for the 16th pole. It's 4 of them across the track. Big Engine and Tribeca. Big Engine, Tribeca. It's Big Engine with the lead as they come for the finish. Big Engine won it, and it looked like Tribeca held 2nd over T Loves a Fight, then Pete's Play Call and Last Judgment.
Big Engine, Jose Lezcano, the other Linda Rice runner. She had the favorite of the race as well, Mount Travers, but it's a 10-1 shot. Who gets the win?
The Noters are screaming, and they ran 3rd.
Get a check. Hit the board.
Wow, they root.
We're back at Churchill. And a look at the field coming up here in the 8th. 1-turn mile and allowance optional claiming field. The entry at 2-1 on the board, Gold Standard. And Tuck Vuv to me. Here's Gold Standard.
Yeah, I don't know what to do with Gold Standard, right? This horse looked tremendous as a 3-year-old. Runs run race as a 4-year-old in February. Absolutely stinks the joint up, and now comes back 7 months later. I mean, she's good, but I don't trust her.
9-5. Ricardo Santana Jr. in the other half of the entry in here. Tuck Vuv to me for Steve Asmussen.
Yeah, she's Andy off, but how can you take her? Plus, with the entry mate, she's too short a price. She's been terrible in her last two.
Saninas, Chilean bred, second start here in the States.
I didn't like her, but I will say one thing. Is it me, or does every horse Mike McCarthy runs in Kentucky run really well? It seems like he has just been tremendous there with his shippers.
Yeah, 8-1 right now. Joy Epifora, Nacho Correas.
I like this horse. Not a turf horse. Time before that was chasing good horses, going 7 furlongs. I think it's a dangerous horse.
Take Charge Angel has some good tactical speed. Two-time winner here.
I agree. Could be forwardly placed along perhaps with the 1A. Talk Vuv to me if they're aggressive.
Estilo Femenino. Big number on the board for Steve Asmussen.
Yeah, she has had back races to give her a chance. I didn't like her, but she's second off a layoff and going turf to dirt.
New Rue, trainer of Art Collector. Tom Drury Jr., of course, we're going to see him in the Preakness. First time he tackles the Triple Crown.
Well, listen, her recent form is okay. There's nothing wrong with her last 2 races. Lady Kate, who beat her, finished a good second in the La Troyenne behind Monomoy Girl.
Colby Hernandez rides. Here's the 7, Chocolate Kisses. Mark Cassie and Tyler Gaffalione, the meets leading rider.
Has one terrific career race. Actually 2, right? Her win in the Honeybee and also the Shawnee 2 back behind Dunbar Road. The rest of her form leaves a little to be desired.
Harmless at 13-1, Phil Diamato.
I think she's a harmless in this spot, trying the dirt for the first time.
And big price on the outside, 6-1 morning line, 23-1 now. Goodbye, Earl.
I'm going to ask the most important question. Who's Earl?
Maybe Jonathan knows. JK, 2 important questions. Who's the market mover and who's Earl?
I'm trying to think if I knew anybody named Earl, but from Texas, you'd figure I know someone named Earl. Oh, Earl Campbell. How about that? That's the only Earl I know. Chocolate Kiss is the 7. This is a horse that I thought was really interesting in last year's Kentucky Oaks and didn't really pan out. But any horse that's taking the amount of money she's taking, she's 7-2, who got beat 63 lengths in their previous start. I think there's something here that we missed in that last race. I'm going to draw a line through that, and maybe the real Chocolate Kisses shows up here today. I thought this was a wide-open race. Talk Vuv to me has run races in her life that suggest that she could blow this field away, but it's been a long time since she's done that. And I will say the 2, Saninas for Michael McCarthy. This is a horse that I talked to Michael earlier, and he thought that she didn't appreciate the kickback that she got, and she'll appreciate the stretch out. So at 9-1 on the board, there's a reason that she could improve off of her first effort in the United States.
All right, if you want to bet the market mover or anybody else in this race coming up, Twin Spires offering you $20 back if the horse you bet to win finishes second. Up to $10 back if the horse you bet to win finishes third. Offer available all weekend long through the end of Sunday's card at Churchill Downs. Download the Twin Spires app, or you can go to twinspires.com to opt in. Entry heavily backed here at 8-5.
Yeah, I'm betting the 3. Joy, whatever.
Epifora. Travis Stone with the call. Here's the 8 from Churchill.
Waiting for Goodbye Earl. Goes in the gate. And they're off. Talk Vuv to me. Bit of a bobble coming out of the starting gate. Good beginning for Gold Standard. So to Sananas toward the inside. Here comes Harmless for that outside post. Talk Vuv to me recovers up as well, and that one comes on to take the lead. So it's Talk Vuv to me in front. Harmless is running in second, and Goodbye Earl to their outside comes on, and toward the inside, right in the thick of it, is Take Charge Angel. So they sort themselves out, head for the main track. Talk Vuv to me out there setting the pace. Sananas is running in second. Harmless comes away third. Take Charge Angel in fourth. Goodbye Earl fifth. New Rue on the move from sixth, advancing quickly is that one. Then it's Joy Epifora toward the inside, seventh. Gold Standard is eighth. Chocolate Kisses ninth by 4. Estilo Femenino at the back of the pack. Swift opening quarter in 22-2. Onto the far turn. Talk Vuv to me is in front by a neck. Harmless is hounding from second. New Rue 3 wide. Steady progress for that one. Up to be third and moving up quickly. Then it's Sinanis back racing fourth toward the rail. Gold Standard emerging from the pack to be fifth, and Chocolate Kisses finding stride as well. Circles up to the outside, and Estillo Femenino's picking it up from last as well. They're off the turn. Talk Veuve to me and New Rue head and head for the lead. Sinanis is in behind. Chocolate Kisses pounces down the center of the track. Estillo Femenino's got a shot as well. It's wide open, furlong to go. Estillo Femenino center of the track. Chocolate Kisses in between. Sinanis at the rail, 16th pole. Estillo Femenino's up for the lead. Chocolate Kisses battles on. Sinanis is back into third. Here's the wire. Upset winner, Estillo Femenino, 25-1 over Chocolate Kisses, Sinanis, and Gold Standard.
This is an incredibly hard mare to have at this price. The other Steve Asmussen, he had part of that favorite entry. Talk Veuve to me. Where did this performance come from?
I don't know. You know, the field bunched the stretch. This one got the clear outside run, and second off a layoff, going turf to dirt, I guess.
She'd run third to Mia Mischief, grade 1 winner.
She does have a couple of I didn't like her. I'm not redboarding at all. I would never have bet her. But she did have some good back figs, and she got the trip, but she got it done today and beat Chocolate Kisses, who also ran very well. Mark Hassmus feel like he's back at Saratoga running second again.
Back at Belmont. And our Noble Damsel coming up next. That is Blowout. Going to try and do it on the front end and deliver a 5th straight victory for Chad Brown in this stakes race. He'll have 3 chances, including this filly, making her second start back of her 4-year-old campaign. The Noble Damsel next.
A Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf, War of Will became a classic winner with this victory in the Preakness Stakes. This year, he added turf credentials to his resume with a determined victory in the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile, a winner and Grade 1 placed at 2, multiple graded stakes victor at 3, and Grade 1 winner again at 4. This son of War Front has proven his class at every level. A classic winner with a stallion's pedigree, War of Will, standing in 2021 at Claiborne Farm.
Since 1913, the Petaluma Creamery has believed that the best dairy products come from happy cows. It's why owner Larry Peter insists that every cow we milk is born and raised naturally to produce the finest non-GMO 100% organic cheese and butter for your family. Shop our delicious line of Spring Hill cheeses. Pick your favorites, and we'll ship them right to your front door. Visit SpringHillCheese.com today and start serving your family the highest quality cheeses available. Petaluma Creamery, the best dairy comes from the happiest cows.
Back on America's Day at the Races and back at the winner's circle at Belmont, a horse that both Andy Serling and Jonathan Kinchin agreed on at double-digit odds.
And you can see how many people listen to us. You know, all kidding aside, this was a great ride by Jose Lezcano, and I don't think there's any rider in the country that's been riding better than Jose has been since early in Saratoga, and we've talked about it a lot. You saw that start when he broke so sharply, he rushed to get that position. He was aggressive to get position behind Tribeca, and getting that position enabled him to win this race. A fabulous ride.
Big number in the pick 5, and a kick off the cross-country pick 5 as well. Next, we have back-to-back stakes races. Grade 3, Noble Damsel, Chad Brown. He's won this race 4 years in a row. He'll have 3 horses to try and deliver number 5. Viadera, Blowout, and Nor Sahara for the 4-time reigning Eclipse Award-winning trainer, is the best trainer in the country.
And his owner of the favorite here, Peter Brand, will be very happy that I won't watch the race near him, because he told me today he won a race today. It was the first time he ever was near me that he actually finished first in a race. I'm feeling a little hurt.
Significant form, won it for him last year. Before that, Uni, who of course would go on to become a female turf champion.
2 of those came on and win Grade 1. Their next start, the Matriarch, at significant form. Also, well, Stephanie Seymour, Peter Brandt's wife, owned that one, so similar connections. The 4. Chad does a great job, and he's trying to win his 5th. Christophe's already won 5.
Yeah,
he's been around a while,
glorious.
but still.
So here's one of the 3 for Chad Brown, the inside post for Viadera, who edged out stablemate Nor Sahara last start.
I wouldn't say the horse is impossible, but I feel like a couple of things. First of all, I think the given the ground helped this horse last time out. I also think this is a much tougher field, and this horse got a great ride and trip last time by Joel Rosario.
That's the one she beat last start, her stablemate. Let's take a look at the De La Rose from back at Saratoga.
Yeah, I don't think this was a particularly strong field. I just don't. I always kind of like Passing Out and finished 3rd. Passing Out might have won, but Joel Rosario did a great job of sort of keeping her in, and others as well. She got caught behind horses. Now, maybe Nor Sahara, obviously Nor Sahara finished 2nd, improved a lot from her first race here, and maybe she was better going a little bit shorter, the mile distance, and that'll help her. I still feel like, that field was not nearly as strong as this field. And even though it was a stake, I think Sweet By and By and Blowout, the 2 and 4, they're coming out of stronger races, and even the Field Glorious field as well in the Perfect Sting.
Well, the 3rd of that trio runners for the Brown Barn, Blowout, he would think is going to really benefit off that race, off the long layoff at Saratoga in late August, and she is the controlling speed of the race.
Yeah, I think she just goes to the front, and I like the fact that she won here. In fact, one of the best races she ever ran was the Pebbles, when she wanted a wire to wire to mile, and she beat Field Glorious. I think she may have needed this race. This was another great ride by Jose Lezcano to beat her with Sweet By and By, and I even talked to Jose after, and he said, I looked at the race and said, Blowout is the horse I have to beat, and she's going to be in front. If I don't get my mare into position, I'm never going to be able to run her down. So he had the right thinking. I have a lot of respect for both of those horses. I like Blowout, but I don't think there should be this kind of odds disparity between the 2 and 4. I mean, where is Sweet By and By's bad race on the grass? She just delivers every time.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. I don't understand 6-1 in here, but everyone in this race dealing with the same kind of problem with Blowout. She's going to be alone. She's going to be in front. And how do you try and run her down if she gets an easy pace up front?
Well, I think you're going to see can be aggressive, right? Get some position with her. I mean, similar situation. So I use 2, 4, and 9 in here. I played some pick 4s. I respect Field Glorious. She got as good a ride last time, the Perfect Sting, as you can give a horse. But she is better going shorter. So I think cutting back for her a little more will help her even more.
That 6-1 has to change on Sweet By and By, doesn't it?
Should we look at the Will Pays just very quickly here?
Let's look at it right there, the gray 5-year-old mare.
I agree. This is crazy. Let's look at the double. Yeah, she's going to be much shorter, but so is Viadera. They're all relatively short. The 4 is a slight favor over the 1 and 2 in doubles.
You can earn a $20 bonus on this race on Naira Bets. To earn the bonus, you bet $25 to win on any one horse in the Naira Bets app, and if your ticket wins, you get a $20 bonus on top of your winnings. Download in the App Store or go on to NairaBets.com for Android to get signed up and started with that Noble Damsel win bonus. Let's head downstairs to Maggie Wolfendale.
And we see Chad Brown's Speedy Blowout as your current favorite in here. And I get why she's favorite on form, but to be honest, she's the one maybe of the 3 Chad Brown horses that I like least looking at them physically. Totally get she's in the advantageous spot of having that early speed, and I think she's dangerous. She'll probably win here. But I want to give a little bit of a nod to the 2 horses for Chad that come out of the De La Rose, and I get Andy saying it's probably was a weaker field. But, you know, they're ones that are coming in off of a break here. And Viadera, to me, I love the way she finished up in that race. Just watching her purely in the way that she moved. She really lowers herself into her stride nicely and really gets over the ground well. And she's this beautiful filly here, and maybe I'm slightly enchanted with her just looking at her physically, but I really like the way it looks as though she's doing heading into this race off the back of that win for this Grade 3 Noble Damsel. She's big, she's solid, she's well muscled, she's strong, she's ready to go. Moving on to Chad's other horse, and probably the least likeliest of the three of them in North Sahara, but she's one that in her stateside debut here back in June, I just really didn't think she looked all that fit, to be honest. And now she's kind of gradually, you know, as far as her 2 races, she improved off that effort. And now she looks really solid, really fit. And like I said, her talent level might not be on par with some of the others in here, but at least this is the best that she's appeared before a race, at least here in the States. As we'll also check in with Bill Mats Chaleur, as he will turn the page after that disappointment with a Hidden Scroll breaking through the gate and a subsequent late scratch. But Chaleur, in my notes I had written true miler. So she's getting back to a mile here today as she was just edged out going a mile and 16th by Feel Glorious last time. She is a true miler. She's exactly what I look for when trying to identify turf milers. She looks great here. She's been in great form for Bill Mott since coming to this country, and I like Chaleur in this spot, this Noble Damsel. Woof, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thanks. Approaching the 9-minute mark to post. Here in the first of back-to-back graded stakes, let's talk Christophe Clement, what he has done in this race. He's won it 5 times in the past of his career. Can Feel Glorious deliver him number 6? She was a winner last start of the Perfect Sting at Saratoga.
You know, one of the reasons I liked her last time is I always felt she's a horse that's better with a little less distance. Now, I'm going to say I got a little lucky because she could not have gotten a better ride in Trip in this race. And this was just every single thing you could do right. Junior Alvarado did. And that, you know, I feel like Junior is capable of being as good a rider as in the country. It's just, you don't always see it, but when you see it, you know. And this was a great ride to get it done. And now I cut back to a mile, and a one-turn mile suits her perfectly. Now, some will look and say, well, she got drowned when she ran against Blowout last year at a mile, and I think that's fair. But I do think she's improved this year, and I think if you look at her races this year, they've just been better races. So I think she's a major player in this race. But I also felt, from my perspective, I bet her last time and got almost 6-1 on her in an easier spot. So I'm not going to pick her back at a shorter price against a tougher field. So that's my reason I didn't pick her on top.
4-1 right now in Feel Glorious, and it's Christophe Clement. There he is, who trains her, looking again to win this race for the 6th time in his career.
I'm just glad he's not wearing those awful pants.
And the Nantucket Reds, you were not a fan of.
Hate those.
Hey, they worked for him at Saratoga. I didn't realize he won a stakes race without Joel Rosario at Saratoga, but I guess he did with Junior.
I didn't know he won a race at Saratoga except for that one.
It didn't seem like it. Here's the record 5 wins that he's had in this race over Rutherian back in 2009. I was a big fan of hers.
And Bright Abundance was so good, she overcame her jockey to win that day. I watched the race. I actually bet her that day, and I watched you guys talking about it the other day, and I said, I forgot Richie rode that horse.
Yep. Mig, not here to defend himself.
No, I'm kidding. Richie was the best.
So can Feel Glorious go back-to-back? Can she turn the tables on Blowout? She's gotten to know her pretty well, Jonathan.
Yeah, I think Blowout is interesting because I think last time we mentioned earlier in the show, Blowout was kind of the hunted last time, in my opinion, and Sweet By and By was the hunter. And I think that the switch in the post position with Blowout being drawn to the outside, I think there's an opportunity. I'm not saying it's definitely going to happen because Blowout might just go to the lead anyways, but I think it could change the situation a little bit with Blowout being able to sit outside of Sweet By and By. Now, these are all things when you're looking at races, you're trying to design the race, how it's going to unfold. And when those gates open, we all know that just absolutely doesn't have to happen. Something completely different could happen. But the way that I designed the race, it feels like Blowout will try to set up outside of Sweet By and By to have a little bit of a target to close into.
And the price slowly starting to come down on Sweet By and By, down to 5-1 right now.
I got to root for the 4 Blowout because Jonathan is the only one that Jonathan and I have on both our tickets. So I got to root for that horse.
Well, here's North Sahara. How does she turn the tables on Viadera today?
Well, I mean, she also got a good trip last time. She only lost by a neck to her, and so maybe a firmer turf will help her. I don't know. I mean, that turf was listed as good. I don't think they're fooling anybody. That turf was closer to yielding that day, but she also may have appreciated the give in the ground. I'm going to stand by my opinion, win or lose, and if I'm wrong, I hope she wins because Jonathan used her, but I'm going to stand by my opinion that the Della Rose was a weaker race, and I'm going to bet races out of there. But listen, she ran well enough in that race. I don't think the firmer turf is her friend here, though.
She sort of started, she made that first move, North Sahara, and then it was Villadera just who had more punch late as she kicked into gear. As we see Villadera, Jonathan, 9-2 right now with Rosario back aboard.
Yeah, Villadera ran well last time, and I'm in the camp of North Sahara possibly being able to improve. She's only run twice in the U.S. for Chad Brown. She ran in a Grade 1 over in France, which shows the quality that she's at least in the same company as horses that she can put her in the gate with some horses like that. But I will say this about North Sahara is that we don't know for sure if she likes it firm or if she likes it with some cut in the ground. This is another opportunity to try to figure that out. But I think we do know that she doesn't want to go a mile and an eighth like she did first time out. So this is her first chance at some firm ground, going a mile, that kind of one-turn configuration that you get at Belmont. So I'm just giving her another shot based on that.
Well, Jonathan's right. We don't know, but I think it's a fair guess that the softer turf moved her up that day. That's all I'm saying. But he's absolutely right. We don't know that. No, I'm not saying she can't win here. I just don't know if she's good enough. But I won't be shocked. It's Chad Brown. I'll tell you what. I think 8-1 versus 9-2 on the one. I'd rather bet her at 8-1. Do I prefer the one? But 8-1. I don't like either one of these horses.
Off that last race, it was hard to see North Sahara out finishing Villadera, don't you think, in the stretch?
Yeah, I agree, except, it wasn't that big a margin, and, Villadera doesn't have to get as good a trip. It's Joel Rosario. I know he's a magician on the turf, but it doesn't mean Joel hasn't got into trouble sometimes. Anybody can get into trouble.
Sure.
And I think Joel knows that he's not going to win this race unless a lot of things go right for him. So he's not going to be out there. He's going to be trying to get a little lucky. That's fair.
Meanwhile, Sweet By and By, she had to deal with blowout. It was alone on the lead last time out. Still was able to run her down, but that was a blowout off a long layoff. Here's Villadera, 9-2 with Rosario.
Well, let's see if Juddmonte can get a little lucky with this horse after their bad luck with Hidden Scroll.
Yep, had to scratch prior to the last race. Here's Sweet By and By coming off that win over blowout.
When you look at her, you just think this is an honest horse. She just shows up and runs well basically every time.
Chaleur, 9-1. Feel Glorious beat her last start in the Perfect Sting.
And listen, she ran fine that day. I just think that Feel Glorious ran much better than her.
Blowout will be alone on the front end, and John Velasquez is going to see how far she'll go.
I think she's the horse to beat on the front end. I don't love her at 2-1, but she is my pick.
It's been first or second in 8 of her 9 starts as well. Atomic Blonde, Jorge Abreu, and Manny Franco.
She has that one good race down in Florida, but she would obviously have to improve off her last. She had a good trip and no finish.
Lemon Zip, who knows? Maybe could get a piece of this underneath. She's run some big races in the past.
Yeah, those big races that are going 1.5 miles. She just wants more distance. I wonder if this is almost like a prep to get her to go even farther in a subsequent
start. Her last start at sprinting 5.5 fits with these as well.
Good luck to her. You
North
like her
Sahara underneath, perhaps 8-1 on North Sahara, trying to turn the tables on Villadera.
Yeah, I mean, listen, she's not untalented. I don't love her, but 8-1's a fair price.
Feel Glorious, Clement, Junior Alvarado.
Bated Breath, who I believe is a stallion for Juddmonte as well. This horse is okay. I think she's very logical. Get a big piece.
And big long shot outside. Kendra Carmouche, Tom Bush, give Mother a Rose.
Yeah, she's shown flashes, but her form is tailed off.
All right, 3 minutes away from the first of back-to-back graded stakes here at Belmont. Next up, it's the Grade 2 Vosburg. Win and you're in for the Breeders' Cup Sprint. First up, though, this Grade 3 Noble Damsel, that filly right there. Going to try and lead them every step of the way. Blow out the 4. We'll have Churchill Downs when we return. Coming up next.
I like Everfast and the Ack. Who do you like?
4-5 right now in Warriors Charge.
That's ridiculous, by the way. I'm tossing him right out. Okay. Boxing 7-9-13. And then 9-13.
I think Warriors Charge is going to be very tough in this race. We will see what happens. Who's second choice right now is Everfast at 6-1.
Wow, that's not a great price. What am I going to do? Maybe I'll bet Bank It to win instead.
That's a horse that comes from pretty far out of it.
A very smart friend of mine said that he thought that they should have run the Horse in the Rail Warriors Charge next week in the Jockey Club Gold Cup, where he would have been loose in the lead. very wise friend of mine said that. It's not going to happen, so we'll never know if he was right or wrong.
Interesting. Grade 3 ACAC. That's next at Churchill, approaching the 9-minute mark to post. So we'll get you to Louisville right after this Grade 3 Noble Damsel. John Velasquez, he expected to be, you would have thought, on the lead in the last race. Mount scratched at the gate. Now he'll try and go wire to wire here on the turf coming up in the Silks of Peter Brandt. And she's just been remarkably consistent. You would think here, second off the layoff, she's going to be that much tougher, and that speed is going to have a better chance to hang on.
I agree. I would think second off the layoff, she'd run better. On the other hand, Chad Brown has his horses ready off layoffs in these turf routes. So the numbers say that they run their good races coming off a layoff. Now, her last effort's good enough to win here. It's not as though she ran poorly behind Sweet By and By. I think they're the right two horses to me in front in here, the one to beat. We'll see. It's hard to be overly confident, I think, about anybody in here. This is a very competitive race, Greg. You agree?
Does it mean it? I completely agree. Does it mean anything to you that Blowout, she's I mean, she's undefeated here at Belmont. She might just like this turf course better.
Oh, nah, I'm not I'm not big on those kind of things because it's funny. The funny thing about Blowout is her running style is not a running style that's helped by the Widener. It's actually helped more by the inner because she's a speed. The Widener, you see the closers do well because turf racing, naturally closers usually do better. So I don't think the Widener does her any favors on the inner at 1.16 where she could go 25 the first quarter. She'd be nearly unbeatable, right? I mean, the way she runs. I don't know that the Widener should be her friend, but you're right. She ran two sensational races in the Widener, so I can't argue with what you said, Greg.
There she is, 2-1 favorite. Let's head downstairs again to Maggie.
And the thing, my problem with Blowout is this is actually the first time I'm laying eyes on her now as a 4-year-old. And maybe it's just in her pedigree to be a little bit more of the smaller, slight type. But she hasn't necessarily gone on. She hasn't changed whatsoever from 3 to 4. Maybe she doesn't have to. I don't know. I'm probably talking her right into the winner's circle. She is a short price. She deserves to be. But I just prefer to look elsewhere in what is a full field of 9 horses, or 8 other rivals, I should say, and just thought I could fool around a little bit. But I'm totally heeding the fact she's the horse to beat because of that early speed. I just don't know if she's really taken that step forward. Then again, does she have to, Greg?
All right, we'll find out coming up. Grade 3 Noble Damsel, Viadera, Blowout, North Sahara. The 1, the 4, the 7, all for Chad Brown. He's won this race 4 years in a row. Incredible. But he'll have to try and beat the man who's already won 5. Christophe Clement with a 9-field Glorious, who was on the board at 9-2, coming off that win in the Perfect Sting. But it's Blowout's race to lose here. Should be alone early with the Hall of Famer. There he is, John Velasquez for Peter Brandt and Chad Brown. We send it upstairs, the first of back-to-back graded stakes here on this Saturday card. John Imbrial will take it away.
There in the gate. And the rough. Get Mother a Rose from the extreme outside. And now Blowout is moving on through. Down at the rail, it's Sweet By and By. So it's Blowout and Sweet By and By. They are 1-2. Chalour runs in third, and Atomic Blonde is next in fourth. Then it's a 3-length gap back to Get Mother a Rose next in fifth. Lemon Zip is alongside in sixth. Viadera runs in seventh. Another 2 lengths to North Sahara in eighth. And trailing the field is Feel Glorious. The quarter went in 22 seconds. It's Blowout, the leader here, and clear by 2.5 lengths. Sweet By and By in second by 1.5 lengths. Chalour runs in third, another 1.5 lengths to Atomic Blonde. Lemon Zips down at the rail, then Get Mother a Rose, followed by Viadera, North Sahara, and Feel Glorious. They go around the far turn, and they are spread out here Blowout ran a strong opening half mile, 44 and 4/5 seconds. Sweet By and By now moves right alongside. And Chaleur in the pink cap is racing in third. Down on the inside is Atomic Blonde in fourth. Then North Sahara. Feel Glorious is beginning to pick it up from the back of the pack. Villadera is in behind horses. 3/4 in, 1:08 and 1. It is Blowout and Sweet By and By. Atomic Blonde. Villadera is putting in a run down towards the rail. On the outside it is North Sahara as the field hits the 16th pole. It is Blowout, Sweet By and By. Villadera down at the rail. Here's Villadera with a late surge to win the Noble Damsel. Villadera up in the final strides, and Chad Brown does it again in this stakes race.
Well, if this time is right, I mean, they were flying in this race. 1:32 flat, final time. Villadera up the rail, Joel Rosario.
Yes, if these fractions are correct, there will only be a second most fortunate winner in America this year, because not only did this horse get an enormous pace to close into, this horse got about as good a ride from Joel Rosario as you can give a horse. He did, as I said, he's going to have to take some chances, and while the 9 swung wide, Joel was patient, and he saved ground the inside and was able to get her up. And there's Joel, who's as strong a rider as there is in the game. He's a nice horse, but I'm going to say, and I'm not knocking her, second and third horses are the ones that do all the dirty work, assuming that pace is correct. I want to look at Trackus. And I know the final time is very fast, but that is a crazy pace, all things considered. Joel Rosario is an absolute wizard on the grass.
Blowout to hang in there if those fractions are correct. That was a huge effort defeat. ACAC, grade 3, Warriors Charge, even money here. 1-turn mile coming up. Moved up via DQ in that last start. But a horse who's a grade 3 winner prior to that in a Razorback, and here he is, and he is fast.
Yeah, he's fast, but I don't think it's going to be an easy pace. I think Pioneer Spirit's going to show some speed in this race. You got to think towards the outside. The 12 home base could show some speed, and I'll be surprised if he gets it done.
There's Bourbon Calling at 13-1.
He would benefit from a fast pace, but is he good enough?
Ian Wilkes sends out that 3-time winner on this racetrack. Here's the 4, American Anthem with Mike Maker now.
Yeah, this horse has some fast races, and we'll see if Mike Maker can get him back to it. Obviously, trying the turf, especially soft turf, was a mistake last time.
Mr. Money won the West Virginia Derby last year. Brett Calhoun.
Yeah, it just feels like his form is just completely disintegrated.
Pioneer Spirit, and this is the one you said could be showing some pace early.
The horse that used to be in Brad Cox's barn. I can't believe they're not going to be aggressive with him.
He was 4th to Warriors Charge in that Razorback earlier this year. That was back in February at Oaklawn. Al Khatam, Danny Pites sends out the 7 at 15-1. Declan Cannon rides the gray.
Dead rail last time, the Stephen Foster. This horse is not impossible of his other efforts.
Eben, we'll see next at 8-1. Corey Lannery aboard for Steve Margolis. Coming in off 3 straight victories.
He is, and he ran well last time. I'm not knocking him. This is an asset test for him. But he's a fair price if you like him, I guess.
Yeah, numbers, they've improved each of those wins. Connections must be figuring we got to give him a shot against better. He'll get it today. Here's the 9, Bank It, Steve Asmussen.
His race at Saratoga and then at Charlestown were not good, but this horse could benefit from a very fast pace, and I think it's a chance at a crazy price.
He was 3rd to Funny Guy in the commentator. He's a New York bred. We'll see Funny Guy coming up with the Vosburg next. 48-1, Thirst for Life, Wes Hawley.
Yeah, it just seems a little too slow.
Dinar, Sharita Vo, big long shot at 48-1.
Yeah, it also feels a little bit too slow for these.
Meanwhile, 59-1, home base, Michael Tomlinson, and this horse could be quick as well.
Yeah, I got to think this horse is going to be part of the pace.
Huge price, 6-time winner, 2 of those wins here at Churchill. But big test here for him. And then 5-1 on Everfast. Again, he was 2nd in last year's Preakness behind War of Will. And just 2 starts back in the 19th start of his career, he got through his entry-level allowance condition.
You know, and if you look at his effort and the blame, I thought he ran great that day, and that's absolutely good enough to win here.
You can get signed up, play this grade 3 ACAC and all the action we're showing you each and every day. With Twin Spires, they're offering up to $20 back if the horse you bet win finishes 2nd, up to $10 back if the horse you bet to win finishes 3rd. This offer available all weekend long through the end of Sunday's card at Churchill. Download the Twin Spires app or visit twinspires.com to opt in. So Warriors Charge, Jonathan, 2 starts back. We saw him in the Met Mile. He did not go to the lead in that race. He usually does. He's got the inside post today.
Yeah, Warriors Charge is one of those horses. I learned this lesson for the first time with a horse by the name of Game On Dude, that the slower they go, it's not better. There's this idea that speed horses, and not a lot of people share this idea, but there is some people that have this idea that speed horses appreciate going 49 to the half, and that helps. The slower the better on the front end, and they'll finish. That's not the case with some horses. Their talent and their weapon is going out there, making everyone chase them, going as fast as they possibly can. If you're going fast, the horses behind you are going fast, trying to stay connected, and you can really take a lot of their late run away from them. And I feel like Warriors Charge, that's him. He's better going faster. In his last race at Monmouth, he didn't go that fast on the front end, and then when the running started, he was in trouble. I think if you look at his race down at Oaklawn Park, the Razorback, the pace was real that day. He kind of ran a little bit, and all these other horses who looked like they might run by him at some point, they just didn't do that. And I thought Warriors Charge's next race in the Oaklawn handicap was even more impressive, where it looked like he was going to get run by almost the entire race, and he didn't. Warriors Charge is better going faster, and I love the fact that he drew the rail because he's got one way to go, and that's to the front. You know, I know Andy likes Everfast, and if Everfast was drawn anywhere other than 13, I could get into Everfast a little bit. I'm just concerned he's going to end up too wide on that first turn, or not the first turn, on the final turn. That's the one-turn mile there. I'm just concerned he's going to be a little bit wide. If he can somehow work out a trip and get over to the 2 or the 3 path before they go into the turn, he'll be tough. If he's in the 4 or the 5 path, he's not going to run by Warriors Charge late.
I respectfully disagree. I'm not worried about the post at all. In fact, I love the post for Everfast.
For Everfast.
Yep.
Well, that long run in that stretch to try and get some room to maneuver and save some ground.
You know, and Jonathan forgot, there's a scratch. He's moved all the way into post 12. I like these outside draws. I think it allows him to get his position. And as you say, there's a long run down there. And by the way, didn't the widest mover just win the last race?
Well, you got to deal with...
Didn't the widest mover just win last race? I like being that widest mover.
He didn't have to deal with Warriors Charge on the front end. I keep waiting for Bankett, by the way, who ran good against Warriors Charge in the Razorback to run a big race.
He doesn't like to win, but these one-turn miles perfect for him. What I want to say about Warriors Charge, in all seriousness, horses have not run well at the Met Mile. The horses that have come back have generally not performed that well. And I know he was placed first last time. He was awful last time. That was a bad DQ. He had nothing against a horse that did come back to win, to be fair, and did run well in his next start. But I thought his last race was very disappointing. I'm not confident that he's...
Hard to say it was awful.
It was disappointing. How's that?
Okay, for what you expect from him
you're
usually.
right. That's fair. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. I was too harsh.
All right, he's 4 to 5. Watch the break and see if Everfast on that outside post of 13 can get in towards that rail. Here's Travis Stone with a grade 3 Yak-Yak.
And they're off. And Warriors Charge takes charge right away. Pioneer Spirit mid-pack is away well. American Anthem is showing speed as well. Farther out is Eben Everfast on the far outside. Racing up the chute, and it's Warriors Charge in front. American Anthem is right alongside in second, and they go 1-2 as they come onto the main track. On the far outside, Eben and Pioneer Spirit, they're together third and fourth. Pioneer Spirit a clear-cut third now. Here's Mr. Money advancing inside from fourth. Eben is back into fifth. Everfast comes away sixth. Alcatom settles in toward the rail seventh. Home base is eighth. Dinar running well off the rail in ninth. Bourbon Calling is 10th by 3. And then closing Thirst for Life and Bankett at the back of the pack. The opening quarter goes in 22 and 3. The half an enterprising 44 and 4/5 seconds. Warriors Charge onto the far turn in front, hounded by American Anthem. And here comes Pioneer Spirit. Pioneer Spirit takes it to Warriors Charge round the far turn, and Eben is winding up with a wide bid up to be fourth. Mr. Money is fifth. Dinar's right there sixth. Everfast in behind while seventh and Alcatom. Off the turn into the stretch. Pioneer Spirit puts a nose in front. Warriors Charge has to fight back. Mr. Money's coming up the rail. Eben down the center of the track. Then it's Dinar Thirst for Life down the center of the track as well. 1 furlong to go. Mr. Money slips through underneath to grab the lead. Dinar's finishing well. Bourbon Calling. Thirst for Life outside. Pioneer Spirit fights on 2. Wild finish. Mr. Money has the lead, and Mr. Money won it. Mr. Money works out a great trip in the Yak-Yak. It's tight for second. Bourbon Calling or Thirst for Life. Dinar fourth.
Mr. Money up the fence. Gabriel Saez This horse now 4 for 6 at Churchill.
Good call by Jonathan that you needed to save ground to win the race. He was right.
Yes, he was.
And I know that he really liked Mr. Money back in the Blame, and I didn't like him, and he didn't run well that day. But unfortunately, neither one of us came back with him today. And a horse that looked really good as a 3-year-old and disappointed this year, but got a great ride here and got the job done as they were stacked up across the track.
He's had Brett Calhoun, a couple of horses now who were strong contenders last year on the Triple Crown Trail, who have come back really good as 4-year-olds by my standards, of course, one of the top horses in the handicap division. And now Mr. Money gets his first win of his 2020 campaign.
Yeah, nice job. Now I'm trying to look who rode this horse. Oh, Gabriel. I'm going to tell you something. It feels like we've only been doing Churchill for a couple of weeks. I think Acacia would agree. Feels like a lot of races we've looked up and said, wow, that was Gabriel Saez that gave that horse a great ride. I've been impressed by the riding that he's been doing. Not just his brother. He's a good rider, Luis Saez.
This horse powerful to the finish, and here he goes off
only
at
6 to 1.
6 to 1.
They knew. Even in 12-horse fields, they know.
Warriors charge, that inside post, he broke inward a little bit.
That was a fast second quarter. Travis was right when he talked about how quick the second quarter was.
Well, back in the Grade 3 Noble Damsel here at Belmont, Valladera. What a ride. Joel Rosario taking advantage of that opening on the fence. And sweep by and blowout, dueling these insane fair actions up front. This horse takes advantage.
You know, and Chad Brown wins his 5th straight. And I can imagine Chad Brown watching Peter Brandt's here, and Blowout ran so well, as did too. Tough beat for Blowout, but this was a great ride by Joel. And the fractions were right, according to Trackers, by the way.
Winner's Circle lead-in. It's brought to you by the Fasig-Tipton Mid-Atlantic Fall Yearling Sale, October 5th and 6th, after the Preakness and Timonium. More than 550 cataloged, including 150 New York breds. Valladera, back-to-back wins now. The De La Rosa, the Grade 3 Noble Damsel, as we head to Maggie.
5 in a row for Chad Brown, the Noble Damsel. This time, Chad with Valladera, but in defeat. Blowout ran huge, given the fractions. Talk about both of their performances today.
They both ran super. I mean, Valladera got a great setup, saving all the ground and get up the last drum, and really proud of her. But Blowout, you know, ran probably the best race. I mean, to run those fractions and still battle on, I'm so proud of her. Both horses really ran terrific.
Definitely fillies that have some promise and some move forward. Congratulations on your 5th Noble Damsel in a row.
Thank you. I've been lucky to have some good horses. Thank you.
All right, guys, Chad Brown, he runs 1, 2, 4 in this year's rendition of this Grade 3.
And you know he's disappointed that he didn't run 1, 2, 3. Yeah, been lucky to have some good horses. He's had a lot of good horses. I don't know how much of it is luck. But he 4-time outstanding trainer.
It's not luck. He's a fabulous trainer to get him. I know you're not insinuating it was. You know, I'll give you an example. Uni. Uni wasn't a spectacular horse over in Europe, and Uni could have come here and been absolutely nothing, and instead she turned out to be a Breeders' Cup winner and a multiple Grade 1 winner. Those are the kind of horses. It's one thing, and Chad will be the first to tell you, you get expensive, well-bred horses. Good horses, they're dangerous as riches in anybody's hands, but it's those horses like that. It's overachievers. It's a horse like Focus Group that he won stakes with. That was just an okay horse, but he did a really good job with those horses. Those are the horses that point out for the trainers exceptional. It's not necessarily the really great ones. It's the ones you get to run better than they're supposed to.
Well, coming up next, more graded stakes action. We have a win and you're in for the Breeders' Cup Sprint. It is the Grade 2 Vosburg and Firenze Fire. He has been a different thoroughbred here on this racetrack. He loves it at Belmont. He's the current 3-2 favorite. Meanwhile, this horse, the last time we saw him in the racetrack, it was the Breeders' Cup Sprint last year. He wound 4th behind eventual champion Matoli. Long time off for Engage for Steve Asmussen. How will he fare off the bench? We'll find out next.
Triple Crown dreams can dawn anywhere. This one at Sequel, New York in the Hudson Valley, when Twin Creeks Racing foaled a handsome son of Constitution. Saratoga Stables chased the dream at the Fasig-Tipton New York bred yearling sale in 2018, when they outbid competitors to land Tis the Law. And at the 152nd Belmont Stakes, it was time to test the dream.
Tis the Law, and the New York bred is going to win New York's Belmont Stakes.
Make your dreams come true with a registered New York bred.
Practical Joke was all business. He won the home.
Practical Joke always showed a lot of ability. He showed a lot of heart, a lot of determination. Right from the first breeze, he identified himself as one of the best in his crop.
Practical Joke down to the wire, the Champagne.
Practical Joke took both the Hopeful and the Champagne Stakes, and he's a fast, tough, precocious 2-year-old, trained on, showed even better form at 3.
It is Practical Joke in the Allen Jerkins.
He's going to be a horse that no commercial breeder can leave off their list.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2, Fox Family Networks. Good to have you with us. Our program brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Our featured event coming up next. It's our ABR Race of the Week, Grade 2 Vosburg. This race has been won by some of the greats in this game. Bold Ruler, Forgo, Ghost Zapper won this race back in the day.
Do you know when Forgo won this race? He had won the 1.5 mile Woodward. He cut back and won the Vosburg at 7 furlongs, and then his next start he won the 2 mile Jockey Club Gold Cup.
Incredible.
The greatest 4 3/8 of a mile 3-race performance in history.
Well, Firenze Fire, he has been not quite Forgo level good, but he has been next level good at Belmont. 4 for 7 here on Big Sandy.
Yeah, I think he's just a good horse. I think he's run very well, and I thought he ran a reasonably good race when he finished 4th in the Vanderbilt, when you consider the pace and the quality of horses he was meeting. He's a very honest horse. The problem that I have with him, and he can win this race, his really big performances were all in Jason Service's barn. We all know that Jason Service is clearly currently under indictment for using performance-enhancing drugs. And while I credit Kelly Breen for the good job he's done getting back to run well, he hasn't delivered those blowout performances he did for Service on occasion.
But would you say, would that True North performance be good enough to win here?
I don't know. It's a good question. I really don't. I'm not sure. I think it definitely is good enough to make him a major, major contender. What do you think of Funny Guy? Is 6 furlongs a little short for his best? Do you think the One True Timber benefited from the wet track last time out? Because he looks like the controlling speed in this race, and I think can wire them. Can Engage run back to his best race? There are so many questions here, right?
Well, there's a lot of changes. Originally, Volatile, who was the leader of the sprint division, was expected to be in this race. An injury put him on the sidelines. So some horses, some connections changed plans, including Funny Guy. And Engage now showing up for Steve Asmussen as sort of plan B here. Jose Ortiz will be aboard. We've not seen him since the Breeders' Cup Sprint last year, and this is the race that led him into that Breeders' Cup Sprint, a victory in the Grade 2 Phoenix at Keeneland.
Listen, he beat Whitmore. Anytime a horse beats Whitmore, you have to give them credit. It was also a bunch of horses across the racetrack, and I don't know how strong this race was, and I wouldn't say this was one of Whitmore's 8 performances. His Breeders' Cup was a big figure. I don't know. I don't think that's really accurate to him. And, Greg, here's the thing. Do you want to take a short price on a horse that's running in a race that wasn't even originally being pointed for it? Now, to be fair, he was probably pointing for the Phoenix, which is Friday at Keeneland, and because Vollen run. So I don't think it's like Steve Asmussen said, I was going to run him in a mile race in 3 weeks, and I'm going to run instead. He was pointing for a similar spot a week later.
Well, he was 2-1 morning line. He's 7-2 right now. This is asking a lot off this long layoff. Let's head downstairs to Maggie Wolfendale.
Yeah, we'll check in with Engage here for Steve Asmussen as he comes in off of that layoff. And fitness-wise, I like what I see. You know, he's been working steadily down there at Churchill Downs in preparation for this effort back. As Steve said, he got him back into the barn around July, and he's been training and not missing a beat. I will say, though, that this is actually, since this is the first time I've seen him under the tutelage of Steve Asmussen, he's a little bit more quiet than what he was in his previous efforts. That is very typical, though, for the Asmussen barn. His horses just, they're so schooled, and not that Chad's aren't by any means, but it's just kind of the difference of preparation, I suppose. But like I said, he's incredibly fit here. My one problem, though, is that, you know, he hasn't really gone on that much from 3 even to 5. So I don't know. I like, though, the fact that now that they've gotten the tack on him, his ears have really gone forward and he's really kind of got that intensity back to his face. So we'll see what he does here, as we'll check in with Funny Guy, the New York bred. This is the shortest Funny Guy has ever run. He looks sensational here. He looks like a little Trojan horse. And I was dubious about his chances when he came back off the layoff in the commentator, and he ran his best race to date, because I just didn't think he looked that fit. He is that kind of, as I think they call him, chubby or chunky or something as his pet barn name. But he's ready for it, and he's sharp. I like that with my horses when they're trying a shorter distance for the first time. Physically, he looks capable of handling the 6 furlongs here. So I don't think that's a big problem for him. And he's heading into this race in the right kind of way, as John Terranova calling the audible with the defection of Volatile in this Vosburg, and opting to run him here and citing that he's training very well. And he shows it in the paddock, Greg.
9-5. Thank you, Maggie, on the New York bred Funny Guy. Just left our screen. He was originally pointing to the Kelso.
But he was like the same thing a week later. Now, that's at a mile. We were laughing at Maggie calling him a Trojan horse. Then we looked at him. It was really funny. That was actually a very good analogy she made. That really was great.
You can get signed up, started, play this race, our Grade 2 Vosburg Invitational. Win and you're in for the Breeders' Cup Sprint, and all the action we show you every day in the program with Nauer Bets. If you're a new member, you can earn up to a $200 deposit match bonus and sign up. Use the promo code MATCH200 and bet any track, anywhere, anytime. That horse right there. Not raced since November 2nd, Breeders' Cup Sprint last year. So the comeback performance. And should he win this race or run credibly in this race, you would think the next spot, early November in Keeneland.
The Breeders' Cup Sprint this year feels about as wide open as it. Can you even name who you think the favorite's supposed to be?
We were talking about it earlier, and with Volatile out, yeah, it's tough to say. This might be the year for Whitmore.
Oh, that would be cool, wouldn't it?
It'd be fun to see. This is what's at stake in this race here. Automatic entry to the Breeders' Cup Sprint, November the 7th at Keeneland. $60,000 entry fee paid by Breeders' Cup. That Nominator Award and travel allowance if stabled outside of Kentucky. Here's our post-parade. We start with True Timber, Jack Sisterson, Kendrick Carmouche.
I like this horse to wire the field. I think Kendrick could do the same thing. And the thing is, he's run well for Jack Sisterson. This horse has very good race to go back to. It's not like this horse is unqualified on back form.
Funny Guy, the New York bred, son of Big Brown. His first 2 starts as a 4-year-old were sensational against New York breds.
Who's better than Joel Rosario after winning that stake with that fabulous ride last time? And he's been terrific.
We'll share the ride. He ran lights out last start, and he was quick.
He was.
He might put pressure on True Timber. He might outquick True Timber.
No. He got away with a very slow first quarter last time. 22-2 at Monmouth is crawling, so I don't think he can run with that horse, but he could be putting pressure on him today.
Connections didn't expect him to be in the lead, and he went gate to wire in that race. Firenze Fire, 9-5.
It was only 2 weeks ago for Share the Ride. I know everybody's Frenzy Fire loves Belmont, blah, blah, blah. I think he can win. I hate him at 9-5. I think he's overbet.
Short price. He was 7-2 morning line. Here's Engaged. Long time off. We haven't seen him since last year's Breeders' Cup Sprint.
I'm going to admit, I've never liked this horse. I've always thought he was a bit of a phony. So I don't really want him. But the truth is, if he stays at 7-2, those are fair odds if you like him. I just don't want this horse coming off the layoff against this bunch. Not that he's meeting any absolute killers.
Favoritism has shifted to the New York bred Jonathan. Funny Guy in here. Your thoughts here on this Vosburg?
Yeah, look, I like Funny Guy. I think he's a horse that I like him here. I think he's a great, hard-knocking, trying New York bred. I actually liked him last time up at Saratoga in the Forego. Unfortunately, ran into a racetrack and a little bit of a trip. I worry a little bit about the pace in this situation where it feels like the 4 Share the Ride could be loose on the lead, but Share the Ride is not just a crazy speedball. Yes, Share the Ride wired to the Mr. Prospector last time, but if you look at his past performances, he hasn't made the lead in a very long time. So you have to figure, what is Manny going to do on this horse? Are they going to go to the front? Because if they do, there's an opportunity to get Brave out on the front end. There's an opportunity to get loose while these other horses trying to come from off of it. So I think Share the Ride deserves at least a look. Firenze Fire, I am in the bandwagon of at least a majority of this year. I've been fading all horses that were trained by Jason Service. A couple of them have come up to bite me a little bit. Firenze Fire, I wasn't crazy about Firenze Fire's True North. I thought it was kind of a weak edition of the True North, but he ran well. The race that kind of makes me think that Firenze Fire can get the job done here today is in that Vanderbilt. The pace was extremely slow in that race, and I thought he ran well despite the pace situation that he was up against. Do I think that he deserves to be 9-5? No, I'd much rather bet Funny Guy at 9-5 than him at 9-5. But I just don't want to dismiss the fact that I do think Firenze Fire can win this race, and he's a horse that I think, although he's not like some super horse at Belmont, he does seem to appreciate being at Belmont a little bit better than other places.
I think there's no question about that. He's 4 for 7 here. He's won the Grade 1 Champagne. He won the Run Happy. He won the Dwyer. And we'll see. That last race on a sloppy track, and you throw that one out, he's not been the same horse on off tracks. Here's the one, True Timber. I know you like him. Jack Sisterson, Kendrick Carmouche team up with a horse who used to be very good going longer.
Yeah, well, but he's run. I mean, he's 3 for 6 at this distance, so it's not like he hasn't run well. He has that nice win back in September of 2018. He's got a second to Pattern Recognition with a big buyer in the Cigar Mile, and you're probably right that he's run some of his bigger races going a mile, but he's run very well at 6 furlongs. The thing is, he's the speed from the inside, so the distance doesn't bother me. You know what I mean? It's not like he needs to get going. He's going to likely be in front. And I just think that he's getting back into good form. I know he's a 6-year-old, and I don't love him, but he's going to be 5-2, 5-1 probably in this race. And I don't love anybody in here. So at the odds, I'll take a shot with a horse that I think ran as well as anybody did last time out in his inside speed.
Well, this horse put in a out-of-this-world performance for him in his last start. Connections claimed him for $16,000. They thought they'd win a stake with him, and they did that in the Mr. Prospector at Monmouth last start. He ran a huge number that day.
And I love that his connections are coming back in 2 weeks in a big race like the Vosburg and trying to strike while the iron is hot and see what they have. He was a horse that was claimed for $16,000 just less than 3 months ago. He's run 2 huge races for his new connections in the dirt. Now, I want to be fair. He's got some fast figures going back, so it's not as though those races came from nowhere. They were able to get him back and a little bit better than any of the races he's run, but he ran 94 and 93 buyers for his prior connections. Last time out, obviously, was a big blowout win, but I do think that he was very much aided by a slow first quarter, and I don't think he gets away with that here with True Timber in here.
Well, let's check in with Maggie. Maggie, I know in that last start in the Mr. Prospector, they gave this horse a very big warm-up, and as a result of that, broke incredibly sharp. Connections didn't expect he was going to go gate to wire, but the jockey knew that this horse was going to go gate to wire. What have you been seeing from Share the Ride warming up?
That he's behaving quite aggressively once again. He did get a solo warm-up again from Manny Franco. Granted, I mean, I'm sure there was intention there, but Manny Franco takes all of his horses away from the pony, so I'm not putting all that much stock into it, but I will say he's wearing a huge cup as far as his blinkers is concerned. That sounded wrong for a second. Just covering his entire eye and vision, so he can only really see straight in front of him. Now, whether that means that he's going to go straight to the lead here once again, possibly, because he is giving off signs as far as his demeanor is concerned. You saw him kind of rooting there and tugging the reins. That rooting is the term we use when a horse really, tries to pull the reins and the bit out of the rider's hands, throwing their head down, as you see, is being rambunctious with the pony. So he's sharp once again. And as far as coming back on somewhat short rest, he ticks every box. His energy levels are obviously where they need to be. His weight is great. So he's a horse I'm not that familiar with, or not really familiar with at all. So this is just what I'm seeing from him this time. I don't know much about what he was like prior, as number one is a horse I love True Timber because he doesn't always win, but he runs in these ridiculously tough races, and he always shows up. He looks great once again here for Jack Sisterson. I will admit, though, that I talked about 3 horses, and lucky enough, I got all the 3 of them to come 1, 2, 3 in the paddock that day for the forego. He really grabbed my attention for that race. He didn't necessarily grab it today because Funny Guy, I couldn't get over how good he looked, but True Timber, he'll run well here once again, Greg.
There's True Timber moving in. Thank you, Maggie. We know Kendrick Carmouche's mind on getting to the front early here. And it's the New York bred. There he is, Funny Guy. Commentator, John Morrissey. 2 wins to start off his 4-year-old campaign against New York breds. Can he get a stakes win here against Open Company and his first graded stakes win on the resume?
Well, he can, but will he?
He is very good. He's come back a different horse. Here is a 4-year-old. There is Firenze Fire, the 5-horse moving in. Engage. First start since last year's Breeders' Cup Sprint. Win, and you're in for the sprint. It's the Grade 2 Vosburg. Here's John Imbrial.
And the rough. And all 5 came away to a good beginning. On the outside, it's Engage. Firenze Fire's right there. And Share the Ride. Share the Ride has now taken the lead. Firenze Fire in second, Engages on the outside in third with True Timber at the rail. And Funny Guy is the early trailer in 5th. It's Share the Ride in front here by a length. Firenze Fire second by a half length. Engage on the outside in third. Then True Timber. And Funny Guy is at the back of the pack. They're midway around the far turn. The quarter went in 22 and 1/5 seconds. And it is Share the Ride holding the lead here by a little more than a length. On the extreme outside, Funny Guy is now moving up. Engage is in between horses. Firenze Fire is right there. And the field heads for home. The half in 45 and 2. Firenze Fire right alongside of Share the Ride. Funny Guy's on the outside. And now they're past the 8th pole. And it is Firenze Fire with the lead. Funny Guy giving chase with Share the Ride. But it's going to be Firenze Fire. Victorious in the Vosburg, 1 by 3. Funny Guy was second. Pace setter Share the Ride finished third. The time was 1:09 and 3.
Happy connections. Kelly Breen, Mr. Amore Stable. Firenze Fire does it again at Belmont.
Is it me, or don't you like that people are here rooting now? You know, there's been a little
nice
more
to
rooting
see.
today. It's nice to hear the people here, and he's just an honest horse. You know, he did a good job stalking and just got it done. And it wasn't, it wasn't that fast a pace, and he was able to put himself in the game and get it done. And in this particular case, far and away the best horse won today. He was just much the best. Funny Guy ran fine, and I think Share the Ride ran well in here. True Timber. I mean, this wasn't Kendrick's fault. He was asking for all he had early. He had nothing.
Strange, yeah, that he did not go to the front. And look,
Tried,
remember,
Kendrick.
Share the Ride. You're saying how good he ran. He was doing off the performance of his life off short rest.
2 weeks ago. No, I agree. I think Share the Ride ran terrific in here. No doubt about it. This is a very nice horse, Firenze Fire. And I really give Kelly Breen and John Atfield, his assistant, a lot of credit. You get these horses from Jason Service. Yeah, you could say it's a bit of a free roll. They ran well for him. But still, they've gotten this horse back into solid graded stakes winning form. And you haven't seen that from a lot of horses that were in that barn. So I tip of the cap to them.
Do they wish the Breeders' Cup was in Elmont this year?
I think he's a good horse. I'm not going to say he's just a good Belmont horse.
He's a very good horse, but very, very, very good here at Belmont. A lot of success here. 5th win now for Firenze Fire. I wasn't saying that, by the way.
I know.
Andy, putting words in my mouth. 5-2. Firenze Fire. Jose Lezcano. We'll be back. Stay tuned.
Eclipse champion Blame. Ranked among the top stallions of his crop, Blame has sired over 50 stakes horses. His recent top performers include Nadal, a $700,000 juvenile purchase and winner of the Grade 1 Arkansas Derby, and Shotsky, winner of the Grade 2 Rimson Stakes, plus recent Grade 1 performers Mississippi, Alandra, and Natalma Stakes winner Abscon. Outstanding value, outstanding results. Blame, standing at Claiborne Farm.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With NYRA Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the NYRA Bets app or visit nyrabets.com.
Back on America's Day at the Races, our program brought to you in part by Hillandale and Alapa, home to some of the world's leading stallions, including Curlin and Kitten's Joy. Fosberg in the books at Belmont. It goes to Firenze Fire. We're back at Churchill right now for the 10th and final on the card. Mile and an eighth on the turf, maiden special, 46-1 on Zawadi.
I got to get there, Greg. Zawadi does look like a long shot. Cutting back, though, from 1.5 miles last time.
Filly by Arch. Go tweet.
Yeah, this one just stretches out from 6.5 furlongs. Would have to improve.
Demora, another big price here at 20-1. We'll see next. Rafael Bejarano.
Yeah, it does seem like a price, but not terrible for a horse that's 20-1.
9-5 favorite, all the money on the 4 filly here. New Year's Day filly for Brendan Walsh. Blinkers off.
Long pants required and Fashion Mower. Way the horses to beat, aren't they? The 4 and 5?
Looks like it. Fashion Mower, yeah, we'll see next for Nacho Correas. 9-2 with James Graham.
He's an overlay at 9-2. He's got to come down, right?
Why
is he any worse than long pants required?
Yeah, let's start 2 back.
And he's a fashion plate, and the other one's demanding on only long pants. Bring it up.
Go for value, demand value. We'll see. Yeah, I would think 9-2 is not going to hold here. Tiz Penny, John Court aboard.
I agree with you, and just went up in odds. This one would have to improve.
7's out. Here's the 8 Sail on Ellen, who is stretching out from sprints. It's probably going to be on the front end.
I'm going to make a bold prediction. I think she's the speed of the race. And I'll tell you what, she also may be the most talented horse in the race, but you want her at 9 furlongs? That's a stretch, right?
You're going to have to run her down in here. Leah Chase, Rudolph Brissett.
Why is this horse only 6-1? She looks way slow.
You think she'd be a much bigger price?
I think Leah Chase should be higher, right? Don't you?
Yeah, she was 8-1 on the line. People see that second at Ellis. It was the first start of the year. She probably improves off at least that first start of the year, but she needs to get faster. First-time starter, Bill Mott's Warlike Goddess.
I know it's an English channel. There is not much pedigree on the dam side. We'll see. Taking some money, but I'm going to have to bet, aren't I? I'm going to have to bet the 5.
Well, let's wait and see who our market mover is with Jonathan.
I can guarantee you Andy's not waiting to see who the market mover is before he makes his decision, but I appreciate the confidence there, Wolfie. The 4, long pants required, takes a lot of money here. And look, this horse did not break particularly well last time, got way too far out of it. I don't see a ton of pace in here outside of the stretch-out horse, the 8 Sail on Ellen that Andy had pointed out, but it feels like long pants required doesn't have to be this far back. Can be a little bit more tactile. If you look at the 2 races at Ellis Park, and also at Churchill Downs can be closer. And so I'm hopeful that Long Pants Required will get a little bit more involved. I think it's a confident move to take the blinkers off from a horse that took themselves out of it. We've heard Richie talk about it on the show that sometimes in the gate, if they turn their head with blinkers on, they can't see the gate open. And he said that sometimes that's more important for them to see the gate open rather than to hear it. So maybe that'll help Long Pants Required get out of the gate. I say whoever's sitting first or second is your winner in this long mile and an eighth turf race down at Churchill Downs.
Did that change your mind, Andy?
I loved what he said about the top. That was hilarious.
If you want to bet the market mover, anybody else in this race, Twin Spires offering you up to $20 back if the horse you bet to win finishes second, and up to $10 back if the horse you bet to win finishes third. Offer available all weekend long through the end of Sunday's card at Churchill. Download that Twin Spires app or visit twinspires.com to opt in.
I bet the 5 to win because the value is there, and I box 4 or 5 in the exacta. And if I lose, that's the way it goes. What?
I want to see what the 5 was at as they
9 to 2 as they were going
Okay.
in. Based on the doubles, the horses maybe the worst will get a 7 to 2. So it's good enough for me.
Favorite though, Long Pants Required. Brendan Walsh, Tyler Gaffleone meets leading rider. Trying to get another this afternoon. Took the first 2 on the card. Travis Stone with a nightcap from Louisville.
And they're in the gate. And they're off. Fashion Mo squeezed back at the start, so too Tiz Penny. Good beginning for Sail on Ellen, who races right for the lead and angles over toward the hedge. Very keyed up is Sail on Ellen, fighting the rider quite a bit biased the first time. Go Tweet settles in to be second. Leah Chase on the outside comes away in third. And then it's Long Pants Required, who settles in toward the hedge in fourth. Fashion Mo is now fifth. Zawadi sixth. Demore is in seventh with Warlike Goddess in eighth. And Tiz Penny's at the back in ninth. Into the clubhouse turn. Sail on Ellen. Still keyed up top. Leads by 2 lengths. Trying to settle just a bit with 6 furlongs to go. Go Tweet is waiting back in second. Leah Chase reserved while third. Long Pants Required cruising along inside fourth. Joined by Fashion Mo, who sneaks up from fifth. Farther back in the field is Demore running along in sixth with Warlike Goddess in seventh. Zawadi's losing ground eighth. Tiz Penny is ninth. Fractions 24 and 4 to a 50 and 1/2 mile time. Sail on Ellen is sailing along up top. 5-length advantage heading for the far turn. Go Tweet trying to get closer from second. Leah Chase is racing third. Long Pants Required has been saving ground throughout in fourth. Fashion Mo fifth and 4 lengths off the lead. Then it's Demora and Warlike Goddess around the far turn. Sail on Ellen is still in front. In front by 2.5, now by 3. Ears forward by the quarter pole. Sail on Ellen off the turn, the one to catch. Go Tweed fully extended. And then it's Leah Chase. Long Pants Required switches outside. Warlike Goddess is coming down the center of the course with Tiz Penny. 1 furlong to go. Sail on Ellen is still there, trying to hang in there for another 16th. Warlike Goddess pounces. Here comes Warlike Goddess, who takes off. And Leah Chase in between. Warlike Goddess up to do it. Leah Chase was second. Sail on Ellen was third. Long Pants Required checked hard at mid-stretch and finishes fourth.
Warlike Goddess in the debut. English Channel filly for Belmont, 10.98 here unofficially.
Yeah, and nice job for the Belmont barn. The horse took some money and to get the job done. Right in here, watch. Is the 9 coming out? Is the 10 coming in? Or was the 4 just uncomfortable in there? I don't know. It didn't seem like anybody did anything, so maybe the 4 is uncomfortable. There could be an inquiry involving the first 2 finishers. Obviously, and Travis noted at the end of the race in his call, Travis Stone, that the 4 did check out in the stretch. But it seemed like she did it to herself,
The 9 really looked like she got pushed down, didn't she?
I don't know.
I'll have to see the head on.
I don't know. You'd have to start. Maybe there will be no inquiry, but there could be.
All right, we'll keep you posted on what happens. Warlike Goddess entering your screen right there.
And she is lugging in. She is lugging in. So, and I'm not saying it's this point in the race. I'm talking about it was before when the 4 was between the 2. She was lugging in a bit.
All right, we'll keep you posted. Meanwhile, back at Belmont, Firenze Fire. Ticket punch to the Breeders' Cup Sprint. Been in that race last year. Ran 5th. Right behind Engage.
Didn't this horse run a super race in here last year? when he finished second to Imperial Hint. Yeah, lost by a nose.
Lost by a nose, yeah. $7.20 for the win. 5th win on this track for Firenze Fire in 8 starts as we head to Maggie.
Firenze Fire victorious once again here at beautiful Belmont Park in this year's Vosburg. And please be joined by winning conditioner Kelly Breen. And Kelly, getting Firenze Fire back to the races on a fast track. And I know that you watched his last breeze and said, wow, you had to feel pretty confident coming into here today.
You know, going into his breeze, it was a do or die for me to run in the race, because if he didn't have the workout that he did, I said maybe it wasn't the rain, maybe it wasn't the track, but he had a really, really nice breeze. Breeze in 59, could have went faster, and that put us to where we are now, which puts us to the Breeders' Cup.
It's actually optimal timing as well for this Breeders' Cup try. He's been there before. He hasn't been able to get the job done, but what about this year makes you think that he might be able to win the Breeders' Cup Sprint?
I think it's a wide open race. You know, we'll see what happens at Keeneland and the Phoenix. And for the most part, we're healthy, we're good, and that's where we're going.
Well, he looks sensational today. Enjoy this Vosburg win, Kelly, and best of luck in Kentucky.
I am smiling underneath this. Yeah, it's all good.
We've learned to identify smiles with eyes now, but Kelly, once again, congrats, and looking forward to seeing him as Greg Firenze Fire. It's good to see this 5-year-old pick up yet again a graded stakes win. He just keeps getting better, maybe like a fine wine, and we'll see how he does at Keeneland in this year's Breeders' Cup Sprint.
It's on to Lexington for Firenze Fire. 12th win of his career. And by the way, we do have an inquiry back at Churchill. We'll get to that in a moment. But Firenze Fire punches his ticket. We're going to see him. We know that championship weekend. What do you think of his chances? We got to wait and see who lines up, obviously. And here was this race today, though. Does that put him in contention? Whoever shows up.
Of course it does. Absolutely. No, of course he's in contention for it. There's no killers out there. We'll see. I mean, as you say, I don't want to make opinions before the races, but why doesn't he? Belongs.
No, I want the trifecta right now.
A lot of people do.
So Firenze Fire, as you mentioned, ran huge in this race last year. Just missed to Imperial Hint. Gets it done this time around. 5 for 8 now at Belmont. Let's go back to Churchill in this inquiry.
Okay, we're past it. So if we could roll, yeah, it's hard because they've been showing it. Greg and I have been watching on the Churchill feed. What happens is the 9 may have come over on the number 4 horse. So it's possible the 9 fouled the 4 in mid-stretch. The 10 did not foul him. Here it is. The 9 is in pink. The 4 is between in red, okay? Outside is the 10. At that point, the 9 seems to cross over the 4. But now the 10 comes in and slams the 9.
Yeah,
now, I'm going to say
with
reasonable certainty that the 10 is going to be placed behind the 9. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay, now, what happens if the stewards say that the 9 also fouled the 4? The 4 run 3rd, or did he run 4? He ran 3rd.
The 4 ran 4th, so the 8 would be your winner.
So is it possible to take them both down and they put the 10 behind the 9 and the 9 behind the 4, so the finish could theoretically be 8, 4, 9, 10?
Could happen.
We don't think there's any question it's going to be 9, 10. Not the 10's going below the 9. I think we believe. We don't know what's going to happen, though. It's also possible in the early one, when the 9 came over, was the 4. I don't know if he – it's hard to tell, Greg, but I think –
Pink Silk's middle there.
This one could be going on tomorrow. 4. This could make the maximum security takedown look like a breeze.
I definitely felt like the foul from the 10 on the 9 was worse than the 9 on the 4.
They were sort of like 6 angles up. Yes, I agree, but also it's because it's hard. You could see the clear cut.
Yeah.
The 9 does come out and come over in the 4, and we know the 4 stayed back, and he came back and ran. So it does feel like something happened to the long pants required in here. So I think there's a real – I know it sounds crazy, but I think there's a real possibility this inquiry could take an enormous amount of time, and the finish could end up being 8, 4, 9, 10. How's that?
Julien Leparoux waiting to see what the stewards decide in here. Of course, has to make his case. And very possible we do see a double DQ.
But here's the thing. The 9 gets taken down for fouling another horse. The 10 has to go below him because he fouled him. It's a really convoluted one, right? I don't think I've ever seen no change. Well, that's an easy way to go. Not the way I would have gone, but an easy way to go.
Wow.
Didn't it seem like the 9 was coming back on the 10?
Let's take one more look here.
All right.
So here comes the 9, taking away that ground of the 4.
Okay, now,
and then
if we can
boom.
take that off, I want to see. Okay, there's where the 10 hits the 9. Thank you. The 9 actually battles back here. He battles back to get second. You telling me there's no way the 9 couldn't have won? Wow, I would have taken the 10 down for sure. Wow.
Looked from the head on pretty significant.
It was a slam. Okay, glad I wasn't
No
involved in
change.
that debacle.
10-9.
My horse
8-4.
was last. I didn't have to worry about being involved in that one.
Result stands in Bill Mott in inquiries. He's got the golden touch in Churchill.
You know, I think Bill would have taken country. The country we're staying
House.
up, and that was country house, and that was coming down. You're right.
We got
Bill.
the nightcap from Belmont coming up next. Stay with us. We're 12 minutes to post. In race 10, we'll be on the turf at a mile and a 16th. Stay with us. More coming up on America's Day at the Races.
Into the final furlong of the Claiborne Breeders' Futurity, and Classic Empire wins it in style.
Here's the wire. Classic Empire. He's a champion 2-year-old.
Here's the champ, Classic Empire. Classic Empire.
Mid-Atlantic Fall Yearlings. Over 550 cataloged with over 150 New York breds. Ranked among the top yearling sales in North America by Grade 1 and graded stakes winners sold. Recent grads include Captain Scotty, Field Pass, Project Whiskey, and Pumpkin Rumble. The Fasig-Tipton Mid-Atlantic Fall Yearling Sale, Monday and Tuesday, October 5th and 6th, after the Preakness in Timonium, Maryland. Where will you be?
Ironicus. This graded stakes-winning millionaire defeated over 20 Grade 1 winners, including Canadian champion and Horse of the Year Up With the Birds. A Grade 2 winner and course record setter at Saratoga, he won 3 graded stakes and was runner-up in multiple Grade 1 events. His first yearlings have sold for over 7 times his stud fee. The leading money earner at stud for emerging Sire of Sires Distorted Humor. Ironicus, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Need help in finalizing your picks for the next race? Check out the Trackmaster selections provided by Equibase on every U.S. thoroughbred and harness track on NYRA Bets. Use these selections to get quick expert advice from professionals in the business. Check out the thumbs up graphic next to the pick and the wager pad and scroll down for more details on the horse. Trackmaster selections available on NYRA Bets and the NYRA Bets app.
Back on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. Gorgeous Saturday afternoon here in Elmont, New York, even if you're not alive in the Pick 5. I'm trying to look at the brighter side of things.
No, it is a beautiful day.
Program.
Nobody's here, but it's a great day.
Brought to you by NYRA Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NYRA Bets app. You can also go to NYRABets.com. By the way, the cross-country Pick 5. It's in the books. It returned $54,460.
Yeah, tough winner in the Churchill second leg. The 8th race at Churchill. That seems like a lot, though, right?
It's a massive. Well, you had a Warriors Charge getting beat.
Oh, the $24 horse start here, and then you had the big price in the next race. Kind of blew everybody out.
Yeah, Stilo Femenino for sure.
Right.
Blew that thing up, Steve Asmussen. This race coming up to close out, this is the reason I wanted to play the Pick 5 today, because of this race. Wide open group. There's a lot of prices who are interesting. And this horse who's favored right now, we both agree we don't like at all.
No, Allied Invasion should be 30-1 here and is currently 3-1. Allied Invasion not only beat a terrible field last time that isn't even comparable to a number of runners in here, I'd say conservatively he was 4th best in that race, and that's probably being nice. He got about as good. Another Joel Rosario, another race, and I know I say this a lot. This is a race that the horse won because of Joel Rosario's right. I laughed when he was 5-1 morning line. David Argona's brilliant making the lines, thinking anybody would bet this horse. This horse has absolutely no chance whatsoever. None. Zero.
Okay, I wouldn't
Zero.
go that far.
You
but
know, he's a 30-1 shot. He has no chance.
The 4, the 6, the 9, and 10, by the way, result in
wait.
the Empire 6 getting hit by one unique ticket. Back at Churchill, Warlike Goddess. This result stands after that inquiry. Bill Mott, first time out, has a nice one here. Wins in the debut going long on the grass.
Yeah. Absolutely, gets it done. A little help from the stewards, a little help from the slam on Leah Cause. Leah Chase, who, by the way, taking that early money, they were right. More Like Goddess gets it done.
And the pick 6 getting hit there for $34,000. All right, back to Elmont Post Parade here coming up shortly. There's the favorite. Look, it's Clement, it's Rosario, and as a result of that, taking money. Here's Joy City, who got on the turf for the very first time last out for Charlie Baker, was close up front and faded late. Outside post today.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I don't see how this horse is a contender, but
here is Albie, who is a contender at 5-1.
I agree. I think Albie is an absolute player in here. He drops down. He meets easier company. He's one of the major players.
Shooting the breeze. This horse was in the Grade 3 Virginia Derby back as a 3-year-old.
I know he doesn't win, but he's in some ways the horse to beat in here, and he did not like turf that was very chopped up. I know it was listed as firm, but they were cutting that grass up.
River Knight, he has some speed. He's a huge price at 23-1.
Yeah, he has speed, but he's 1 for 66.
Rider change. Jose Lezcano on My Amangina.
Would have to improve markedly.
Fotis, another jackpot horse that would result in the pick 6 getting hit.
Okay, I'll give you one. This horse is 36-1. This horse is absolutely better than Allied Invasion. And I don't think you'll disagree with me.
Look, there's the potential for upside with Allied Invasion. He's only started twice, right?
He better find some.
I agree
right,
with you.
You're right. He has potential for upside. If he improves a good 8 or 9 lengths and he gets as good a trip as he got last time, he definitely could hit the super.
There's no world he should be 5-2, and he's that price right now. Oof. Comes off a maiden claiming win. Here's Hypnotist, Archibald Kingsley.
Win off a $10,000 maiden claiming win at Colonial Downs.
He had a race he ran last year. Keeneland in a maiden special weight, better than what anybody's running this race.
You are right.
Mr. Vincent has a big number 2 that he ran at Aqueduct.
He had a crazy wide trip last time. He's second off a layoff. I guess he has an outside chance.
Barley won 7-2, John Velasquez.
I like this horse. I think he's supposed to be forward, dropping down here. I didn't like his last effort, but I'm going to give him one more chance. And I also think last time out he's affected by the turf course that was less than firm.
Rudy Rodriguez, Kendra Carmouche, Diane's Impossible.
Yes, she is, as a matter of fact.
You think so, really?
Yeah.
15-1. Beachside, I like in this race for David Donk.
Okay. Why?
Been on turf just those last couple of starts. Those numbers, both those two, were good enough for a big forward move today, I believe.
Okay. All right.
Off a layoff as well. Today's the third off the bench. We'll see. Let's check in with Jonathan here. 9-1 right now on that horse. JK, who do you like here?
Yeah, I mean, look, you go ahead and get the camera ready in the winner's circle, take a picture of the 8, because I'm going to jump on Andy's bandwagon. I can't stand this horse in this spot, and I think this is a bad favorite. And you guys know me. I'll bet a favorite just because they're the favorite. I'm kidding. I just know that you know what I'm saying. Look, I needed this horse last time at Saratoga. I liked this horse in that spot, and I remember when they turned for home, I was desperately hoping this horse was going to win. He was all out to get the job done against a lesser group. Doesn't have much tactical speed. The paces were slow in those races. Had perfect trips. A perfect trip in the last race. I just have no interest in the 8 in here. I think if the 2, 3, or the 11 don't win, I was never going to find the horse that was going to win this race. I thought the 2, Albie, and the 11, Barley won. Those are horses that are tactical, should be able to get good trips. They've been facing better horses than they'll be facing today. And I thought those two made a lot of sense. If they happen to hook up, maybe go a little bit faster, I think it sets up perfectly for the 3 Shooting the Breeze. That's who I wanted in here. I'm just a little bit concerned about the pace for Shooting the Breeze. Shooting the Breeze is a little bit pace dependent, is going to need them to run in front of them a little bit. But to me, it's the 2, 3, and the 11. And we got 15 minutes left in the show. If the 8 wins, I'm leaving.
Okay, first of all, Jonathan, he already promised that if a certain horse was going to win, he was going to quit the game.
Yeah.
And he's still working for us. So I'm not going to.
Jonathan, you're fired. I don't have the authority to do that, but I think it's clear. You're gone, Richard. Jonathan, get out of here. It's so easy to say that when he's 1,000 miles away. Just to be sure, the 11 is going to be favored in this race, and the 2 is going to be the second choice, and the 3 and 8 are going to be similar prices in all likelihood based on doubles. I agree with Jonathan. 2, 3, and 11 are far and away on paper the best horses in this race. A friend of mine who's smart thinks the 1A has a chance after a wide trip getting a big rider change to Junior Alvarado, so I'm going to throw that horse in as a bomber. But I boxed basically, and I'm key in the 11, who's the favorite, but I think way the horse to beat.
3 minutes to post. Let's take a look at the pick 5 follow along. There was $499,000 in the pool. Candy Flower started it off $11.60. Big Engine was extremely tough to have. Andy liked him. Top pick, well done. And then Viadera It was just, even if you had Big Engine and Candy Flower to start, at some point along the way, tough to get all those 4. If you did, well done. Here's the Will Pays to the favorite right now, who has become the 11, $4,345.
Yeah, the 11 just makes sense. And, you know, this is something that Maggie had brought up on the show about a week ago when that turf, we showed a race from September 5th, that the horses were really chopping the course up. And don't forget, it's just never really dry. You were there. It didn't really dry out until the very end after all that rain we got on Travers Weekend, and or what would have been Travers Weekend, excuse me, the weekend before. And I wonder if that's one of the reasons horse ran poorly. And the time before that with Barley One, you can say, well, he ran badly the time before that. He didn't. He was involved in a monstrous suicidal 3-horse pace duel, so it's no surprise he fell apart in that race. I actually think he ran well. He runs back to his maiden when he's going to be tough. Shooting the Breeze is the horse to worry about. He, too, was in that race September 5th when they were chopping the course. He was also wide that day. He didn't run that well, but I think he'll run better today.
Yeah, he has races to go back to.
Sure.
That, far and away the best in this group. Here he is, 6-1 on Shooting the Breeze.
Well, he's a frustrating horse, right, because he just doesn't get it done. And, you know, I remember even Graham Motion and I were talking about him because I liked him a lot when he ran 8th, 4 back. And Graham texted me, and he said to me that you and our friend Gabby Gaudette both, and he said she had told him that she really liked the horse that day. He said, why would you like a horse of mine that just never seems to win and always seems to find trouble? He's right. This horse has had real trips.
0 for 14 on the turf.
Right. At a certain point, a horse that keeps having one trip after another, at some point you have to say this is a horse that finds trouble, and he is a horse that finds trouble. On the other hand, 5-1 is a very generous price on him.
Meanwhile, and there's the selections. Andy going with the horse who now is the favorite at 2-1. Allied Invasion, the 8. He got as low as 2-1, didn't he? I want to say he did at least 5-2.
Is this
now
like
he's
the
back
anniversary
up
of
to
some
7-2.
big Allied Invasion or something? That, I mean, listen. It's horse racing, and I'm certainly wrong plenty of times, and I have no problem with that. Anybody that plays the horses, it's a game to have opinions. You need to have opinions, and you need to be okay with being wrong and stand by them. And I've been wrong before, plenty of times. But I don't understand what anybody likes about this horse,
Well, that
Greg.
barn, too, usually moves them forward, and the horse just didn't move forward a lot. Even though the horse won, fine, the horse won for State Bred Maiden 40, but from how fast it's that
just look at the field
he
he
ran,
beat.
didn't run much faster at all from the debut, which
The runner,
was very slow.
The runner-up who ran significantly better than he did came back and did not run well. I understand there's no grade of stake winners in this field, but I don't understand what about this horse, other than Joel Rosario and Christophe Clement. And are people just going to start saying, well, Joel's going to win every turf race? As well as he rides, he can't put him on his back and outrun the others. He still needs to have I mean, look at that tremendous ride he gave on Chad Brown's horse to win the stake. Brilliant ride. Did every single thing right you could do to win a race. He still needed to get an absolutely wicked pace in front of him to make it work. And he still needed to have a good horse underneath him.
That was Valladera and the Noble Damsel, and they went blazing fast. Blowout, 44 and change to the half. Getting pressured by Sweet By and By. We'll see what happens here. The 11 favored, 2-1 in here. Barley 1, Mike Stidham, John Velasquez, and second choice on the board, the 2 and the 8, both at that same number. Albie and Allied Invasion. And I know you would put all the money you have and ever hope to earn that Albie outruns the 8 Allied Invasion in here.
Yeah, I'm going to tell you right now, I think Fotis is going to outrun him at 10 times the price.
Now you're just piling on.
No, I'm not. I think Fotis has a better chance to win this race than Allied Invasion.
Here's the 1A.
Somebody wants to give me 3-1? 3-1 is all I want. I will bet he finishes ahead of him.
Any takers?
I don't hear anybody.
Joy
Crickets.
City, last
They'll be
in
around
line.
on Twitter after the race, though.
John Imbrial with the nightcap from Belmont.
And they're off. Joy City from the extreme outside. Now Hypnotist moves up. River Knight is there. Hypnotist and River Knight, and they are heads apart for the lead with Joy City running in third. Miami Gina is next in fourth, and Fotis is in fifth. And then on the outside is Beachside, who's racing in sixth. Down at the rail is Albie next in seventh. Alongside is Barley One in eighth, followed by Shooting the Breeze in ninth. Diane's Impossible is in 10th. Then we come back to Mr. Vincent, and Allied Invasion is the trailer in 12th. The quarter went in 23 and 4/5 seconds. River Knight by a half length. Hypnotist on the outside in second by 2. And then it's Fotis, who's in between horses. Mayam and Gina is down at the rail. And Joy City's on the outside. Beachside is racing in 6th. Albee is 7th, 7 or 8 lengths from the lead. Then it is Barley 1. Further back, Shooting the Breeze. And Mr. Vincent with Diane's Impossible and Allied Invasion is the trailer. The half went in 47 seconds. River Knight, Hypnotist. Now the two of them are on even terms with Fotis just behind in third. Mayam and Gina is down at the rail. Beachside in the green blinkers as the field hits the top of the stretch. And it is River Knight and Hypnotist. And then we come back to Beachside. On the outside, Joy City is now coming on. Here comes Joy City up to challenge for the lead with Beachside. On the far outside, it is Mr. Vincent. Now Albee is coming on through. A wild finish here in the finale, and Albee is going to win it. Albee takes it, and it's a 5-way photo for second.
Caught the 6 right at the end for 10th.
Albee with the win in the nightcap, and late in the wagering it shifted. He actually went off the favorite in here.
How about Louis Cardenas? A couple of wins today, a long shot to start the day, gets the job done here. Let's see if we can get them all to cross the wire, because I think the 8 might have just nipped the 6 for 10th as they hit the wire, but this was a blanket finish. Some disappointing efforts. The 10 ran very well after stumbling at the start, and the 8 is just coming at the end, and the 8 nips Fotis to get 9th. Allied Invasion.
Well, Hypnotist at this point was running a big race, but then here comes the cavalry charge. And Albee, that 2 in those yellow silks.
This was a
best late burst of anyone.
Very nice ride by Louis Cardenas. I'm a big fan of Louis Cardenas. He can ride. My 11 hung like a chandelier. A nice 211. My chalk exacta box didn't hit, but
When you see a race like this with a blanket finish and take Albee out of the mix, what does that tell you about it?
Not a particularly stellar group among them. The 10, though, who stumbled at the start, Mr. Vincent, with the new apprentice in town and Charlie Marquez, he ran very well.
2-1 favorite in the end in a race that we thought might be a little more wide open than it was, but this was one of the main contenders. Favoritism shifted late to Albee.
Yeah.
And he gets the win for Carlos Martin. There he is, 2-horse son of Alpha. Second win on the turf in his career. We'll be back to wrap things up right after this here on America's Day at the Races.
Catalina Cruiser. He won 7 of 9 starts coast to coast, with 6 triple-digit buyers and 5 dominating graded stakes wins, including a record in the Grade 2 True North Stakes, a son of leading 5th crop sire Union Rags, a $370,000 yearling with an imposing physical, and one of the best of his generation. There's only one Catalina Cruiser, now standing at Lane's End.
Show. Back on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. It was Albie in the nightcap. Our program brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. He was one of the main contenders, we said, going in, and he was much the best in this group.
He was. He got the job done. It was a very nice ride by Louis Cardenas. And I like that he's riding. He's really picked up his riding. He was struggling at Saratoga. He won the first race and he struggled a bit, but he's really been riding very well. And I like this. He's a good guy and a good rider. And a nice ride here, saving ground, angling out. And I just want to say this, Greg. I didn't give you credit when I should have. Greg really liked the 14, and the 14 finished second. So it was a great pick by you, and I know you need a little love. I want to make sure you're getting the love you need. I know somebody was mean to you on Twitter, and that person is absolutely wrong. You are a wonderful person to work with who does a fabulous job day in and day out.
No, that actually made my day.
I know it did. That's why.
Albie, Luis Cardenas, Carlos Martin, and 4-year-old by Alpha, $6.90. Pick 5 comes back. Drum roll, please. $5,065.
So it paid about a little over 7.5 times the pick 4. It was a 9 to 2 shot, so good value. But pick 4 was good. Of course, I ran second and third in the second leg to hit it.
Props, you gave out the horse that I think many would say was the hardest to have in this pick 5.
I did. I gave the first 2 winners to pick 5. I had nothing smart to say thereafter, but.
There it is. Big Engine was Andy's top pick, $23.40, the biggest price in that sequence. Nice handicap in there. And Albie closes things out. Firenze Fire punches his ticket to the Breeders' Cup Sprint without winning the Grade 2 Vosburg, a race he was in last year. He'll try and get it the second time around here for these new connections.
Should we do this again tomorrow?
We can. We'll be back 12:30 Eastern Time, Fox Sports 2. We'll see everybody then for the Sunday card as we close out another week of action here in closing day at Churchill Downs.
Yes, that's right.
Hope you enjoyed the show. Again, we're back 12:30 Eastern Time, Fox Sports 2. Tomorrow it was Mr. Money. Won 4 straight graded stakes last year for Brett Calhoun and gets his first win now at 2020. Viadera in the Noble. Damsel up the fence, Joel Rosario. For Chad Brown, 5 straight years he's won that race. Firenze Fire. Ticket punch next up, Lexington in the Breeders' Cup. We will see you Sunday afternoon on Fox Sports 2. Take care, everybody.
When you win, has ticket command close to home. Win, you win.
They come down to the wire, and Minute to Stardom upsets them at 20-1.
Shine through, gotta get in, it's a winning. All the world's been waiting on you.
Nobody wants to fall into a safety net, but when adversity or hardship presents itself, it beats the alternative. Since 1943, the Jockey Club Safety Net Foundation has been serving those individuals and families in need across every facet of the thoroughbred industry. Help us continue to be the safety net and catch those most in need. Visit tjcfoundation.org to learn more.
Eclipse champion Blame. Ranked among the top stallions of his crop, Blame has sired over 50 stakes horses. His recent top performers include Nadal, a $700,000 juvenile purchase and winner of the Grade 1 Arkansas Derby, and Shotsky, winner of the Grade 2 Remsen Stakes, plus recent Grade 1 performers Mississippi, Alandra, and Natalma Stakes winner Abscon. Outstanding value, outstanding results. Blame.